The sky is on fire. Twin Tails is upon you, black wings beating a terrible storm. You watch as the last of your machines fails you. It is the end. The gaping maelstrom swirls and churns while lightning, the armaments of the demigods, falls fruitlessly from the dark clouds above and into the maw. You and your compatriots look to the cards, but there is no answer. The beast calls you, begging in its ancient song. In the green space, between the sea and the mountains, lies an old fort, so old that no one remembers why it was built. Within the carcass of Old Fort Dolahan is a town founded by travelers seeking refuge within its walls. A dirty rat-catcher looks up at the high arch of the gate. A knight in blue livery gives him a particularly pointed look up and down, but lets him pass. Inside, gold lanterns alight on silver twine, strung above the people's heads in celebration of the summer's closing. It is midday, but folks are already getting out their food carts and hosting games. A young woman strums her guitar for a small gaggle of children and passerbys. Her hat lies on the cobblestone of the square, and within glitters a few silver pieces. Warm aromas waft out from the adjacent baker's shop, and raucous laughter echoes from the tavern inn across from the fountain. A street dancer weaves through the air like a fish through water, her skirts trailing behind her a second out of sync. Sometimes her movements follow with the strumming of the guitar, but mostly she dances to her own melody. The rat-catcher gawks at the shows and saleswomen trying to hawk her sweets, and is nearly trampled by a team of tall brown horses. He stumbles and drops his parcel on the hard stone surface. His face goes white as he quickly collects it and examines it for damage. He gazes up at the riders. "Watch where you're going, you bleeding git!" The remaining blood in his face drains completely from him as he recognizes the brooches upon their breast. Oh, sirs, please, forgive me trespassing." The inquisitors in black gaze down at him. One is a hulking figure, refined in his demeanor, but his black armor and blue coats fail to hide the sturdy muscle and sinew beneath. What do you do?
I didn't think I was going to be first.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay. So I'm playing my guitar for a crowd, and some guy falls off his horse to the deal of rioters and sees a bunch of dangerous-looking people.
Well, 1 second. I think you watch with bated breath.
So Gareth, who is leading this small patrolling unit of the Inquisitors, kind of looks down and so the guy, what was the wares that he was selling again?
This figure is just a lowly-looking traveler. He has a backpack on, a sword.
Oh, okay. He wasn't a merchant. I thought he was a merchant.
No, he looks like he's a rat catcher. He's a dirty little adventurer. He looks like he goes from tavern to tavern trying to find some side jobs. People are trying to sell him some things, and he's like, no, please, okay. I've got a busy thing to do. And then he bumps into you. You're besides your dear commander as well.
Oh, I'm beside my dear commander. Oh, okay, that changes things. I wasn't Lee. Seeing that Otto doesn't do anything, Gareth just says, kind of in a, I don't have the voice ready, in a kind of a lower voice, just from now on, do try to keep your eyes.
Oh, yes, sir, yes. Yes, indeed, sirs. I will be very careful as I navigate these fine walls and cobblestone streets. You look ravishing, sir.
Be off with you.
The man bows profusely and quickly walks by. He throws a silver coin in the hat of the playing minstrel as he passes through, taking his piece of whatever parcel he has. He has some large rectangular box covered in cloth. It's now a bit wet as it has fallen into the puddle when he bumps into the horses, and he quickly kind of dusts it off. He takes his leave. He has a meeting with an important figure and hurries down the winding paths of cobblestone and timberwood bridges. Huh. Captain, I do believe we find ourselves in rather fine festivities. I wish it didn't bring in such nefarious ne'er-do-wells from the foreign lands.
There's little that we can do, Commander, but we must remain focused. I can't.
As one should. I expect you'll be taking care of the surveying. The watch tonight will be yours during the festivities.
Understood.
Excellent. Down the way, you see another figure riding a white horse down the streets. It is a young man with white hair and porcelain-like white skin and red eyes. Not completely red, white sclera, just red pupils, red irises, rather. He has twisting Taurus-like horns coming out of the side of his like muscled hair. And he gives a look over to Commander Otto von Balthazar. And he nods in return from across the square and turns to you, Captain Durand. I leave the mission up to you. And he indicates the man running away with the parcel.
Oh, yeah. Like, he doesn't even say anything, he just, like, nods and immediately kind of turns the horse around and gives chase.
And as you begin as you begin to leave on your horse, he simply tells you, "Make sure you wait until you can confirm before you make any arrests."
Always.
And you give a small salute and depart to the square. Would any of the passerbys like to make any comment, or will we follow along with this poor rat catcher?
I'm assuming we are the passerbys.
Possibly. Why don't you roll performance for me, man?
All right. I never rolled this. I don't know where it is. There it is.
However you came to be in this fort or this town is kind of your own story to say. You arrived perhaps within the past few days or even longer, and upon knowing that there's a festival taking place, why, that's simply good time for money. With a 23 performance, you strum your guitar with an ample amount of dexterity and talent. And that's going to net you a, one moment, as the DM, I don't have my dice. Oh, listen to that baby purr.
Oh my god.
Oh, look at all these D6s. Oh, Lord! The one more that fell out afterwards. That is... That's 11 silver pieces for you.
Oh.
Including the one that was just dropped off by this passerby with a strange look and an odd gait. And with that, he's gone.
As he dropped that, Valerie just kind of like, seeing the situation at hand, like tips her hat towards him and smiles like awkwardly because this man is very horrified and just booking it away as fast as he possibly can.
He dead-ass sprints down the road. He full-ass bore just runs as fast as he possibly can, essentially. And then, like, 30 seconds pass, and then one of the, you know them to be Inquisitors, local law enforcement tasked with making sure no magic is used without any kind of permit. They, one of them gives chase, essentially. But that's a story for neither here nor there. How do you plan to spend the afternoon of the festivals?
I guess I will go to a tavern and just drink and play occasionally.
Oh, that sounds fantastic to me. Do you have a few bevs? You beving up? You drinking? You drunken?
I'll drink something.
All right, that sounds fine to me. It's going to cost you some silver is all I'm going to say.
How many silver?
It's 2. This stuff's watered down. This is some cider prepared for the festival, but it's not strong.
So Valerie just flicks 2 coins onto the table, gets her ale, and just chills out.
Sounds fine to me. Down the road, I suppose we follow a certain ratcatcher, a humble mercenary who's been tasked with transporting a rather peculiar object. He crosses down the various ways until he gets to the more noble district of this particular town. It's a fort, but it's since been repurposed into a full-functioning city for the most part, with ports and aqueducts. A few ships are lying in dock just beyond to the north. And this figure looks left and looks right, and he rolls a perception check. Critically failing his perception check, He is
Nice.
very assured that no one is there to spy on him or his various actions as he knocks 3 times on the door. A young dwarven woman with long hair tied back in braid and very ornately combed and shaven facial hair hears the special knock on the other side of the door. What do you do?
I send my handmaiden to open the door because I'm a noble. I don't open doors myself. Doors are dirty.
Of course, miss, she says as she saunters down the stairwell to the back door where she opens for a young man who is currently just like, he's covered in dirt. His face is all muddy. He's got fucking a sword at his side, but it's all dulled, the palm all chipped. And he looks left and right and just goes, I got a package for the missus. She told me to knock 3 times. I believe the swallowtail was the password. And the handmaiden nods and lets him in and informs him to kick off his shoes before he enters any further into the establishment. He does so, and you see a hole, his big toe sticking through the bottom of his sock. He walks through the foyer into the upper embankments where he is going to meet with quite an elegant young noble mistress. A pleasure, miss, please. I saw the signs, and I knew that you were looking for this thing. I hope that I am not intruding on anything important.
You are. But
Oh,
you are forgiven. Do take a seat, she says with a somewhat of a snarl from, the terrible view of that rat catcher and the smell and the dirt. And she looks at her parcel with immense disappointment.
oh, he sits down and kind of like fiddles with his hat in his hands, and you are given this large parcel that is quite weighty when you carry it in your hands. I don't know if you actually carry it in your hands or if you inform your handmaiden to like do most of the heavy lifting for you or not.
Presumably the handmaiden does the heavy lift. I mean, she is
Sure.
a dwarven handmaiden, to be fair.
Yeah. Okay. Then her strength is far higher than her dexterity. She answers the door with, "Yeah. What do you want?" So you're
I
Hi!
should have practiced my Scottish accent.
You're now dwarven handmaiden begins the process of unwrapping the parcel for you, and inside is what appears to be a book.
I observe the book closely, looking over its angles, not touching it yet.
Please roll investigation
And,
for me while you describe what you're doing.
Dismiss my. How the fuck do I do this? Is this?
Just open up your
You
character
click
sheet.
on whatever
Yeah,
you're gonna
got it.
roll on your.
Excellent. Hey, you guys got the hot rolls today when we're first starting out.
Yeah.
And with a flick of the hand, I dismiss my handmaiden, and obviously expect the rat catcher to also take his leave and never come near my house again.
Okay. Do you pay the man?
No.
No.
He's holding out his hand with a very non-toothy smile, kind of just like holding out his arms, and
My
you
handmaiden
look at
can deal
him
with that.
and you wave him off, and he just like, okay, and he goes down the steps down to the bottom of the foyer with the handmaiden
I
who's
can imagine like a
this
child
brutish figure.
kick as he leaves.
The brutish handmaiden with her rippling muscles, with her tank top on, hands a large silver bag that is embroidered with just like ornate designs, but it has no emblem on it. There's no way to trace it back to you, essentially. And she drops it right in his hands.
Oh, thank you, Miss. Why, it's been a pleasure doing business with you. Call me anytime. Oh, you just need old Daryl to help you. Just let me know.
Get out.
Oh, yes, understood.
Gareth, will you please make a perception check for me?
Oh, yeah, I got you. Hold up. Perception?
Yes, please.
Hey, gotta fix the.
Hey, that's pretty bad. With a 6, Gareth Kelmul Brand is having a lot of difficulty navigating. You're like, I shouldn't have brought the horse. God, I'm going up and down the alleyways. You're trying to squeeze through. The horse is just like bumping into people. Like, what the fuck is that? So it takes you quite a while.
I take some time and I actually what is it? Lash the horse to one of the mini posts near an inn,
Sure. Yeah, you
right?
park the horse. You pay the meter.
Pay the meter. Put the coins in.
Uh-huh.
Make sure it's just for an hour. Don't need it too much.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're like law enforcement, so you have like a special ticket essentially.
No,
Permit.
yeah.
The horse is wearing a lanyard.
Yeah.
But you could walk up and down the streets by foot then, and that means you're gonna. Okay, here, roll investigation for me then.
Again, investigation.
Yeah, roll investigation with advantage because you have the details of this. You know what's happening.
This ain't gonna be good, boss.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh howdy! Oh boy! Oh man!
This is like me in a new city with a map. It doesn't change anything.
You're like Paul Blart Mall Cop of these.
We're learning so much about our characters as we go on.
I'm so excited.
With a 7, you miss the handoff. You miss the door. You miss the password. But you do see the rat catcher at the corner of one of the local taverns nearby, and you see him like trying to light a cigarette quietly, like in the corner.
Lose your job in one session.
Oh man, yeah, you're fired. We're changing the course of history live as we make these rolls. DM rule number 1: don't let them roll unless you're willing to unless you're willing to deal with the consequences of their failures. But you recognize the rat catcher at the very least, but you're not quite sure where.
Do I notice any extra weight to him?
Why, yes, he has a significant bulge in his pants.
I'm gonna mute now.
Okay. I understand if you don't want to play the game anymore.
Oh god. So Gareth, knowing exactly what happened, even though he unfortunately missed.
Your spies have saw this man come into the building. They saw him when he acquired the object to begin with.
I'm not supposed to be I'm not a stealth. I'm not the one who's like writing down all the notes and shit.
Mm-hmm.
What do I look like to you?
No,
anyways,
that's a job for your fellow your team.
You got his name. You got their names.
Which
one? Which one? Tell me which one.
Well, he comes up alongside you and he waits for orders. As does the other.
Okay. So the one who I had actually like with me was Traz, and I had him do a much better job of. He knew I was gonna find shit. He knew I was gonna get stuck and stuff.
He takes the cigar out of his mouth and just goes, "On it, boss," and he rolls perception, getting way better than you. As a ranger, he just goes and uses his secret mind powers. No, this young human man, he's very soft-spoken. He never really speaks much, but when he just kind of nods and an affirmative, and he begins to literally pick up the scent. He has a dog with him. He has a hound.
Okay.
And this bloodhound is able to take a few whiffs of this man, and the guy is just like takes the cigarette out of his mouth and goes, "Oh, doggy," and just starts playing with the dog, and then he realizes that the other side of it is an inquisitor, and he immediately like uprights again and just goes, "Oh, sirs," he says, and Travs doesn't really like acknowledge it much, but the dog has the scent, and the dog begins to simply walk back along the path that the man took over the course of the past like 10 minutes or so.
Oh, so I mean, I guess I could arrest him, you know.
No, it's up to you.
Nah.
You have other soldiers. You have other soldiers with you.
We have bigger things to catch.
Okay. You leave the rat catcher be, the local tavern. He finishes his drink, and he's going to depart the game forever, probably. You find a way down twisting alleys. Final boss. Yeah, you get down twisting alleys and a few spaces of cobblestone streets before you get to a large building in the middle of an alleyway. It seems like it's the back of a large manor house built on the docks.
Okay.
The dog seems satisfied.
So I'm at like the back entrance to the.
That's where the dog brought you.
Okay. Well, so at the entrance, I'm just gonna kind of look back towards Travs and you wait out here in case of anything goes awry.
Joe Frey hands you the warrant.
Thank you. And with that, he takes 2 steps forward up to the door, almost like breaching the top of the frame, and just puts down 2 solid knocks. Just
Mrs. Noble, there are 2 solid knocks at your door.
Go take care of that, handmaiden.
On a boss.
She goes down the stairs.
No, Peter.
I feel like I know this character more than I know myself at this point. The door opens and a large dwarven woman is on the other side, and she goes, "Ah,
Good evening, ma'am. Is the missus of the house here?
Maybe, who asks?
The Inquisitors."
Ah, I see no warrant.
He hands it and presses it tightly into her hand.
Oh shit, they have a warrant.
You mind if I step in for a moment?
Fucking drug bust.
sure, one moment please." The door slams shut and you hear the bolt lock.
Alright, well, I'm gonna bust it down.
Roll athletics.
Athletics, let's go.
I love this character so much. I have to draw her.
Knock, open up the door!
The door, she closes the door, bolts it, puts her back up against it, and just goes, "Mistress!" And then the door explodes. Splinters go flying across the foyer, and this dwarven woman is just like flying in slow motion while classical music and opera plays in the background. Her eyes just open wide as she looks up the stairs at the mistress above. You see her as she travels by. You can see the sorrow on her face at having failed her noble master. But she served well, and she served hard for the duration of her life. She collides against the wall on the other side of the room, and a painting falls on top of her, underneath splinters of door. Gareth, you're inside the residence of this noble house. The two of your compatriots also bust in with you. At the top of the stairs is a rather nobly dressed...
What was her name? It was
Brughild.
Brughild?
Brughild.
Brughild.
Brughild. Brughild.
Of
Brughild.
Brughild.
Brughild, you have business with the Inquisitors.
What do you do,
You will
Brughild?
come this way.
Give me a sec.
She goes, just 1 second, and then disappears in a puff of smoke.
And he's not standing there aggressively. Like, his hands are like just behind his back. Just, he's standing up straight and tall. But
After he just murdered some mistress.
she'll be fine.
Actually, Brughild, what have you been doing with this book since you've had about 5 minutes with this parcel? What have you been doing with it?
I have opened the parcel.
Sure, you've opened the parcel, and
Well,
it's...
I closed the door behind my handmaiden to make sure I don't get interrupted.
Oh,
even though that
sure,
didn't
sure,
work.
okay.
But yes, I opened the parcel, observed the book without touching it for a while, but curiosity eventually gets the better of even the smartest dwarf, and she picks up the book and peers inside.
Excellent.
And I assume there's nothing of note inside the
There's
book.
more
There's
than that.
literally nothing of note. The pages are blank.
Oh,
Completely blank book.
Yeah, and then you slowly drag your hands across the surface trying to feel. It's this very interesting texture. It doesn't feel quite like cloth. It doesn't feel quite like animal skin either. It's like something in between. In the real world, where we really exist, you might call it like kind of like a plasticky kind of feeling. But we don't have those kinds of things here in this fantasy setting. But as you kind of like flip through the pages, kind of like wondering what kind of strange material this is made from, or whether there's more secrets inside, you see that as where your thumb had left an imprint, gold dust kind of starts to emanate from the surface of the pages, and within, letters begin to form in this very ornate cursive, calligraphic kind of style. And you kind of hear like a little like vague thing in the back of your head. Some kind of little noise at the same time plays while you look at the book. And the word that you see is seek. And then the door explodes, and we rewind forward to the future.
I've posted the gif of Brughild coming down the stairs to meet the Inquisitors after her handmaiden gets knocked out and the door gets destroyed.
Yes, it's the explosion. It's the Pirates of the Caribbean, the captain descending the stairs, with splinters and cannonballs rain around him.
Walks down in slow motion, all noble, with her braid flipped back.
Oh, so she does come willingly.
Yes, of course.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, a noble acts as such,
Mm-hmm.
So, Gold Book Coke. Y'all are killing me. So,
This drug bust.
she takes a few steps down the stairs of her estate, hands clasped in front of her elegant dress, hidden under a silk cloak. And she looks down at the Inquisitors because she's up the stairs, even though they're really tall. And she asks, "What brings you to my house, good Inquisitor?"
We have a warrant for your arrest for purchasing with intent to use magical artifacts.
They have a warrant, boss. They have a warrant.
You hear from underneath debris.
Yes, one
She
moment.
looks at
And
the handmaiden under the painting and sighs because that was a painting of her great-great-great-grandfather Elvain himself. And that painting was very expensive.
This handmaiden might have
but
to
it's-
end her life like Senpuku style for defacing this painting.
well, since the last time he did have the warrant was in the handmaiden's hand,
There's a hand.
he just kind of
the
bends
painting.
over slightly to lift up some of the debris with one hand, and it's kind of pushes it off of her, and just asks if you would please, as he holds out a hand,
Yeah, of
hoping
course.
to.
Hey, you're not an asshole.
No.
The
Not at
handmaiden, just her forearm and hand is sticking out of the debris. She politely hands you the warrant.
Oh no, he took the brie off of her.
Oh, okay. Then she's unearthed like a piece of mosaic from ancient times, and you retrieve the warrant. Well, actually, you know what? No, the handmaiden looks at the fucking mistress herself and waits for permission,
Of course.
and she does. She hands it over to you.
And he takes it and he displays it to her. All official, by the powers of Gracia Tapel, you have to come in with us. Basically, is what it says.
Bruhilde starts making her ways downstairs to have a better look at said warrant, even though she has no doubts that it is perfectly legitimate.
A cursory
She
glance
now-
by her would reveal it as such, unfortunately.
She now looks up at the Inquisitor and looks at the very official, signed, sealed, all in due form legalese on the paper.
Mhm.
But that is fine and good Sir Inquisitor, but might I ask, what magical artifact?
The DM asked the question. Has the book been stowed?
The book is presumably still in her office,
Oh,
possibly in its box.
interesting. Well, I think this is going to end up being a case of what does Gareth already know about the situation?
Well,
Gareth, roll investigation on behalf of the Inquisitors themselves.
So what is that gonna do? I'm just gonna roll a d20, a flat d20, or what?
You are going to roll a d20. Just investigation. You're not a smart man, are you? No, that's fine. Roll +1 investigation.
Yeah, I have
fine, that's fine.
a 1 in intelligence.
I will add a modifier to represent the actual footwork that's been done by people who are
Alright.
good at investigation. Let's see. Okay. The Inquisitors are aware of a magical parcel that has been retrieved by a certain rat catcher with the intent to sell to a higher authority at the request, but the details of which, what that article actually is in fact not known at this time.
See,
Nor-
I shouldn't have given him any money. I was right.
You only lost.
But with the, hey,
We don't know what it is.
You know it's here somewhere.
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna ask, would you mind handing over the article itself, or would we need to search as the warrant will allow us to?
Well, good sir, I would much like to help you, but I do not believe myself in possession of any sort of Magical artifacts.
Boss,
And
we,
he just-
we can get
yeah.
the team in here. We can get the team in here. We'll have this place cleaner than ever.
No, he's just he just looks to Joe and just says, "Go fetch us Charlotte, and Travs, you begin looking around for me."
Got it, boss. Travis begins looking through the area. He picks up vases. He's like looking over bookshelves. He's pulling books off the bookshelf. He moves the bookshelf. He's looking for secret doors.
Yeah.
Brunhilde
And then I
sighs
send Joe, the
immensely.
fighter, the one who would be not a great investigator, to go get someone who knows. Charlotte, yeah.
Now the investigation begins.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, you do have a warrant that is for the detainment of.
Just for, even if it's only temporary. Your wrists, madam.
Brunhilde looks up at the Inquisitor, and while she does not actually spit on him, her eyes very much say... She metaphorically spits on him,
Mentally spits.
Garrett doesn't give
mentally
a shit.
spits.
He
Her
could care
hands remain
less.
fully hidden under her silken cloak, though she does hand the Inquisitor the keys to her house, or to the rooms of her house.
Sure, this other figure takes it, this woman.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
have
try.
already lost one door to you and your Inquisitors. I would
If-
rather not lose all of my estate.
If it is found that we were incorrect, you will not only be reprimanded for the door, but also for your time.
I certainly hope so.
Your tea, mad pie. A butler enters the living room and immediately turns around 180s and exits the.
You know
Let me
what?
just
This team's
hold
mine
this.
now.
The tea is yours now. You tell him to come back over, and he picks up the tea.
At least he didn't spill the tea.
Not drop.
Yeah, true.
Okay.
So Travs is looking and Charlotte is on her
Sure. In the meantime, Gareth, are you going to escort the lady back to headquarters?
way. Yes, I will.
Okay. If you don't mind, I'm going to fast forward a little bit.
Please do.
We find our police. I'm going to Okay, it's the end. You guys are facing off against Death Knight, the Devourer. It's the final episode. No, I'm kidding. You see this. The rest of you are privy to this young dwarven lady who is being led through the main square plaza to the opposite side of the Fort de la Han, where the Inquisitor's flags wave high on the mountainside. No, I'm sorry. The walls, not the mountainside. And she is not in chains. She's looking privy, but she is being walked through by like 4 Inquisitors, including this one positively like huge one that's got these like crazy. He's got like reddish toned skin like clay. You can see kind of like sharpish teeth every time he opens his mouth to speak, but he conducts himself in a very clean manner. The rest of you see this happen. Within the hour, the woman is brought and put behind a rather comfy cell, but cell doors nonetheless. Let's see. Let us see if the Inquisitors discern what the items that they need to find are in the meantime. I will roll before the Lord, the God above. Let's see here. We have pros doing this, so I'm afraid they have a
Yeah,
plus
you
5.
have a ranger and then a spellcaster.
Oh no, and they brought even more people on the Inquisitors. Otto von Balthazar. Only the finest. The golden die decree above a 20.
Ooh.
That's pretty good. We'll see Travs as he looks around the office and he's picking up alchemical components and things that aren't inherently illegal. Not inherently illegal, but they could. Books and parcels and letters to other various political heads of state, all forms of favors waiting to be concluded. And he also finds this rather mundane book resting on a bookshelf, and when he picks it up, his talisman around his neck glows a golden gold color.
Sorry, I dropped something.
Oh, well, be careful. Please don't die. And he sets it down immediately and calls over the other people, and someone with large metallic-like gauntlets with runes carved into the forearms picks up this book in the same manner that someone might pick up plutonium or uranium bar. And they deposit it onto the back of a large cart being driven what appears to be by a metal man.
Metal man.
And Gareth is immediately willing to he gets this message immediately just for the sake of story, but like they write a letter. Joe tells Trevor, like, write a letter, tell the captain that we found some item, and he writes it down, scribbles it into the note, and he hands it off to the messenger, and you get it within several minutes. The footman running it to you, the footpad. And
I
that,
don't have magic. I am staunchly anti-magic.
I like the meta commentary that happens in the the little section. The audio people. No, that's fine.
We're here with the fuck Blue Lives commentary.
Not live commentating.
With the vagrant behind bars, the genocidal mate. No, the festival continues. You guys are gonna tell me how you spend your time, I suppose, one at a time. Where were you when it happened? Rinthy, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? What's up, buddy? How you doing? Hey.
So I'm assuming Valerie was just doing what she was earlier, having a few drinks, chatting up the locals, playing guitar when she feels like, and she just through open tavern doors sees this noble getting dragged down the streets. And I guess she's out in the streets wondering what's going on now.
Probably nothing of any importance. Totally. Definitely not. Roll a perception for me. How familiar is Valerie with magic, would you say?
Very familiar, since she went to a bardic college to practice it in secrecy because she despises the Imperium.
Oh, well, the more you know. Roll perception with advantage.
Oh right, I don't have advantage. I just take the second number.
If you guys want to, it's up to you if you want to change the slide. If you want to roll literally. Okay.
Okay, I didn't need it.
With the critical success, you kind of you smell something kind of on the horizon. This kind of this smoky sort of feeling. It's kind of it smells kind of like Valerie wouldn't know this, but it smells like ozone. And there's this kind of change in the wind. Suddenly the easterlies begin to become westerlies. It picks up a little bit. You can see the glowing orange lanterns. It's getting later in the day now. It's not dusk, but it is like the sun is past its zenith, and the lights have been lit just for the fun of it. But they're beginning to bob up and down in the breeze, and you're feeling this kind of chill, even though it's a midsummer's day. Come kind of brush over, you kind of might pop your collar a little bit maybe, and you look towards the sky to see storm clouds brewing, dark storm clouds just directly above your head, essentially. And it's a little strange. It's a little strange at first. And they begin to kind of churn and swirl, and they begin to kind of form like a little bit of a vortex in the sky above.
She looks up and cocks her head to the side. Well, that's quite peculiar.
Oh, that's so strange. Let me see here. The lightning strikes one of the poles holding up one of the various flags for the celebration, and it catches a light. It burns and sets fire to the remaining lanterns along the line, and the it is a telephone pole to our eyes. But the pole falls and lays across the fountain top with fire. People kind of yelp and scream a little bit, but it's nothing too hard to manage. There's a quick line of people out there ready to begin dumping water from the nearby fountain onto it, and they get it kind of under control immediately. But the sudden storm just immediately comes out of nowhere and begins pelting you all with rain. And then there is a strange light that erupts from the nearby mountain. Off on the horizon, you see this pillar of green, like a beacon that kind of flashes. And I think everyone's going to roll a Constitution saving throw for me.
Ouchie. Not ouchie at all.
No, not ouchie. Not ouchie at all whatsoever.
Ooh, ow.
Ooh, oof. Yeah. Brughild is sitting in her cell, patiently awaiting. She's like, I'll have my lawyer come in post haste.
My father would hear about this.
My father. And you look up behind you, and there's just this flash of green light that goes through your cell window, and makes this very streaking kind of shadows of your cell. Coconut, your character is immediately stunned by this flash of light, essentially. And a rumbling takes place, kind of hearing an earthquake overhead, and you see the mountain actually split. And then you hear
that's not good.
A voice echoing through the sky and across the mountains. And I don't believe anybody. What languages do everybody speak?
Common and Elvish, I believe. Let me fact check myself.
You understand nothing.
Oh wait, no,
And
Elvish, Common, and Celestial.
I know
You
Dwarven,
And Celestial,
Imperial, and
what?
Common.
listen.
Whoa.
It was a real good college.
What
It was a really good college.
the fuck?
Really good college.
Okay, so we have Common, we have Elven, we have Celestial. Any other
Or
languages?
even.
Or
Dwarven and
Prime-
Imperial.
Dwarven Imperial.
Primordial?
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
What?
Okay.
What?
Yes, Coconut, your character actually does understand a few of the words.
Yes!
Rise.
Wow, we covered a lot of ground.
Rise. Pull your bones together with the sinew that I offer you.
But only you hear them. If I was a better GM, I would have PM'd it to you.
Everyone else
You should have
just
just deafened. You should have made
Would
all
you-
of us deafened.
Nah, I'm not that cruel.
Would you mind writing that down for me
Nope.
and sending it?
It's too late.
Oh,
You either
Oh.
caught it or you didn't. It's not a letter. You either heard
you
it or you didn't.
you kept cutting out.
Oh, okay.
Rise, Mr. Freeman.
Rise. No, you just hear like rise and like pull your bones together. It's very strange. You're not quite sure what it means.
Put the bone back in. It's missing.
I'm made of bone.
I'm at about. Gareth is in the headquarters at this point with Otto von Balthazar,
Alright.
who is looking out off the terrace at this happening over in the horizon, and he just looks to Gareth and goes, "Take care of that."
Mountain
Like,
splits in half. Take
like
care of that.
Commander, as he gives a salute and then
perception.
goes goes and rounds up of course his main four, then some other Inquisitor enlisted,
Sounds good to me.
and they're all on their horses and they're gonna be heading up to the mountain.
Sure, you guys hear screams off in the distance. This is while you're still in the Fort Dillahan. There's some kind of screaming, some kind of high-pitched whining. There's the sound of a paddle wheel rapidly paddling. Who the fuck was that?
What the fuck?
Nothing.
What?
I just heard somebody.
What?
I think I heard somebody's chair in the background of the microphone. Anyway, you hear screams off in the distance, and it sounds like some kind of high-pitched whining, some kind of barbaric screams of some kind of small creatures. This is for all of the party to experience, except for Brookild, who is resting in a cell. There's several cells in this block. There's about a dozen. Most of them are empty, save for a few people who look tired and emancipated. You see off the... not emancipated, the opposite of emancipated. Emaciated.
Eviscerated.
Eviscerated. The Inquisitors
Oh,
hold
God,
no
please.
quarter. They prefer to eighth you,
God.
or even 16th. But on the other side of on the other side of this wall is the iron box that holds like confiscated magical items, and within is a golden light peeping through the lock. What you make of that, I do not know. We go to the rest of the people. We see 4 horsemen, inquisitors in black armor and blue coattails, blue sashes, blue capes. They're different depending on what they are, what their function is. And we see what appears to be a large metal man in heavy armor and glowing blue eyes who is simply holding up their arms to the public, and kind of like everyone's sort of looking at the inquisitors, and this person just goes, "Citizens, please get back to your standard festival activities. We are investigating the issue now. Please, citizens, get back to your scheduled," and so on and so forth. Other inquisitors are getting people to kind of like, "Oh, resume what you're doing. Nothing to see here." And of course, everyone's like, "What's there to see here? Hello? Hello?" A pack of inquisitors goes running through the square. What do your characters make of the situation and the screams off in the distance? Go.
I guess Valerie's instant reaction to it would be like curiosity, so
Okay.
follow the direction of the noises she hears.
Sure, you bump into a old man along the way. Well, not old. It's kind of like... It's hard to say. He looks like a young man who was unfortunately born old, if that makes any sense.
Haggard.
And he's got these kind of like these dark circles under his eyes, these comically large bags and dark circles, and he's balding, and he just goes, "Please, adventurer, please, you somebody who is my daughter. She's been taken by those things, those spirits of the wood. I don't know what's happening. Anybody, please!" He's just saying this out loud to anybody nearby.
Your daughter. Wait, hold on. Slow down.
Yes, my daughter, she's been taken, and the mountain above, I would go myself, but I'm just so weak. I'm looking for anybody who's willing to go and clear of my ways. I need to see her again.
She this man is just like rambling at this point and saying like things Valerie like only half understands. She like walks past him and pats him on the shoulder. I was already heading in the direction.
Oh, fantastic! Anybody else with you? Anybody else, please?
And he's just going to keep rambling off like that. I don't know if your character may or may not pay attention to this man. That is not obligated.
She's keeping it in the back of her mind.
Actually, I also run up and I hear this, and I said, "Oh, I was headed up that way anyway. Do you know, roughly the last place you saw her was, or
yes, I believe it was right." He like kind of like scribbles. He actually has a map already prepared, and he's like put an X over it. It's on the west side of the mountains, the western side. That is the side that would go off the beaten path. Your character would know of that. There's an old trail that runs over through the mountain between the two peaks. Let me check my notes real quick. And he is giving you a paper that would ask you to go through the forest, essentially around the western side. And he says, like, I don't know what they want with her. I don't know what they are intending, but I know that there are spirits in the wood, and they've taken her into their abode within the mountain. You have to take her back. You have to clear them out. You have to kill them all.
Calm down, Else. I'm almost certain that we'll get her back. Do not worry.
Oh, thank you. I knew I could count on you. There'll be a reward, I'm certain. I'll scrape something together for you.
I think nothing of it is the least I can do.
Very well, then go, please. I'll find more people.
And Azarine runs off.
Sure.
The reward is drugs.
The reward is drugs. It's a cookbook.
Just golden book coke.
It's a handful of blue
Sure.
crystals.
I guess Rincy, you and let me do a little thing.
I got me another one, boys.
Let me
Going to it.
let me percentile die. Most people are not. These people who live here are residents. They're farmers. They're business people. They are people who are not fighters, except for the Inquisitors, whom they trust to kind of protect them. And the Inquisitors right off into the sunset, essentially, or the sunrise, or whatever. They run off towards the mountains. This figure known as Gareth, that you don't know the name of, you've seen him before many times. At this point, he goes off with his troop into the wilderness, into the wood, into the roads to the west. Here on the map, if you want to sort of kind of have a circle to follow. Oh, I'm sorry. My characters would be sort of more over here. I guess Rinthi, you're kind of one of the only people who's like a mercenary-esque, so I think it's just you
kind of just a traveler. I do this all the time.
Yeah, well, I mean, you have another figure kind of follow up behind you, this young woman. You saw them dancing in the streets before, with a young woman with purple hair and a peculiar dress. It's simply very exotic. Shows off a lot of skin. Very entertainer-looking kind of person, and she's kind of also going the same way as you. I don't see any possible way that you guys don't end up simply awkwardly going the exact same route.
Yeah.
Unless one of you has like a 60-foot speed while the other one has 30 and just grossly outpaces the other. I feel like you both leave at the exact same time, and within about a minute, you guys realize like, oh, are you going? Okay, yeah, all right, yeah, and so.
You don't mind if I tag along, do you?
No, it appears we're going the same direction anyway.
That's safer in Paris anyway.
Valerie eyes her outfit up and down. So it appears you're a performer as well.
Yes, I prefer dance. Your guitar playing was absolutely exquisite.
Thank you.
I hope you don't mind, but I couldn't help but dance along a few times.
Of course not. It's quite a pleasure when people want to enjoy my music.
I think that you guys are going to... okay, so this is something that I like to do as a DM who enjoys other editions of D&D. In 4th edition, there was this concept called a skill challenge, which is it's a mini game basically, where we all know you're going to get to the mountain. The question is, how long does it take? What happens along the way? Or do you suffer any setbacks? And so what I'm going to ask you two to do is tell me, how do you get to the mountain? What's your plan? And what skills from your list of skills that you have do you use along the way to overcome various obstacles that might be in your way? Because it's just straight up wilderness. Like, you get like maybe a few minutes out from the town of just kind of like doing a light jog and a walk, and you see the Inquisitors like go by you as a few more reinforcements come along the way. But you are basically just left up with this sort of on foot approach to the mountainside if you actually intend to investigate. So I guess this doesn't have to be hard. This is just kind of like a tutorial, I guess.
I guess maybe I should use roll perception to see like if there's any faster way I could somewhat see.
I'm all about it. Will you please roll a perception for me? That's
the most flat roll.
Very average rolls. No, but that's not bad. It's not difficult to see the best routes to take. You can tell that this was once a traveled way that merchants would use to get over the mountains and through the area to Port Verde on the other side. And you can still kind of see with the tracks through the wood and the trampled earth. It hasn't quite become overgrown just yet, so you're able to kind of follow this pre-done path for you. In fact, you're making great time compared to Gareth. Gareth, you're just going to roll a basic animal handling check because you're kind of traveling in this posse with other people and you're just kind of relying on your animal to serve you. So if Gareth can roll a animal handling check for me.
Oh.
You guys walk past as you see just like these 4 horses that are just like sunk in mud. They are coated. They look like they've had to stop and bandage up the horse as it got like a thorn, like a razor vine.
I like to imagine that Gareth's horse won't stop running in circles and he's trying to calm it down.
Gareth is just going. He's like, "Oh, steady, whoa, steady, whoa, steady, whoa." And I'm sorry. I think that you end up having the situation where you guys are outpacing. But you need 3 successes. So what's one more thing that you do to help speed your way along the way?
I'm going to use acrobatics to get over like various like trees that may have fallen, like large rocks, and
Excellent.
his mountains are very, very mountainous.
It is quite hilly. This is a very rocky area. It's the rocks that kind of stick out of the earth. Yeah, this figure, whom has introduced herself as Azarine, is very acrobatic. She's kick-flipping across the mountain. I'm failing the Inquisitors. The only response is what you see. You acrobat over the dead body of Gareth, who has skewered himself on his sword.
I do like a back bend, like flip.
Backflip over.
Yeah, you're front flipping off of these fucking like rocks and stuff like that.
I do like a triple axle off of his dead body. It's fine.
It's not an issue.
Trampoline.
You witch!
One more success from either of you? One more success from either of you?
I'm just
you want me to
very
roll 2 more times too?
I guess I'm going to assume for like
Yeah, Gareth, you can roll too.
matching, Valerie attempts the same thing. Well,
Valerie, as you kind of like, I don't know how acrobatic I don't know what you're experiencing. Obviously, you're dexterous, but you're not going to be doing these like trick shots, essentially.
She knows how to move. She's being efficient.
You're leaping from rock to rock and kind of like keeping a 3-point landing, and you look down and you see Gareth mourning his dead horse. his beloved horse, Sugarcube, has passed away of old age right before his very eyes on this path. They've set up a memorial. They've buried the animal.
She's standing on the rock looking at this happen, and she just.
Oh, what happened? I went and grabbed myself a fucking Klondike bar, so I'm fucking mad.
You're mourning the death of your horse.
She does like a small prayer, looking over this man, and like continues on.
Azreen also clasps. She clasps her hands together and bows her head in recognition, and then she just keeps going.
Yeah, it's a very sad time. The rain only falls on Gareth and his compatriots. Travis actually comes up behind you and pats you on the shoulder. Brughild, while this is happening, do you mind rolling an Arcana for me?
Gareth is having such a bad day.
Yes, somehow, somewhere, Brughild feels extreme satisfaction, but she's not quite sure why.
Yeah, you just feel it. You're like, oh man, that's this nice taste in my mouth.
It's like, I feel vindictive.
I'm gonna kill a Nolan. Yeah, roll Arcana for me, Brughild. That's not bad. You feel kind of like a magnet almost, like in your hands. Like you feel them kind of like they've got this feeling like an attraction. You can kind of just sense this sort of like the blood is kind of like run to your fingertips, and like you can kind of you look over your fingernails and they've kind of got this deepened red sort of hue, and you've got this odd sensation kind of like going up your forearms, and you feel kind of like this need, this sort of desire, this sort of instant sort of this tickle in the back of your head that if you could just snap your fingers, the sensation would alleviate and you would be much more comfortable.
Bruhil furrows her very thick eyebrows, and she looks around. She peeks outside of her cell to look
Sure.
for any potential witnesses or inquisitors.
Your layman's what's your passive perception?
Yeah. Let me check.
Sure.
Where?
Because it's not like you're in the Inquisitor's HQ. They're not like trying to be stealthy. So it's not necessarily difficult
11.
to try and locate. 11? Okay, with an 11, you're fairly certain that there's nobody around here. But with an 11, you don't notice anybody. If you want to roll perception on top of that, that's up to you. But like, you're pretty confident
Nah.
that they just sort of like they locked you up and they just left you. They're like nobody's coming.
Yeah, like she's locked up. It's fine.
Also, it's strangely empty in that you don't hear footsteps up above anymore. It seems like a lot of the Inquisitors have left for whatever reason, perhaps involving the glowing green light earlier.
Well, Bruhil looks at her carefully manicured nails, and for some reason, she follows the compulsion and snaps her fingers.
An eldritch blast launches from your fingertips across the room and collides with the cement walls on the other side, leaving a small crater.
She lets out a small and extremely undignified yelp, and a few expletives that I will not repeat.
Of course, you're a lady. A noble.
She's also a dwarf.
And also a dwarf.
That's
It's in the blood!
And she peeks out of the little hole.
Sure.
Is there anything to see beyond the little hole?
Oh, yes. Why don't you roll perception for me now, officially? Okay. I'm just using the number on the left, the 14. You are actually seeing a young man. He seems to be like maybe in his 30s, sitting at what appears to be a large desk. It seems to be like a conference room of some kind. But he's not actually paying much attention to what's going on. He seems to be in a heated debate with a figure in black clothes with white hair and red irises and these like Taurus-like horns. It's some form of imperial, some kind of tiefling. And the tiefling seems very satisfied. The tiefling's like smiling and kind of like smirking every now and then. He hasn't raised his voice. This other figure, who is wearing very regal commander-like attire, is standing up and pointing and shouting a few things every now and then. But the response from the tiefling is sort of like he like puts his hand over his chest. He's like, "Why? I never." Every now and then, stuff like that. And you are kind of just privy to this small conversation with a 14. You can't really overhear what they're saying. You're kind of telling like, "Oh, I'm one floor up. Like this is below me," and like you're kind of like your vision is partially obscured by like tapestry.
That's peculiar.
Yeah, on the other side of this wall is like a large conference building, a conference room.
What about that glowing golden chest?
That is on the opposite side of the room. It is still kind of it's a golden chest that has a golden glow coming out of its lock and like what looks like dust.
So it's on the other side of my cell bars.
Yes, it's on the other side of your cell bars. Picture a hallway, and running along the right hallway are cells they put people in, and running along the left is a locked room, kind of like an evidence room in a police station. And inside is a chest, amongst many other things, and a dull golden glow is emanating from the lock hole.
Brunhild approaches her cell bars.
Gareth asked the question, "Where are the guards?" And it seems they don't seem to be
Pokes
here.
at them and she tries again. She snaps her fingers.
A eldritch foreign this energy, this glowing energy, kind of erupts from your fingers, like sound, like you're seeing the sound waves, essentially glowing, and pops the lock right off the hinges. If that's what your intention is.
Yeah. Well, that works.
The door swings open.
That works very well. She's not quite sure what to do. She kind of looks around for a moment because it's like, well,
Outside,
now if she gets caught, she's fucked.
That is true. With a passive perception of you actually hear the sounds of fighting outside through the cell window that goes to the outside. Or you can actually look over. The headquarters is slightly above the rest of the fort, so you can actually see over the city essentially. And you're seeing smoke at one of the gates, and you're hearing the clash of steel and armor and fights and the whinnies of horses and animals. There's some kind of battle taking place somewhere.
Well, I suppose it's time to haul ass out of there.
Okay.
But Brunhild can't shake away the sight of the glowing golden chest. And she tugs at the door of the evidence room. Presumably it's locked.
It is also locked, indeed.
Hmm.
You actually hear something outside. Cling! Like metal hitting the cobblestone, just around the corner of the hallway, the prisoners' alleyway, the prisoners' barracks. What do you call that? The prison wing, I guess I should say.
The Bastille that might be lost. I don't know.
She pokes at the handle, tries to, snap her fingers at it again, and basically her plan is to open the door as fast as possible and hide in that room.
Sure, this fire kind of explodes off the hinge. It's not like a hugely devastating blast, but just kind of like pop the hinge that keeps the lock in place, and the door does open for you.
Well, she rushes in, closes the door back behind herself.
Okay. Kind
of tries to shove it in place to make sure it doesn't, just swing open, since apparently it doesn't have hinges anymore.
Sure.
And listens for
roll stealth,
the clinking,
but with advantage.
Roll what, sir?
Roll stealth, but with advantage, because you have a plan here on actually how you're hiding. Okay, yeah, 17. I guess I don't really ask for advantage. I'll take the 2 of the high. But yeah, with a 17, you kind of press your back up against this like a bookshelf that's holding scrolls and some gemstones. These are very obviously low-level magical items, but they are in fact magical items. Some talismans here or there, and you do see the shadows of men and women that go down the hall very quickly. You see one person stops go move. We have an issue. We have an encounter on the far end gates. Come on, put some fucking step in it. And you hear the clinking of spurs as more inquisitors are shuffling themselves out of the headquarters to go and take care of whatever the heck is happening down at the south gate. And they did not notice you, seemingly, and have passed on.
All right, cue Metal Gear Solid music. Brunhild looks around for anything. Are any of her possessions in there?
Roll investigation.
Did they take anything from her?
Yes, a few of your possessions are here. They actually have requisitioned a few. They have there's this nice gold necklace with a ruby embedded in it that they took because they weren't sure if it's magical. You know that it isn't, but it is highly valuable. It's worth at least 30 gold pieces.
Most importantly, it is mine.
It is yours.
And it belongs to me, and I'm going to take it back.
And there is also a there is actually, this is a failing on my behalf as the DM, but there is a low-level magic item in here that's an uncommon magic item that is up for you to decide what it is. And if I was a better DM, I would have had you prepare this ahead of time. But you reclaim this low-level uncommon magical item for your possession, and
yes, absolutely.
Your Schrodinger's item.
Yes, I Schrodinger it to be small enough to fit in the pocket of a dress or something.
Indeed.
It's not a claymore. It's not.
And it's well known for being able to Schrodinger back into whatever size it's supposed to be after you take it out of your dress.
And that's part of its magical.
And the same goes for the
properties.
rest of you guys as well. Originally, I was going to have all you start with an uncommon magical item if you wanted, and I just kind of forgot.
Fucking dumbass.
I know.
Literally?
But Gareth is special. He actually has an ordained magical item.
It's in his horse.
Yeah. It was the horse, no. But yeah, don't worry. Gareth is taking care
I'm
of it.
going to kill you, Greg.
Nah, you're
So
Gucci, man.
I swipe all of my previous possessions from the evidence room with an indignant huff. How dare these inquisitors touch my stuff with their filthy hands? And there's of course the chest.
Oh, indeed, there is the chest. It is locked if you try to open it, but that I don't think will stop you, considering what you've done to the previous 2 cell doors.
And Brynn looks at the chest and she looks at the door and she knows she should really get out while there's a commotion all over the place. But the chest is glowy.
It is glowy.
It's glowy, and she wants it.
Okay.
So she tries to open it.
It is locked to her immediate touch, but I assume then the snappings come out.
How large is the chest?
It's rather robust. It's a trunk. It's about it goes up to your knees.
Okay, so it's not like I'm just gonna fuck off with the whole ass thing. Like...
Unlikely. It has a weight. You might be able to carry it. I am paying attention to encumbrance in this game, but thankfully Roll20 pays attention to that for us, because I would just say add a chest that weighs 85 pounds to your inventory, and then we'll see if it over encumbers you or not. But I don't think you would intend to do that anyway, since you're trying to move quickly and
No,
stealthily.
probably not. She tries it again. She tries the snapping. I mean, it worked the previous time.
Sure, it just pops the lock clean off. Actually, you know what? I feel like the weaker point of this chest would actually be the wood that it's made out of. So I think you just pop a hole right in the side of it, so that you can kind of angle the chest later, so that like anybody passing by wouldn't see if there's a hole in the side.
Yeah.
But you pop it open.
Or underneath.
Or underneath even. Yeah, you kind of like push it over, which is you're more than capable of doing. And pop a hole in the bottom of it. And the first thing that spills out actually is what looks to be like a silver sort of chainmail. You would recognize it as a low-level kind of enhanced heavy armor.
I don't care about that.
Yeah, you throw it aside. And the next thing that falls out is the book.
That's important.
Yeah, it's mine.
Yeah, what does this book
I
look like
paid for
again?
it. Drugs.
Looks like drugs.
It's a book, and then you open it, and there's the shape of a flask inside.
That's crazy.
The book has a sort of metal. What is it called? Like the spine of the book,
Mm-hmm.
and it has this very intricate design on it, but it's fairly worn.
Sure.
Like the outside looks kind of fancy, but it also looks kind of old, like something you'd find like in a glass display at an old library or museum or something. You know, it doesn't look especially
it's an
valuable
antique.
beyond its historical and personal purpose.
Yeah, it has a strange water stain on the back right-hand corner, as if like someone dropped it in a puddle recently. That would depreciate the value.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's kind of weathered. So she's not sure what that book is, but she has done a lot of work for it, and she's paid for it, and it's hers, and she picks it up, stuffs it in her cloak.
I'm addicted to it.
Sure.
Shannon.
When you pick it up and kind of like hold it in your hands, you kind of like take a deep breath and exhale. And when you exhale, your breath, you can like see your breath like it's a cold winter's day, and it's gold, and it has little sparkles in it. And then you kind of like take a breath in and do it again, and it doesn't happen again.
Why, bloody hell! What's with that thing?
What next, Brookhill?
You are now addicted.
huffing the gold. Well, she would spend more time studying the book, but she does have to make a prison escape, so she's going to focus on that, because
Okay.
there's no point in having a really
you're
cool
a
book
convict.
if your head is on a chopping block.
That is
So
true.
Lydia stuffs the book in her silken cloak, robe mental thingy,
Mhm.
and picks up the hem of her robes and starts heading outside with those, quick little noble steps.
Sure.
And she makes an effort to appear just as vain and pissy and noble and demanding as she usually does. Like she doesn't look scared or like she's running away.
Roll
She's like,
intimidation.
no, I'm busy. I'm going somewhere. Sorry, what?
Roll intimidation.
Intimidation.
Just me getting everybody used to rolling with the Roll20 character sheets.
Yeah.
Like the janitor is like mopping up, and like he looks up
so
and
mad.
sees you coming down the hall, and he just like gets out of your way and assumes that you're supposed to be like you own this building. He's like, oh my,
Right.
sorry, miss.
Himself against the wall. Cries.
Puts himself up against the wall as you walk by. I'm going to come back to Bluefield. We're going to resume with
I'm gonna go pee,
Azarine.
actually.
That sounds fine to me. We are duo adventurers traveling through the forest. Your third and final. How do you get to the mountain? Check is due.
Hmm.
Who
Or
doesn't?
back.
Because you only need 3 between the 2 of you, so it can be anything. But you can't use the same thing twice.
I don't have anything else that would help us in this situation.
I don't know. You're making me think creatively. Might be surprised with what you can get away with. I am going to have you guys roll perception to 2 of you anyway, on top of this thing, but don't stop thinking.
Right. I could use performance and use my dancing skills to traverse through the forest.
You're not limited, since it's just the 2 of you, to what you are proficient in. You're free to use any of the skills.
Yeah, but the modifier is really good.
That's true, but the DC changes depending on what it is you're trying to do.
Would I be able to use a survival roll to be able to navigate my way through a lot of brush?
I feel as though that's what survival is just meant to do. I'm all about it. Yes.
Ah!
Hopefully it's better than my... Oh god!
With
Yeah,
with a critical success. No, yeah, Rinty takes out the rapier and means cutting down some of the brush to try and get out.
Adventurer all my life, baby.
Yeah, you know the way. You know the way to travel. You have your camping gear. You're ready to go.
Oh my.
The 3 of you. Well, we have one more. I guess just an athletics check from Gareth.
No, so after
Pick up
that
your
shit
network.
show, I literally had Travs lead the
Okay.
the other 3 and like the other like non-important other Inquisitors
Sure.
up. Cause oh man, he is not having a good day, you know.
Sure. I'm.
And he man, when he kicked that door down, he got a fucking like big ass splinter in his foot.
It's been rough.
And he had to walk the fucking noble back who wouldn't stop complaining at him. He's just doing his job.
It's been so rough for you. You are just the.
That fucking Imperial is in town again. He is.
Yeah. Speaking of the Imperial, it's taken you quite a while to get to the mountain. You are gonna roll athletics for me, or I guess I'll have you.
Oh
make
yeah,
me
I'll
roll
roll athletics. I don't give a
too.
shit.
Much better.
Take it.
You're much more athletic than your animal handling savvy. But you are. You actually end up finding you get to the front. There's actually a camp waiting, and there is Otto von Balthazar, who has most recently left the headquarters. And he turns around and he has a spyglass that he collapses and turns to look at you and just goes, "Oh, I thought you were already up at the mountain."
My apologies, my commander. There were unseen troubles, but they were taken care of. I sent my team up ahead. They are already up at the top. I am
This
going to
poor
join
man.
them now.
All right, fantastic. I'm privy to some notices from the Superior Command. We are told that this is a task of utmost importance. I'm not sure what's happening here, but our task is going to be to research and make sure that no citizens are caught in whatever kind of cruel magics are being conducted here. We are guessing some form of weather-changing ceremony, but to what end we're not certain.
Garrett just kind of huffs, just kind of at like the state of things, but nods. Like my foremost priority will be the protection of Winthrow citizens. My commander, I will have my subordinates taking care of the investigation. And with
Of course, glad to hear it, a young voice says as he comes up behind you. This roughly 5 foot, maybe 7, 5'6", white tiefling shows up behind you in this rather mundane-looking character, this sort of rather traveler's garb, really. But he has a brooch on that dignifies that he is, in fact, a superior. And he comes up behind you and gives you a look up and down. Just goes, fantastic. I do believe that you will do just fine. Otto, I do believe that we should send this boy in first and foremost.
So Garrett just kind of had his he just kind of just stopped talking when he heard that voice, and like as he was in mid salute, his curled fist just kind of really went into his palm. There's blood in curl in his fist right now, but it's not being shown. But he's not happy right now.
This tiefling looks so happy. They have a perpetual smirk on their face. Well, I would like to say that you are most impressive. I cannot wait to see what you do. I don't know if you can spare the entire
like
team.
Yeah. I would not like to. Wait, did you say not spend the entire team?
Yeah, he's saying that we should keep some people here.
Then. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Otto begins resuming to look through his spyglass and examines along the way. Root spirits.
Of course. I will. Yes. I will send some more of the soldiers down back to the base, if you so need them. If that is all, I must be getting up there.
Otto pointedly looks at the tiefling, who then nods, and then Otto looks back to Gareth and goes, "Very well, take 2 of whoever you desire, but we'll keep the rest for return trips. We already have a battle taking place at the southern area. Root spirits are just going wild. There's already been a casualty."
Alright then, he will be taking, he's going to be taking Charlotte and Travs with him up.
Otto points along the western side of the mountain. "Over there I'm seeing a high concentration of those goblins. I don't know what they're up doing. I don't know if they have an entrance of their own. The path that runs through the valley proper is to the east. I'm told that there is a former shrine along the way. Perhaps there is something of note there. I leave it to your discretion which path you take."
Understood, my commander. And with one last salute, he turns and he starts to make his way off.
Sure. The tiefling smiles as he watches you go. And then
he doesn't even look at the tiefling.
Sure. We then see the tiefling as he turns to Otto and whispers something into his ear. The duo, you are in the middle of the woods. Would you please do me a favor and roll a d12?
Both of us or just one?
Whichever you prefer. You two are a miniature party.
Do you want to do it or do you want me to do it?
Excellent.
Okay, I guess I'll go. I'll go. I suppose.
Rinty is dead.
Rinty died. 4.
Oof.
Rip.
That's a number. That's a number.
I mean, there are many different meanings to that one.
While the 4 of you, sorry, not the 4 of you, sorry, the 2 of you. There's so many numbers. The 2 of you. The 2 of you are in the woods. You are on through the grass and through the knolls and underneath the trees, the canopy above that's kind of shading out the sun. You get to what appears to be just like a miniature summit at the top of a hill just before a steep decline. You look forward and see the mountain ahead of you. It's very close now, and you can tell the path leading to the right through the mountains, and the way to the left seems to be littered with like smoke. And you can hear like something like bells jingling. I don't think either of you two would know immediately. If you want to roll insight, you could try to figure it out, but that it might not be necessary if you guys don't really care. But what is plainly obvious to you two is a Inquisitor encampment to the far, far right, to the east. Or rather to the north, because you guys are more to the south. In fact, let me pop out your characters, if that's alright with you guys.
Pop out our characters.
Pop your fucking characters.
Oh, so I have to re-roll a new character? You're just gonna pop her off like that?
Pop them out.
I'm just gonna wipe them right out. There we go. Here we
Blow
go.
them up.
There we are. But yeah, if you can just roll up insight if you want to know. Otherwise, you just see the encampment to the right. You have multiple paths to take. It's up to you how you proceed.
I'm curious, so I kind of want to roll. Okay.
You can both roll. You can both roll. There's nothing
roll
stopping.
2. Oh.
Okay. You guys have no idea.
Welcome to hell. Welcome to
the low.
These guys are just like having a nice little stroll through the forest. They have no clue what's going on.
It's great. There's nothing happening.
In fact, they actually forgot the reason why they were walking together.
I'm just happy to be here.
There is.
Valerie just like walks by with a blank expression on her face. What did I have for breakfast this morning?
There's nothing. You just can't tell. The bells are so sweet and so nice. It reminds you of the church bells you used to hear in your small town. You have no idea what they are, but you guys, but looking up above, you see like swirling clouds around the summit of this mountain. It doesn't seem to be anything unique about it from afar. It just seems to be a standard bog standard mountain. Some forests up on the western side. On the east side, it's much more rocky, and a path cuts through it to the other side and beyond. But you guys, I don't think have much experience other than that. Do you want to roll history or something? This is the DM just making potential ideas. In the future, you guys can just ask this stuff of your own volition at any time. Yeah, this path isn't really passed anymore. As ships got better built, it's just been easier to ship things. This path doesn't really have a point anymore, so no one really travels it. But that's kind of all you really know.
Up we go.
Okay. Which way do you go? Are you going to go up the path, the proper path to the east, or are you going to try and go through the westerlies, where the old man said his daughter had been taken?
Well, I mean, we did go in the hopes of finding the daughter, so I'd follow that path.
And I really don't feel like dealing with the Inquisitors today, so let's, I mean, my outfit is probably enough to, gain some questions. I'd rather not, get questioned.
You already see Valerie, like, trying to, like, climb up through a very, like, strange-looking path. Great, I never want to deal with the Inquisitors.
Wait.
Okay, two, you're going to roll survival for me.
Yay! Okay.
Exit pursued by a bear.
Exit pursued by him. 19 survival, that's pretty good.
Valerie's just a fucking machine.
I can't wait to
Hacking
get
and chopping.
mauled by a bear.
You pop out into what appears to be a clearing with some strange bluish sparkling fluid on one of the tree trunks.
Ooh, shine! It's sparkling?
Yes.
I'm going over and I'm gonna investigate.
Okay, that is up to you to roll investigation.
Investigation. 11!
That's not. It's very shiny.
Am I allowed to help with that?
Sure. You combine your knowledge together, Azarine, please reroll. Alright, never mind. It's just so shiny. It's like honey. You smell it. It's like sweet. It's like, wow, it's so cool. It's just some kind of strange, it looks like sap.
She walks over and she stares at it for a second and completely forgot why she walks over. Like, she just drew a blank.
Don't you hate it when that happens? Please roll initiative.
What? Really?
Yes, really.
She's not even looking at the tree. She's staring to the
We're gonna use the map as the battle map.
Wait, what do you mean you're using the main map as fucking battle map?
I'm using the main map as the battle map, man. Did I fucking stutter?
Oh, right.
How do you?
I am the best initiative.
Sure. Descending down from the trees, you hear like fluttering sounds, like, and a small, weirdly shaped butterfly thing just erupts in front of you,
Oh, they're so cute!
and then they hiss,
Oh.
but they sparkle.
Azreen, oh, they're so cute! Oh.
I think they want to murder.
Whoa!
Okay.
That's
They're
a
still
mistake, right?
cute!
Okay, that is a pretty good initiatives from you two. It's gonna be Val, and then, okay, and then thing 1, thing 2, thing 3. And they're going to be color-coded for your pleasure.
Real shit? Oh, they are.
Okay, the first to move is Valerie.
She is just going to look at the one labeled green, and while she draws her rapier, she just like looks down and whispers just tiny little things in its direction.
I opened up the stats for this creature, and because I love you guys, I will tell you more. I opened up the stats for this creature, and it for some reason Roll20 is like, yes, of course, you want to see the stats for this owlbear.
That's what I want to see.
It has wings and it
Look,
has
it's an
teeth. It's an owl
It's
bear.
an owlbear.
It's very clearly an owlbear. I've been playing D&D for years. I know what an owlbear looks like, and that's it.
Well, how much damage does Dissonant Whispers do? 3d6 psychotic on a failed
That's
save?
what Gareth would think.
Sure, the save is wisdom.
3d6.
They
psychic.
are not wise. It rolls a 3. I believe that's a failure. I have a color-coded system, and I didn't actually use the color codes in the writing of my screen. That's an owlbear. Yeah. So what's the damage on that? You might just have to manually draw.
Let me
the 3D.
roll 3d6.
Yeah. 13 points of damage.
Before anything happens, Valerie does like a cute little stupid, like she points her, like she does like a little finger gun and shoots at it.
Use
Oh my
Sailor
gosh.
Moon pose, and fire this glow of energy, and it seemingly has high effect. What else happens to this creature? Does anything else happen besides it just takes dangerous? It just takes
If
danger
it's 60
damage.
feet of me, it uses all of its movement to get as far away from me as possible.
Oh, okay. On its turn or right now?
As its reaction, so right now.
Okay. All of its movement? So whatever its natural movement is? Okay.
Yeah,
Because
whatever
it
its
can't
natural
take the
movement
dash
is.
action right now, so I guess it does that. Oh, I guess up here it makes more sense.
It is terrified.
It's terrified. It's so spooked. It squeals in fear and flees. Actually, that'd be a little bit further. There we go.
Too many whispers. Just go into the ocean. Fuck this.
I'm going to the ocean, man. That is your turn. You good?
I
I don't know if you can do
Yeah.
anything else. Okay.
don't think I can do anything else besides like adjust my position.
That's up to you.
No, I'll stay where I am.
All right, Azarine, your turn.
Azarine is going to unhook the 2 large rings from her back, and she is going to throw a chakram at Red.
Sure. These large wheels of steel. You throw it through the air.
Damn it!
That hits.
Okay.
They're butterflies. What are you? What are you expecting?
6 damage.
Okay.
Hard to hit a butterfly, my dude.
That's a big butterfly. It takes 6 points of damage. Okay.
Yep.
Are you gonna do anything else?
I don't think I can do anything else.
Can you throw 2 as a bonus action? I think you can use your bonus action to throw another chocolate.
Oh, yes.
Fairly
yes,
certain
I
you can. If you
So I'm
wanted
gonna
to.
throw. Yes, I'm going to. I'm gonna do a second one. At the same one.
If in the future, I don't mind just how we're always rolling advantage. I don't mind you just rolling thrown chakram once and then just using both those numbers for lefty and righty.
Oh. Can I do that then instead? Because that 6 is not.
Am I?
bueno.
Am I? Hey, party! Am I a merciful god?
Yes.
That's
Please.
1 vote.
Yeah.
With a vote of 2 yeses, then yeah, sure, we'll use the 23. this
No.
All right.
time. Because we're all just starting out. So yeah, you get to use that again. So it takes another 5 points damage.
So 11 total.
11 total. And I've lost my eraser. It's a cold day in hell.
Cold
That's
day.
fine. That takes 11 points of damage. Someone took 13. Okay, it is their turn.
And then it comes back to her.
The blue one approaches Val. It's going to roll an attack action. It's a 14. What's your AC?
13.
Does hit indeed. Okay, its tail kind of thrusts out at you like a proboscis, and it stabs you in the chest. You take 7 points of piercing damage.
Ouch.
The red one is the other one still afraid?
Does
Does it come back eventually?
I
I don't think it's reoccurring.
I
think it's
don't
just a
think it
one
is,
time. Okay, so the other one is way over there. But it's gonna hang out there for a bit. The other one, the red one, also comes over and attacks. That one rolls a 6. I don't think your AC is that low.
Nope.
Right, it misses. It thrusts its tail forward. It seems to be, these things seem to be wild and agitated, and most certainly they're just dumb, wild animals, but they're acting in erratic ways. The green one comes back over, but it wants to go here, but that takes double of its movement, so it doesn't have an attack action. We are back to Valerie.
Okay. Alright. Just give me a second to think here.
Yeah, these two butterfly creatures, they're like small serpents. They're like lizards, except they have like large butterfly wings. They're very unique. And these sharp little dirty teeth.
You know what? I'm going to rely on my teammate here.
Cool.
Give them advantage rolls.
On which one?
Fairy Fire has a 20-foot cube. So.
Okay. If they fail their dexterity saving throw, I will admit they have some high dexterity, so we'll see how this one goes.
Let's hope it works. I forgot how to draw a shape. Oh, there it is.
Any attack roll against an affected creature, it's a cube. Cool. All right. They fail. Oh God in
Fairy
heaven.
Fire is active, and we have advantage against all of the enemies we can see. So that's all.
Ooh.
Is it a zone that that these things can leave? Each object in a 20-foot cube. I think it is. They're not smart enough to take advantage of that. That's just the DM asking for the future.
Spellcast is also outlined in light if it builds the texture. Okay, so I think it's the area of effect.
Okay, your zone of influence here. Okay, that means that it is the end of your turn, I guess, though, isn't it? Not quite sure.
Yep.
All right, Azarine of the Earth. It's all you. You have advantage on your attack rolls against every creature here.
I guess I'm gonna go back to tried and true. I can actually use it as a slasher for this red guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna use my chakram, basically like twirling it around my wrists and like slashing it. The second one definitely doesn't hit. And I'm hitting red. Oh wait, no, I get advantage, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So that one was advantage for the first strike.
Excellent, that hits.
And then 13 for the second strike.
Both hit, though depending on how much damage you do, I might encourage you to say that you attack two different creatures. Because one of them is roll damage.
Okay. So this is for red.
The red one is cleaved in half by your blow.
Oh.
Unless you want to do non-lethal damage.
No.
It is sliced in half by your blow.
Okay. And then I'll roll a 1d4 plus 2 for the throne so I can hit blue.
Or you can move. You can move, attack.
Oh yeah, I can do that. Alright, I'll do that then.
I don't know if
Moving
that makes
over.
you do more damage or something.
Yes, it does!
Okay.
And again, 5
The
for
blue
blue.
one, that's actually the first attack that's hits it. It's still looking pretty good. That one hasn't taken any damage yet. It is actually the green one's turn now. The green one's actually thinking that this is a bad idea and leaves.
Doesn't it whispers still
But it does mean that it could possibly take an attack of opportunity from Valerie if it was so.
Oh yeah,
inclined.
it did pass. Okay.
It's up to
I'm
you.
going to just slash at it, I guess.
Make an attack action.
Oh, that is that is in my inventory, Renthi, you idiot.
It hits.
Bibbity.
You skewer it in the back. It dies. on the way by, you like a kebab. And that one is also killed. Its heart stops beating. Blue, bright, shimmery, sparkly blood kind of drains down the fuller of your sword. The blue one is going to also attempt to flee. It's actually going to roll a perception check. It notices, and it goes forward. Technically, both of you can get an attack of opportunity on it, or you can let it flee.
Yeah.
This is so mean.
Yes!
You guys are like, no, blood, more blood for the blood god. You hit it. You hit it. You strike it.
Jesus.
That's it.
Corn for the cornflakes.
Sure.
Oh,
Rinty stabs it right through the back, and it goes, and then you slice its head off with a chakram. It is horribly mutilated. Its body, like its wings, started to beat, like trying to like get it away, and then it like gets obliterated. Its body kind of like continues the momentum and rolls forward about like 15 feet into the brush.
Valerie holds her fist out for a fist bump.
Azrin kind of looks at it and then looks at Valerie. Are you going to hit me or
No, it's a gesture, like a handshake.
Oh! And she puts her full hand on top of it. Like that? Is
We'll
this
talk
correct?
about it later.
There's a flash of teeth, and the carcass is gone.
Oh.
Use your. No, it's gone. It's gone.
I think we should go.
Yeah, sounds like a good idea.
So you use magic?
In secrecy, obviously, yes.
Now she'll have to kill you.
Valerie, like, raises an eyebrow. I hope I didn't say that to the wrong person.
Oh, no, you're fine. My troop actually, some of us did magic as well, so your secret is in good hands.
Glad to hear it.
And we're gonna keep going.
You get what way are you guys going?
Up
Are you
it,
going?
up it, up
Are
it,
you
up
going
it,
the
up.
west side or the
Yep.
east side?
Escalation where it gets colder.
Yeah, okay, go up the westerly side, and you begin to overhear more of that, like, bell ringing sound, like some kind of, like, things clinking together. And in a few moments, you actually pass into another clearing, and you see, like, a flash of movement back into the brush, something fleeing your presence. And you see hanging from the tree a large, like a wind chime, but it's made of bones.
Great.
Hello.
I died. You pass
Oh.
through the greenery into the open fields where you continue to walk along the path that you're creating for yourselves, and there's a flash of movement in the brush as something flees your presence as you enter the same clearing. Hanging from the tree is a large chime made of bones.
I don't like this.
Me neither.
Gareth, what way do you go up the mountain?
Straightest path up.
The east then. All right, and you brought your two boys with you.
I brought Travs and Charlotte, I believe.
Travs and
Guy
Charlotte.
and a gal, yeah.
Okay, guy and gal.
You there? It's in the
Yes. I have to write down my little note sheet here.
Travs and
Um,
Forebear and Charlotte Novas.
Sure. Ascending the easterly path, which is very easy. Once again, this used to be a trade route. You eventually come to a off-beaten path that has old signage and runes in a language you do not recognize. Who laid these stones here? You are not so certain. It's just
Do they look do they look ritualistic to me? Just from my previous experience.
What languages do you know?
I know Orcivan and I know Common. Just from looking at the scribbles, right? Do they look ritualistic, or do they look like?
It looks like a language. It just looks like a language you don't know, but a language spoken by people. It doesn't look like a. It looks like a sign marking a path.
Okay, so it's more.
Yeah,
Okay.
an ancient road sign.
Okay. Well, all right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Garrett doesn't know what it says, but if it doesn't look magical, it doesn't look like it could be harmful. He has bigger things to worry about, so he's going to keep on
He
going.
continues his path route up. Please roll a survival check for me. Oh,
Me?
someone's rolling something. Yeah, roll a survival. Garrett time,
Survival.
baby. Garrett time.
Oh God, you're making me do all the wisdom and intelligence, and I hate you.
I know.
Garrett.
You're not in a full party, but you put your hand to the ground and you know you're on the right trail. Above you, the clouds swirl and lightning echoes within. And it seems to be building. Rain is starting to fall, and you can hear pattering against the plate mail of your shoulder plates. Do you wear a helmet?
No.
That's fine.
I'm not gonna, Captain.
You hear like on like your cranium as well. Your hair is getting a bit wet, but up ahead, off the path, you actually see footprints. With the survival check of 17, you see these large footprints of some kind of animal, some kind of apex predator, and what appears to be looking like a torn canvas along the ground.
All right. Immediately seeing that it's an animal thing, he's going to captain his other troops and get Travis to do hey,
He's gonna roll animal handling.
yeah, because he's a ranger.
Yeah, that's a bear, boss. Yeah, it's a bear.
All right.
I'm thinking owl bear.
Do you know where it went? Is it nearby? The damage. Do we think they took anyone out, or took anyone with it?
I think it took somebody with it. That's canvas from it looks like the canopy of a covered wagon. Merchants come to and fro with within 4 total handle all the time. Definitely took something. I think his cave is probably nearby. I'm feeling like it's den. I can smell it from here.
All right, eat the way then.
On it, boss. And he gets off the beaten path, and the two of you. Your fighter looks at you, Charlotte, and she kind of like shrugs. Like, really?
Charlotte says, "Oh, is she a fighter?" Well, he looks. He's like, Otto told us to take care of the civilian. Like,
yeah, she's an elf. She's like a tall elf. She's like probably the same size as you. Probably one of the few people who is. Just like she's long and lithe.
She's not a fighter though.
No, but she is. She has her thermic engine at the ready. She has a small glowing orb that she holds, and you know that will do damage. And she follows you.
Yeah. All right, and we follow Travis because Otto said to make sure people are safe and get them down.
Mm-hmm.
While also investigating, but I'm not going to send Charlotte on our own, so we stay together. We have a shortage of men. We need to work together as one.
Sure.
So we're gonna go to the den to see if there are some human survivors or just survivors in general.
Not a problem. You quickly find within a few minutes a large open cave that's dark on the inside and has a foreboding presence. I think I need to open up my notes actually. Let me see. It's a large cavernous mouth of a cave. There are ancient runes that are etched in along the walls and the ceiling of the opening mouth. The lip. These do have a very interesting connotation of magical inspiration. You see bones of small animals that litter the floor. The air is moist and thick with a stench that's hard to describe.
Does Travis see human remains, human, strands of a struggle, anything like that?
He sees, he doesn't see any of those. Whatever happened here, there was no struggle involved. But maybe deeper into the cave.
Deeper into the cave. Yeah, well, we're gonna push in. If Charlotte, being a sanctioned spellcaster by the Inquisition, if she knows, like the dancing lights or whatever, like if she knows any like light spell, so that we can see. Well, I can see.
She casts.
Travis can't.
Travis casts a light spell on her orb. It begins to emanate light and fills up the room very quickly. In the far corner of the room, you actually see what appears to be a knightly figure carved out of stone. It's kind of like it looks like a shrine of some kind of noble figure. There are some candles around the base of it, but you also see a large figure of fur resting in the other corner of the room. It appears to be asleep.
If it's asleep, I motion to snuff the light immediately.
She snuffs the light immediately. You do feel a breeze, actually, in here.
A breeze? Like coming from inside or behind me? So outside.
Roll inside.
Roll. Mother.
Licks his finger and puts it in the air.
Ah!
Stop
making me do wisdom and intelligence.
But you're with your teammates who give you advantage. So we take the 19.
Oh, thank Christ.
And the breeze is coming from inside.
Okay, well that is unusual, and we're going to have to stealth, because I don't want to. A bear is a part of nature. I'm not gonna want to fuck with nature, man.
Meanwhile, somewhere else, fuck these butterflies.
They're gonna try to quietly go around it with
Okay.
disadvantage on stealth.
Yep, you got. Well, now it's just. Shh. Now you just have vantage because you get advantage from your friends. So it's just a normal stealth check of 4. Clunk, clunk. As you step through, the creature stirs, and kind of like scratches at its face, and eventually turns around, and you do see a brown bear. And it does seem to be annoyed that you're in its den.
Cue Skyrim music.
Please roll initiative.
Yeah. Fucking initiative. God. Fuck. Where's my initiative roll?
And while you do that, I'm going to go and bust back over to a certain noble person. Noble person, you are descending down a long flight of stairs, trying to get away from the prisoners' barracks end of the area, before you come to a large locked gate. This one is sturdy. It's reinforced.
Are there any inquisitors nearby?
On the other side of this gate, you see a large open garage where there appears to be like a few horses in stable, a chariot in repair. There's one person in there, but they are just a singular person. They don't appear to be an Inquisitor fighter. They are more like an Inquisitor handyman.
Brunhild bangs her fist against the door a few times and orders for the door to be opened because she's an important lady and she has places.
Oh, you're gonna fake it? All right, yeah. The person comes over and it's like they shake their head and they look up and they turn around and just go, whoa, whoa! Then they come over to you and slowly look through the gates and kind of like look you up and down, and you're not wearing Inquisitor garb. Roll intimidate. Well, I mean, give this man, I suppose, first your. What do you attempt to get him? Okay, you're just trying to look impressive and kind of be like, what? Please, open this gate immediately.
Yeah,
okay.
Open this gate immediately.
Roll intimidation. Which is better, your persuasion or your intimidation?
They're the same.
Okay, well, I suppose whichever you prefer. What is the air you want to give off?
More like intimidate.
Okay.
Wow. Amazing.
Oh no, well it's a contest between him and his wisdom modifier, his insight essentially. So let me get the advanced die roller out. And this is just a humble handy dude. Cool. He goes, I don't know. You don't look like you're supposed to be down here. This is just mostly mechanic people, you know? This is just more for the people who are cleaning the horses. You look more like you're supposed to be upstairs.
Brunhild spends a moment to think, and then she mimics a slap at the man. She doesn't actually slap him, obviously. If they're at the other side of a gate, but you know, like it hurry up, you know? And she says, well, this is an emergency situation and I need to leave. You will open this gate, or your superiors will hear about this.
Invoking the thought of his superiors and the fact that there is a catastrophe happening just outside the gates, which is a very truthful thing, I think that he does listen and kind of he fumbles for his keys. He does kind of clink it in, and kind of with a big turn of a large iron key, he does open the gate for you and lets you out of that wing.
And I'm out of prison.
You are out of prison.
Yay!
You're still like in Inquisitor headquarters, but you're out of the prison wing. Where is the intent to go after this? Not that you necessarily make it, but yeah, it was the intent. Away.
I suppose she would want to go to her family, because she has her own estate in the city, but she's got to have like family somewhere around here, like probably either in Winthrow or like just outside or like really close.
Sure. Give me a second.
You said we were in a stable, right?
You are in a stable, yes.
What are my odds of stealing a horse?
What are your odds of animal handling that bad boy?
Oh god. I probably have
someone's
really
clinking some stuff over there.
I dropped a bone on a plate that was on the floor, and I didn't expect it was going to make such a loud noise.
Pling! That's the sound of the bone chimes. If you want to roll animal handling, then by all means you could try to get one of these horses to trust you rather than their traditional masters.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I don't know. I mean, you have this book at your hip, and it does sort of give you this feeling of like a promise.
Can I look around at the horses first and try to see one that seems less likely to murder my ass?
Sure, the one that's least likely to murder your ass is the donkey. It's ugly. It's ignoble. It's short. It's covered in zits.
I've never seen a donkey with zits, but
This is a blighted donkey. It looks diseased. It looks like it'd be very easy to animal handle, but do you want to be seen with that thing?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'll try to steal the donkey.
Pragmatic. Alright, roll animal handling.
She hates it though, like she's snarling and spitting all over the place, and I rolled shit. And I rolled a fucking nat one.
You're
handling the disease.
you cannot critically fail skill checks, believe it or not. It's still just the whatever number that it is. And as long as you didn't roll a 1, yeah, the donkey, it's a fucking donkey. it listens to you. It's not fast. You get out and you're like, yeah, quick!
It's obvious to me you have no experience with farm animals because donkeys are the worst.
They are the worst, but this one's old and browbeaten. It's going to die soon. It has nothing left to live for. It's gonna join Garrett's horse really soon. It's gonna join the other horse. You whip the reins, you spur your heels into its sides, and it just slowly begins to saunter forward, one clopping step at a time. It's just very just fuck you as it walks down the road at the most slow possible pace possible for this donkey.
This donkey has no concept of catastrophe.
No, it doesn't give a fuck.
You've never met a more depressed creature in your entire life.
This creature does not
ready
care about
to
anything.
die.
It's ready to go. Within an hour, you do make it back to your estate that is the proper estate rather than just the secondary one you were using for the sake of that handoff.
The one that doesn't have a busted front door.
Yeah, the one that doesn't have a busted front door. That was like your summer home. That was your fall home even. Your proper estate is here, and you can return to it if you would like to. You enter out onto the streets and you see inquisitors that have set up barricades. And when you pass through the Fountain District again, you can see the South Gate. There are goblins. There are these root spirits that are just kind of wailing against a figure a knighted figure, an inquisitor, and the inquisitor just runs that goblin straight through, and black blood comes out the other side of their head and pours against the ground. And when they collapse down, the goblin begins to dissolve into the ground.
Ugh.
Straight up Resident Evil 4.
But you pay no mind to it and press on through the woods. I'm sorry, not the woods, the city.
Brunhild heads home as best as she can on that stupid, diseased plague donkey.
Mm-hmm. You spread the plague with this donkey through the city.
I'm making things worse.
And you do eventually get back to your proper estate.
You
going up front, or are you going to try to be a bit more stealthy about this?
Isn't this? I mean, this is my house.
It is your house, but you are a wanted person right now.
I am a wanted person, but this is times where, my face isn't broadcasted on TV, so.
Oh, that is.
I still have fairly good odds of not everybody knowing me by name and face.
You get off donkey. You get off the donkey.
I get off the donkey and I kick it away because it's full of disease and gross shit.
Yeah, you slap it right on the ass and it just looks at you.
And
Lights down right in front of your house.
Brunhild dusts off her robes with an extreme expression of disgust, of pure existential disgust.
Mm-hmm.
And she walks up to her estate, where I suppose there's other people living there.
Yeah, presumably.
People of her family.
Yeah, the front gate is it's locked right now because they have heard about the catastrophe. So you are kind of at the front gate. You can see the door. You can see the windows. If you want, you can try to get the attention of whoever's inside.
Yeah. She shakes the gate and she snaps her fingers and she shouts,
"Let me in!"
Can't get in. It's locked.
You are going to.
Let me in.
I'm not going to make you roll. Eventually, someone does notice it. You see one of the curtains move, And then it closes again very quickly. And a person opens the front door. It's a tall tiefling with red skin and black hair swept back. It's a butler. It's a butler that you are familiar with. And they approach you to the front gate, and they just go, "Oh, mistress, what are you doing here? Hello."
Let me in, you dog of a whoreson! son!
I would listen. Mistress, we thought you were predisposed.
Did I bloody stutter? Let me in.
I
must talk to my father.
I'm afraid he's not taking visitors right now, including yourself. I've been asked not to let you in.
She points a finger at the tiefling's face, extremely rudely.
The tiefling leans back and like looks down at the finger.
And she's not quite sure what to say. She is furious right now, and she clenches her teeth.
Lady, please, you must understand. You are currently.
And then she points at the gate, and she snaps her fingers.
And it explodes, and this finger. Oh my god! They cover their eyes and cover their face as like this blast of light erupts out. The gate is open.
And Brunhild rushes into her house.
You dart inside. My goodness. Okay, you run to the front door. The butler's just like, "Lady, please, no!" And just chasing after you in a very dainty fashion. At the front door, you open it up. It's rather heavy, but it's no problem for a dwarf. And you're in the large floor, the red carpet going up and down the staircase. Who are you looking for? You're going to go directly to the top? You're looking for Daddy?
I think she looked for her mother first because,
Okay.
her father is important and he has important noble father things to do.
Okay, roll in.
So there's roll
Roll investigation.
to find my own mom.
Well, no, you're familiar with the estate.
That's
huh?
how I feel in real life.
Yeah.
Every single day.
Oh, well, you climb the stairs. You know where her room is. You know where the studies are. You stomp up one at a time. Your shoes probably now caked in so much more dirt than they should be.
Ugh.
You ascend, and the butler is chasing. "Lady, please, no! This is unbecoming. Please, we're sorting things out." And he's like kind of like chasing you. Like he gets in front of you and tries to stop you, and you just walk around him and you go back up the stairs further.
How much time did she spend in prison?
It's been like a few hours, a couple hours, a few hours at least.
Okay, that's still unacceptable.
That's still unacceptable.
Put on a rice gum voice and call him irrelevant as you walk past him.
But yeah, you get to the top, and eventually a guard stops you. A large figure, a dwarven figure with a large beard, stops you with a glaive, and just goes, "I am sorry, lady. I have been told not to let you go a single step further. I regret to do this. You know I have loved you since a babe, but it is your father's orders. We are not to have you communicating with the family until we have sorted out whatever business you have gotten yourself embroiled in. It is for the good of the family."
Brunhild grabs the handle of the glaive.
Okay.
And she points it at her own neck. And she says, "End me then. I shall see my father, or I shall end right here."
Roll persuasion to die. No. Roll. Yeah. Do roll persuasion though. Do roll persuasion.
He's not gonna kill me.
Okay. Here. Listen.
Or rather, Brunhild is absolutely convinced that nobody in this house would ever harm her in any way, shape, or form because she is the queen. She's the shit.
Yeah. You're right.
That's how most nobles die.
You call his bluff. He looks at you with quivering eyes and. "I shan't harm the lady. You cannot make me do this thing, but I cannot let you proceed. You have moments until I call the guard and we have you thrown out onto the streets. This will take me a moment."
Let me think. Wait a second.
"I will not harm the lady, but I cannot abide this catastrophe."
There shall be catastrophe tenfold if you do not let me in.
Yeah, the figure, he turns and lets you pass, but he basically gives you that, like, you have 2 minutes until I get the rest of the guard.
Yeah.
Sort of like, he goes down the stairs, but he does it at a very leisurely sort of pace, kind of like, as he goes down there. He's not obviously in a rush, but you're free to talk to your mother, presumably, if that's what you're trying to do. You're in the living wing of your own manor.
So Brunhild heads to her mother's room, and she She slams open the door. It should the door not be locked, which I assume because it's a house.
You are correct. Inside is your mother. She's working away at various letters and messages she's writing in books. She has large accounting papers put up on what appears to be like a cork board. It's made out of bark and a very lavish pen. An inkwell she dips into, and then she takes off her glasses and looks at you. And why, Brughild, I've heard many things today.
Oh, cut the crap, Mother. I was imprisoned by Inquisitors. They had a warrant.
Yes.
They ransacked my house.
I am sorry for that. There's nothing we can do. You have to go back. We're going to sort out things. We're calling our bards and our lawyers as we speak. But there's little that can be done.
There is little that can be done? She is absolutely... she is furious. She is stomping around the room. She is looking at the letters.
Now, Lady Brughild, you know you are a fine member of this family, but the members must stand on their own 2 feet. And you've been caught.
Brughild looks at the letters that her mother is working on, and she tries to see... Yes, she tries to see if there are any that are actually what she claims, because she knows better than to trust the members of the family.
With a 13, you find kind of what you're expecting.
So is there stuff to like get her out of prison, or
as per the details of your your backstory, you look upon the papers, and amongst all the business transactions that are taking place, nothing seems to be referring to the freeing of the daughter of the Irowain line.
How could you do this to me? She says, and she begins to sob because it's her mother abandoned her, her family abandoned her. Being in prison is a fate worse than death to someone like Brughild.
It's a disgrace. Brughild, please, I am calling in my favors as we can, but if things are slow, there are people at the gates that are trying to fight. There are freakish little imp things.
Which is exactly why I should not be locked in a cell, ready for the picking and the murdering.
You won't be picked or murdered. You make mountains of molehills.
I shouldn't be laughing, but Brughild stomps around and she peeks outside the window because the guard did say he would be calling, other.
Yeah, you do. There are out front. You do see guards you see 5 guards that are beginning to stomp their way up these front steps. You do have a few a little bit longer though. I don't want to quantify it because that wouldn't work in my favor or your favor.
She turns again to her mother and she whines and exclaims, "You would have me arrested in our own house? And for what? Working for the best of our family? All I did for you and for father."
And I know this, and I love you for it. But you are a grown woman now, and you must learn to handle your own consequences. We will do what we can, but you, unless you can clear your own name, you're on your own for the day. At least. You have made a mockery of us and our business partners by getting involved with such lowly brigands who can get caught by inquisitors and blab to the first person willing to give them coin and 1 less day on the sentence.
Brughild huffs and she cannot find words to express the absolute fury that she feels towards her mother right now. But she does ask her where her father is.
Your father is out on the ships. He is communicating with one of our trade partners, trying to assure them that their magical entitlements will not be taken by inquisitors because they've heard about the arrest made this morning.
She looks back outside the window. She decides she doesn't have enough time to get past the guards. Most importantly, she decides she does not want to go to prison again. And she leaves.
Okay. Are you going to try and evade capture by your family's guards? They're going to escort you out. You have this feeling that guard, Igris is his name, he would probably not immediately turn you back over to the Inquisitors. He's just going to make you leave the premises.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to go with them, it wouldn't be too big
She
of a
actually,
danger.
I suppose Brunhild would have a room in this house, considering it's her family's estate.
That is true.
She heads to her own quarters and gets a change of clothes because priorities.
Okay, you try to pick up as many like clothes and supplies as you can, kind of imagining that like, okay, for holy shit, I'm about to get cut off. I'm gonna have to live on my own for a minute here. So you quickly pack your bags. You get the equivalent of in player handbook speak, like an adventurer's pack, or like
Yes,
a
I do
priest's
have that
pack.
stuff
Like,
listed in my.
oh, excellent. Okay, so you pick up basically all the stuff that you would have as a level 1 starting adventurer, except we're all level 3. But
So I have like a brewer's supplies and
yeah,
a
you
hand
you
axe.
dump it all in your bag essentially. But eventually there's a knock at the door, and it opens because they have the key, and it's Idris, and he goes, "I'm sorry, my lady. I hate to do this, but you must leave. I am here to escort you out of the building."
Brunhild sighs deeply and looks back at the estate where she grew up. And she takes a proud gait, which honestly looks more like a bitchy gait because that's just who she is. And
Stone cold bitch.
She nods at Igris. And she says, "Fine. Then I shall be escorted out of my own home, under the eyes of my own mother."
Your mother stands in the hallway. She's looking down her nose at you. And Igudis is kind of like, and kind of like wipes at you from the side. And he and the other 4 guards walk you down the hall, down the stairs. They don't take any of your stuff. In fact, Igudis just gives you his ceremonial dagger before you leave. And you are escorted out of the building. All that you have currently are the clothes on your back and this newfound book. Which
Right, she isn't even thinking about the book right now.
That's fine. That makes it
She's
probably
just
extra
too-
surprising when it suddenly just appears in front of you floating, opens up, and flips to one of the pages.
Like right as she's outside her own
And
estate.
after Idrisis leaves, he's kind of like, "Farewell, my lady!" And the gates close, and they put a new lock on it. They just put chains around it that you've broken it, essentially. And they go back inside, and you're turning the corner, you walk down some of the streets kind of like maybe wondering to yourself, like, what am I doing? And the book flutters in front of you and opens up. And it says, "Seek Mount."
Seek Mount?
Yes.
She stares at the book with still furious eyes because she's entirely too angry to be shocked or surprised right now.
Sure.
And she says, "You godforsaken thing." And she tries to pick it back up, just like, close it back and just
Sure.
not
You
not
kind of
like-
just like reach your hands out and clap it shut, and it once again starts like it gets back that heavy sort of feeling.
She tries to stuff the book back. I suppose she got like a bag of some sort or another. And she tries to get out of Withrow.
Okay. What is the fastest way out of here? I don't know what gate would be open. You're kind of stuck here unless you wanted to go west. That's the only one that's open right now. The south gate has goblins basically, and the north is the ports are closed.
Suppose I go west.
Okay. You get to the end of you're back in the Fountain District area, the square where people are kind of like trying to continue festivities, but they're fully aware if there's something happening outside, and the Inquisitors are like, "Stay calm, everybody!" And like that's like the best way to make people not stay calm.
Exactly.
But you see, over in the distance, you see just like the swirling clouds, and eventually another lightning strike hits one of the forests, and you see a fire begin to erupt to the south over the marshes, as well as these dark, this upside down maelstrom, like in the clouds.
Oh god.
Above
Okay,
the mountain
I
to
think
the west.
actually Brunhild sees that and then she goes like, "Okay, shit is way more fucked than I thought."
The sky begins to glow pink and orange.
Like that shit, like she just saw the green glow one time, right? So she used to think it was just like, "Ah, this storm is being weird," but now it's like, no, okay, shit is totally fucked. Like
Mm,
Everything is fine. Death and destruction is not occurring outside these walls. There
Sure.
is no war in Ba Sing
there's
Se.
nowhere, only outside. But yeah, there's something going on there. You actually see several.
And it's way worse than she thought. So she thinks if she has any contacts, just anyone that owes her a favor inside the city.
Why don't you roll a history check for me, and we'll let the dice decide if you know anybody who knows anybody. But with what goal in mind, I suppose, is the other thing. What would you ask of this person if they existed?
Just to have somewhere to stay until shit stops being fucking insane.
Okay. With a 10, I don't think that there's anybody that you know who would be willing to give you a favor because it's your immediate family that it comes to mind, and they've already
Right.
kind of turned the door, and anybody else seems to be like, you maybe once knew some people in the Inquisitors, like, you know what I
But
mean?
they're in the
Grease and
Inquisitors,
palms,
yeah.
but they're the Inquisitors and they're currently preoccupied with something.
Yeah. And they all know that she's like she's a wanted criminal.
That is fine.
So I suppose Brunhild like curses dwarven curses to herself, and I guess she has no choice but to make her way out.
Sure. I'm going to ask you to. If you're going to try and do it stealthily, I'm going to ask you to roll stealth. If you're just trying to barrel through. Because the Inquisitors are like holding this sort of barricade to keep things out, but not to keep things from leaving necessarily. They didn't anticipate anybody trying to leave. So if you're just like sort of dead ass sprint, you could just like go right by and be like, what the fuck? Why'd that person leave?
Yeah,
but
I think she's
it's
more
not
of
as hard
a
as.
she's more of a bash her head in the wall kind of person. so-
Okay, so you kind of see what's happening there, and you attempt to just kind of run through. Roll athletics for me.
Athletics. Oh god, I don't even have a single bonus to athletics. How's my stealth? Okay, no, I just...
Best athletics. Hell yeah.
Yeah, you feel someone snatch your wrist as you run by, and you get turned around to see an Inquisitor, and goes,
Her fine little noble
"It's
wrists.
it's actually it's this weird combination. It's like they're as tall as a mountain elf, but they're like they have dwarven features. They look like a hybrid, and the person, this figure, just goes,
What are you doing? You should be at home. It's dangerous. Don't you see the mountain?
and it's like an Inquisitor who's caught you.
Brunhild swears and she says, I have, sorry. I really should have practiced. I should have practiced my Scottish.
Don't worry too much about it. You don't even need to do it if you don't want to.
I have a home no more. My family has forsaken me, and so has this city. There's nothing left here for me. Let me go.
I'll let you go if you go back in.
You actually see some object begin to slowly come into view behind this figure just over their shoulder. It's that fucking book. And it opens to a random page, and a scrawl of beautiful, fine calligraphic kind of script begins to unveil itself.
I hate that creature.
Whatever this thing is. This Inquisitor actually looks at you more closely and goes,
Wait a minute. You're that dwarf. You belong in a cell more than anything else.
but the script on the book reads, "May I make a suggestion?" And suggestion is underlined in gold.
Brunhild gasps and stares, but she stares at the book, not at the Inquisitor, which the Inquisitor might notice because she's absolutely not looking at him.
Let me notice.
And she
It does not notice.
and she furiously tries to tug her wrist out of the Inquisitor's grasp, and she hisses at the book to do what you will, you bloody thing.
You cast suggestion. You look up at this figure, and your eyes glow a little bit, and when you talk, it has that golden mist, and the book gives you a short script. Saying, release me.
Brunhild follows the script, compelled by the spell. And do I have to roll anything?
The other guy rolls a wisdom saving throw, but his wisdom is not high. He rolls a 9 plus 1, which is a 10. I do not believe that beats your spell save DC.
Which which is where? Whence?
Whence the final page of your spell section. It should
Wherefore
say
the
spell save DC
DC 12.
is 12. Well, he got a 10, so yep, that definitely gets. He does not succeed. He releases his grasp on you. And you can see his eyes are kind of like a little bit fuzzy and a little bit kind of like glossed over.
So is the book still like floating around, like behind the dude?
Yep, and it slowly floats back into your grasp, and the line erases itself that had just been written there. And something begins to write again in like little sparks and saying, "Seek the mountain."
Bruhil snatches the book away, just to make sure nobody sees the floating, glowing book while she's in the middle of a pack of inquisitors. Fucking smart book. And she addresses a few strongly worded complaints at the inquisitor and rubs her wrist. She makes her way outside the city.
All right. We go back to the duo crew. You guys are looking at a pile of bones hanging from a tree. You've pressed further into the forest. There's been more and more of these collections of things. Someone please make a dexterity saving throw. Actually, either of you. Both of you.
Dexterity saving throw?
Yep.
I'm good!
That's fine. They're very, very dexterous over here.
Backflip out of the way of whatever attack.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and speed things up a little bit. You both are about to take a step on what appears to be a wire strung across two trees, a trap of some form, but you both catch yourselves before it happens. Some kind of pitfall trap. Something far smarter built this than a bunch of butterflies in the woods. Root spirits, goblin made.
Okay, I'm assuming whatever is strung up in those trees is illustrating itself as a threat.
I am not. I guess we better be wary.
Off in the distance, you hear chanting. Some kind of high-pitched, very squealy sort of thing just going, Bogart, red cap, Bogart, red cap, over and over again.
Ah, fuck, man, this is my jam.
They drop hot fire.
Is there any way for us to get around this, you think, or?
Fight?
I was thinking more along the lines of hide and avoid at all costs.
You know, I like your idea more.
You guys can hide in the brush if you would like.
Yes.
Okay, both roll stealth.
21!
We're so dex.
Across the board.
Your guys are basically halfway up the mountain now.
Ooh!
Well, it's a contest. Yeah, okay, good, excellent, okay. You guys kind of duck into the brush and kind of sneak through as much as you possibly can to kind of get your bearings on things. And you see an open field out in front of the mouth of a large cave, and you see what appears to be these freakish little imp-like creatures that are just tearing flesh off of what appears to be some kind of creature like a cattle or a buffalo of some kind. But you also see that they're holding and chanting with these large sticks that have human skulls on the end that are being used like maracas, and they have like paint on them. You don't know if it's blood or if it's just normal paint. They're wearing clothes that are basically made out of hides and bones from other creatures, and they are chanting around in circles, and one of them has this bright, lurid red hat on, with a little bell on the end of it, clearly stolen from somewhere at some point. And that appears to be like they got their hands up, and they're kind of doing this sort of form of ceremony on the cattle. They bring this sword, and they stab it down, and tear off a piece of the flesh, and they consume it raw without cooking or eating it. And all the other small goblins cheer, and raucous laughter erupts amongst them, and the Bogart Redcap figure, whom they all address as such, descends down from the podium made of bones and enters back into the cave with another retinue of goblins, leaving about 3 or 4 behind. However, after that happens, Valerie, as you are trying to get a better look, you accidentally step forward and tumble a little bit out of the brush, but you land your hand on a long, thin piece of twine, and all of these bones start to shake in the trees above you. Some kind of alarm system, some kind of alarming bone rattles. The other three goblins notice your presence and just point and goes, "Intruder!"
Valerie just keeps her position, and she just like shuts her eyes and sighs.
And it's going to be initiative. And they all go, and they run at you.
Oh, I forgot to hit my token.
Yep, they go first. The one runs up to you. The one does not know that Azarine is there. It just runs
That's
up
fine.
and attacks you. And I'm going to open up the character sheet editor. And it hits you with a scimitar, a curved like sword. Does that hit? 16?
Yes, but I'm going to use a bardic inspiration.
What does that do? Bonus action on your turn. I don't think you can use it just yet, unfortunately.
Oh, I can't?
No, it's not a reaction.
Wait, because cutting words uses a bardic inspiration. Then cutting words is a reaction.
Cutting words is a reaction? Oh, okay, so you're using cutting words and the
Yeah.
bardic inspiration is unrelated. Okay.
So I'm going to use cutting words to throw it off.
Alright.
While it is swinging down on me, Valerie just points over in some random direction. Oh my god, what is that?
Let's see here. What does it do? Does it get a let's see here, is it save? What is this? Cutting words?
I roll 1d6 and whatever number I get has like minuses that from the attack roll they
Okay.
made on me.
Hot. Do it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Alright. It goes, where? And turns and accidentally stabs you in the thigh. Doing 3 points of slashing damage, unfortunately. It still hits. It's so close, it's so close.
She gets away with it, but still gets hurt.
But it's like looking at it, it's like, what could it be? But it's Azarine, you can did you roll initiative as well, Azarine?
I did, and I rolled a 14.
Okay, so actually you can go now if you'd like to, if to break your cover.
Valerie just makes she's on the ground keeling over from getting slashed in the side. She just to signal for her buddy to attack.
So it's up to you if you want to go or if you want to maintain your stealth.
I'm gonna use a I'm actually gonna use. No, I'm gonna save it. I'll save that for later. You're within hitting distance, so I'm going to pop out of my hiding spot, and I'm going to slash twice with my chakram. 8 and a 19.
Okay, one of those hits.
3
Anyone takes 3
damage!
damage. You leap out of nowhere and it's like, oh my god! And then you get sliced right across the face. How much health do these things have? Not a lot. Okay.
She's twirling it around her finger.
Sure, you slice open the side of its face. And that is the end of your turn, I believe. Right?
Yes.
Okay, you jump into the initiative
twice.
order. It is the red. Red goes. It's a little weird because of reasons. Red's gonna shoot the bow, a crude short bow, at the figure that just leaped out of the woods. Azarine, what's your AC? I assume not that high. You take 6 points of piercing damage.
Oh, ouch. That hurts a little bit.
We are to, let's see here, right? Okay, no, technically the orange, no, because, okay, yeah, orange, and then, no. Valerie, you are next. There's a little bit of a surprise sort of happening here. One of you guys was surprising, but the other one was not surprising, so the initiative is a little wonky for the first round, and then it'll straighten out.
I'm going to look at Green Boy in front of me and use Tasha's hideous laughter on him.
All right.
Oh, I can't wait.
Is that a spell? Yep. Okay. So the first level spell, a concentration,
Tell us a joke.
wisdom saving
Hey,
throw.
you look at me. Look at me. She like
It looks at you.
she's doing like the little stupid baby thing where she like holds her thumb up and she like makes it disappear.
What's your charisma saving throw? Or wait, hold on. Wisdom saving throw? Yeah.
Damn!
Not that high. It is 13.
Damn!
Wow.
The goblin looks at you and just goes, "I've seen that one before. Bogart Red capture me." And is not amused. Wow, I didn't expect the goblin to be so fucking powerful like that.
This goblin is a god.
All right, that's let's see here. Okay, now it's Red's turn. Red is going to attempt to make another short bow attack. He does not succeed.
Fortunately, his buddy's garbage.
His buddy is garbage. That orange turn. I don't know why I don't just keep this open. Also garbage. Also garbage. Azarine, we're back to you.
Woo! I'm going to
Outside the mouth of the cave, by the way, is like there's torches lit, there's ornate drawings and sort of runic pictures drawn on maybe blood or berry juice. You're not quite certain. It is very obviously
I
like
didn't mean to do that.
a den. Vicious mockery. Azarine, what are you doing?
I'm going to use become the dance partner. And I am going to use it to. So they have to make a wisdom. This green guy has to make a wisdom saving throw.
He's been good so far.
That
He's a professional.
yeah. Even with her fancy like movements and like she's like twirling around this guy.
I can't believe this fucking goblin.
This one goblin.
He's like, I've seen that dance too, Bogart Red Part, show me. He starts
There's
styling.
no way.
He starts like. He's like.
Sitting over here mingling with us.
He's like at this
My
point showing you
father
his
taught me
dance
this dance.
moves.
There is no way that you know this one.
Bogart Redcap knows everything.
I highly doubt that.
Bogart Redcap is our god.
Ugh.
And he also knows how to pop and lock it. It is the end of your turn, I guess. The green one is now.
If any of these goblins dab, I'm leaving.
He dabs and slices you right across the chest.
Ow!
He attacks you in a way that implies damage. He does 6 points of damage. This is the boss. This green goblin is the boss.
Valerie, please save me! I'm down to the teens! Help me!
It is Val's turn, yes.
Valerie is just like on her hands and knees, and she looks like so upset, and she's just gonna try one more like thing of dissonant
more
whisper
fancy
just to
thing.
get him off.
Watch out how many spell slots you guys burn. I don't know what stuff is a cantrip and what stuff's a spell slot, but I just wanted to remind you that.
Yeah, I have
You saw at least like 5 more goblins beyond this point. They went back inside, but... Alright, let's roll that. What do I do? You don't have to post it every time. I can just...
whispers under her breath.
Is that a charisma saving throw? Is it a wisdom saving? It's a wisdom saving throw.
Bold. Oh!
This reign of terror comes to an end.
Woo!
I can tell jokes, I can dance, but I can't keep the voices out of my head.
And his head explodes. No, but he does he carves off his own ears, trying to escape the noise, and begins stabbing himself on the side of the head, trying to avoid the whispers, the horrible whispers. And in the process, he kills himself. He takes 12 points of damage. He dies.
As he drops to the ground, Valerie just like stands up finally and like dusts her knees off and flips him off.
Black blood is spread across the green grass, and his body begins to dissolve. You can see the bones of his rib cage kind of like sticking out of the sludge that is forming of his flesh and sinew, and even that begins to dissolve into the ground as well.
I'm not familiar with that gesture. Is that a signal of victory?
I'm being rude to him.
Oh. Okay.
I'm reading the chat. Sorry, it's Red's turn. Red goes, "Oh my god!" And he snipes Rinthy's character.
Ow.
He threads it right through. Holy god!
There is no point in Bardic Inspiration against that.
Yeah, Red Goblin takes up the field.
Oh my god.
And you take 8 points of damage. What's your HP at currently?
10.
Okay, that's not bad. I'm glad you guys are starting as third level characters and not first, because those are so hard to keep alive.
We would have
Azrael's
died
character.
already.
Yeah, I don't think starting it. I feel like they should just rename. They should just make the game go only up to level 18 and just make level 3 level 1. Yeah, it's your turn, Azrael.
Azarine sees her new friend super hurt and really upset, and she hesitates before looking at her, and then the softest, most gentle singing voice comes out of her mouth, and you
Okay.
gain 7 points of healing.
Ba-da-ba-ba.
I can't sing. I won't subject you to my awful singing voice, but just imagine like the
You don't have to-
sweetest, just
you don't have to argue.
softest, just most soothing sound coming from her mouth.
She
Valerie's
screams
like,
ska
here.
music.
No.
But yeah, you're healed. Is that your turn, or is that?
Which is
That is my turn.
Are you sure that's not a bonus action?
Is that a bonus action? It is a bonus action. All
Yeah,
right,
okay,
never
you-
mind.
You guys got to know your shit, because I'm not gonna be able to keep track
Listen,
of it.
I've never played this class before.
I
Please.
understand.
that's a homebrew Final Fantasy class.
And then I am going to throw my chakram at Red.
Okay, you throw your shotgun at red.
Shit.
It's a critical fail. I'm afraid that's a miss.
Yeah. And I can't throw a second one, so
The one ducks down, and your chocolate like bounces off the tree right behind him and returns to you. But yeah, you missed. That's the end of your turn. It is. Oh well, he's in a better place now. Valerie, it's your turn.
I don't know if I wanna debuff these guys anymore.
I think they have better saves than they do hit points. Like just me looking at him right now, I'm like, oh, that's not.
You know what? I'm just gonna dash at this guy. I'm gonna stab him.
Sure, you run up and stab him in the face. Well, in theory, we'll see. Yeah, you stab him in the face. Take 6 points of damage on red. That's the first he's been hit.
No one's ever drawn blood for me before. You're a worthy opponent.
And it is now Orange's turn. No, wait, actually, it's Red's turn. And he goes, on God! And he slices you. He fails.
Wait.
He fails. I just clicked the damage by accident. Yeah, he failed. It was an 8. Yeah, I
Valerie
You're
just,
so
like,
used to
steps and dodges out of the way.
The
You're
goblin
so
just goes,
used to successes.
Nani.
it's Orange's turn. He looks directly to the left and just goes, fucking idiots, and just shoots you with a bow. He hits.
Right in the shoulder.
Yeah. The red one and you are staring at each other, worthy opponents, and then like out of the left field is just
Valerie like looks over to her side, grabbing like her shoulder, and she looks almost insulted.
It is Azarine's turn.
Again!
Hits.
Double 19s!
Double nut with twin 19s. You land both chakrams. Who are we hitting?
The red.
Okay. He's looking like,
Finally, all of my years of fighting, I finally come across someone worthy of my blood.
and his head gets chopped off by a chakram flying through. And it
Grabs
bounces
Grabs it out of
around.
the air again.
It cuts like right. His mouth is open and it slices right through his mouth, through his cheek, and like his bottom jaw is still there, and like his tongue is just kind of hanging off, but like the top of his head just slops backwards.
Valerie looks backwards to her teammate with a horrified yet impressed expression.
I am so sorry!
That's actually more damage than was worth that goblin. If you want the second one to go towards the orange one, then I'm cool with it.
That's totally fine.
Yeah, and then the other chakram flings over and hits the one in the square in the chest, the orange one, takes 4 points of damage.
Your actions are a lot less innocent than you are.
I have never fought before like this in my entire life.
Valerie, it's your turn.
Do a little step forward and boom.
A big bada ba boom. Pretty good, pretty good. That's 4 plus 3. You run him through the heart and kill him instantly. Or her, or them. You're not really sure. These little crazy freaks are quite
Dead
interesting.
feathered weirdos.
But yeah, you kill it. Black blood drips down your blade, but you can see it quickly dissolving. It kind of has an oxidizing effect on your blade, so you try to quickly wipe it off on like a nearby leaf. Or something.
She like looks at her blade and she like panics for a moment and starts like wiping it off on her like leg.
Yeah, I won't make you like roll for like seeing if your weapon dissolves or something, but yeah, it's nasty stuff, and the bodies are already dissolving. You're standing in front of a large cavern opening decorated with bones and skulls and other altar-like things. There's a door at the inside of the cavern. It looks like it's been installed. Post-hates it's metal. It has a slit at the middle point of it. The door is only about maybe 4 feet tall.
Do we pursue?
I suppose so.
Okay.
Okay, you knock on the
Go
door,
in.
or you try to... It's locked.
Can I see anyone on the other side of the door?
No, it's a solid metal door. There's a slat halfway up it. Do you knock or something, or like what are you doing here?
I wanted to see if there was someone like on the opposite end of the door, like holding the door shut. So I'm just gonna knock.
What's the password?
Red cap?
The door unlocks.
What, is he just lonely?
The door.
I mean, she got the password.
And the door unlocks and opens, and you see a goblin like sticks its head out and just and looks up at you two and goes, "Wait a minute, you're not goblins."
Persuasion.
if you're gonna try and do this diplomatically, but I feel like Valley just like reaches out and just like snaps his neck or something.
Listen here, you little shit.
Oh boy.
Yeah, you can just like snatch him. Like it's a surprise round. This is clearly not a fighter. I'm not gonna make you roll.
You know what?
Like
how small is a goblin?
like 3'5".
Valerie just like picks him up off the ground.
You just pick him up. He starts kicking and squirming. He doesn't want to be picked up.
All right, we got your buddies. You
He
tried to kill us. What was that about?
But this thing is like a feral creature. It just tries to like bite your hand. It only rolls a 6, but it doesn't succeed. But it's just these things are not like civilized necessarily. So like it just tries to immediately start like gnawing on your hand. You're surprised that it even had a concept of like a password system. However, it wasn't a very good password, so you can kind of judge from there.
I am going to take out my leer, and I'm just gonna bop it on the head to like knock it out. Just
roll damage, yeah. Just roll damage.
What do I roll?
Just click on your chakram, and then when it rings up, to just do the damage.
Oh.
Just take the damage immediately, and ignore whatever the roll was.
Okay.
Yeah.
3.
Yeah, you hit on the back of the head and like, ow! And then you roll it again to do more damage. It's not a firm enough blow, and you're like, and
Already!
yeah, and then you finally, and then knock it flat out. Its eyes just kind of like roll over.
It just like goes limp in Valerie's arms. And
Yeah.
Y'all are committing such extreme violence.
Yeah, I mean, this goblin's like covered in like blood and like other animal bits and stuff like that. It's very clearly like savage.
Oh,
but-
really wild.
Yeah, it's
We
wild.
wanted to do that, right?
I was gonna ask him a question, but I guess we can just observe his cave.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
She just like grabs the goblin once more and like tosses it in a bush.
You throw it down the side of the mountain.
Ragdolls around.
Ragdolls down the side of the mountain like a fucking like a rock star game. The doors open. On the other side was a bolted door, and you can see that they had written what the password was into the back of the door so that he wouldn't forget, and it's Redcap in big red letters. Except like it's not in. First of all, it's not in the language. It's a common language, and it's also like the E is backwards, and there is no E in Redcap, so it's really weird. Oh wait, yes there is.
It's like red sep.
Red rum.
It's red rum. Yeah, they wrote red rum. They don't even really know. They don't even know the context.
They actually wrote something completely different, but forgot what it was. So whatever.
this means red cap. And it's like it says blue
This is
melon.
an owl bear.
It's an owl bear stats. Yeah, but it's open, and inside is the stench of death.
Oh,
Can one of you guys roll perception for me?
are you sure you want to keep going?
We have to find that girl.
16.
There's a crack in the woods behind you. Someone's following you.
Okay, let's go! Running! We're leaving! We're going in!
There's a crack in the woods behind you. You know that someone's following you.
Yeah, I'm going into the cave! We're leaving!
I
Bye!
was just repeating it because now Valerie's checked as well.
I'm imagining that she just grabs Valerie's arm and just drags her along half sprint.
Do you close the door behind you, or do you leave it open?
I guess like,
behind us.
as she's being dragged, Valerie like grabs the door and slams it.
Just slap it shut. Okay, it's locked behind you, I suppose, by virtue of being shut. You guys are inside the mountain. Gareth, for the sake of like time, I'm not gonna literally make you do a full-on combat unless you really want to. Also, you guys are 3 professional fighters with a greatsword, and I guess my only question is for you is: does this bear die?
If I can get it to scram, I won't kill it.
Okay, roll animal handling. Yes, I am going to use you as a stats because I don't think anybody in this party is much.
Ah! I guess it's dead.
Unfortunately, we come back to Gareth and like the room. He's just like pulling this massive greatsword out of the hide of this bear, this brown bear that is like he's the same size as essentially, and the sky elf behind him like claps. You have unfortunately had to slay this creature. You don't see any cubs or anything. It's not that poignantly sad. But you are now in this room with the 3 of you. The shrine.
What?
And the shrine.
And the shrine. Yeah. No, I'm wiping the blood off of the blade before chewing it back.
Mm-hmm.
And I just kind of shoot like, come on, really, right now of all times, look at Charlotte before venturing over to the shrine.
Okay.
The candles, do they look recently lit? Does it look? I mean, I don't feel like it should be because there's a fucking bear here, but you know.
Please roll an intelligence check.
Just a straight up intelligence.
Yeah, just a raw or insight. If you are you proficient?
Insight. I'm good at insight.
Sure.
I forgot my own name.
No, with a 4 with a. Anyway.
You're never gonna be trusted ever again!
The candles are burned down to the nub. You cannot tell the last time that they were used, but they do seem to be of a modern make. They look like a kind of candle you could buy at the local store, but they have not been used for a long time. There's a thick layer of dust that has built up, so these aren't ancient candles. You crack open the cold one.
Sorry.
It's fine. But no, you can't quite really tell when the last time they were used. You're just like, these are maybe past few years, maybe a few months.
I'm getting punked, right? This is bullshit.
Yeah, I'm fudging all of your rolls for you using Roll20. I paid off the CEO.
Yeah, I know you are. I've come to expect it.
Yeah, that is the CEO of Roll20.
But you can feel a breeze coming from the shrine.
Yeah,
the statue.
Behind the shrine?
I did not say that.
From the shrine. You said from the shrine.
I did say that.
Well, since you have given me the information that he feels a breeze coming from behind the shrine, I'm gonna be moving that shit.
Roll athletics, please, if you attempt to do this. It's the statue. It seems like a feminine figure. It's a knight figure, but the stone is worn. You can't see details. They're holding a sword. like facing
It
down.
does. It
her
doesn't
hands
look like a
resting
priestess,
over
does
the
it?
palm. No, it does not look like a priestess, but it does look like
I'm moving the statue.
Yeah, you're moving the fucking you're like, I don't know when these candles were burned, but I can move this fucking statue. And you grip it underneath and just pull it, and you hear the stone sliding across the ground. It's very level in the back of this cave. It like worked stone.
Mm-hmm.
You slide the saint's statue forward. You recognize this. This is like you've seen this before. Like occult statues to saints that have been outlawed and have been worshipped in secret.
Right.
This
Okay.
is a very common
Okay.
thing.
Cool. So
You don't know who it is.
You don't know who. I don't know who it is, but I know it's outlawed, so I don't give a shit.
You move it with ease, and like
I move it with ease.
Yeah, behind is a perfectly rectangular staircase.
Can I fit in the hole?
Yeah, you can fit it. It's like 7 foot tall. You can crouch down and get in it. 7 foot tall doorway, essentially.
Yeah. Well, I look at the other two. It's like, I suppose this warrants further investigation. And kind of crouching down, he steps down into the staircase, going down.
Okay. You descend the staircase for a while. It's moist air, very wet. You hear the sound of running water somewhere. Eventually, you get into an open cavern where the left wall is just falling water, and you can feel or see, like, it's bright in here. Like, somehow there's light getting into this place, but you can't quite tell how. All along the ceiling is like a painting, like a mosaic, except it's long since been destroyed by years of candle use and
well, I am going to be staying along the dry wall. As I walk, I kind of just stare at the cascading waters, and he just kind of commands, Charlotte, Light, Travs, check out, see if there's anything hidden behind, like check that area out, as he kind of points towards the water.
Okay, it's like a whole. This is like a long cavern. It's kind of. I hesitate to call it a hallway, but it feels similar in nature. And the left side is just falling water from up above.
Well,
somewhere.
Is there anything past that falling water, or like just?
Well, that's what he does. Like, he goes over and he like kind of pokes his hand into it and parts the water a little bit, and he takes like his. What weapon does he have? Staff, a sword, a spear? What is it?
Travs? No, he is a bow and arrow and short sword.
Oh, okay. Well, then he takes the sword out and pulls it through the water and parts the water, and you can actually see outside. Like, this is behind a waterfall. And you can kind of like barely make out through the foam of the falling water the forest to the west. And you can see down below the river that this waterfall feeds. And he pulls his sword back, and the room immediately dims. When he does
dims.
Yeah, because like when he parts the water, sunlight actually comes in.
Oh, okay. I thought like something was happening. I was like, what the fuck?
No, it actually the room lights up because then Charlotte casts light.
Yeah, Charlotte casts light. Yeah.
You look up at the ceiling. The images that you can kind of see are kind of like angelic a little bit. There's wings. They've been blackened by smoke. It seems everything kind of has this dull gray color to it. You do see bones along the ground, both of small creatures and small humans.
Any recent patches of blood? Because I mean, we're still looking for those.
Roll investigation with insight, because this is like a criminal investigation, and you are. I spare you. It turns out it wasn't necessary, but I spare you. Yeah, you look along the ground, and you can feel like, yes, there's some fresh blood here. And when you look at like the way the bones have been moved, and they've been made into these small altars of like femur bones, put in like a tent-like shape, you can tell that's like. Yeah, root spirits did this. This is a goblin cave. They've been in here. They didn't build it, probably. They're not known for painting the ceilings like mosaics, but they live here now.
As he notices the blood, and I presume knows where it's leading to, like, or just note like kind of in that direction.
It goes down the hall. It goes down the hall further. There's a drop or two every now and then.
Garrett kind of just flicks some of that blood off of his fingers, and then just calls the other two's attention. Arms at the ready, and he just kind of unholsters his large blade, very large blade, and kind of starts walking towards in the direction of the hall.
Sure. As you continue forward, you see sconces that aren't lit now, but once maybe in the past, that are old and rusted. The ceiling is predicting some kind of picture of of angels fighting demons. Some kind of wyvern is pictured here or there. Something is a little amiss. You think it must be some kind of displacer beast or something with two tails. And you continue down the hallway. Its patches are missing from the ceiling. But down the way, you actually get this large, actually carved stone stairwell going down, very wide, very tall. And it has these double doors that are agape. It looks like they were rent open at one point in time. Goblins definitely didn't do that.
Trav, has Rangers made note of this place before? Or is this new territory?
No, boss. New territory. Never seen it before in my life. Not on the map. We knew there was a shrine up here, but we thought it was like a little thing people paid to for luck. We didn't think it was hiding something.
Well, we do now. And so he's just going to go through those doors. Just kind of at the ready, but...
Sure, you descend down. You are eventually walking down these stairs. It's formless, but it seems like this was like a barricaded door. The stone's kind of like upheaved here and there. The ceiling looks very kind of like, ooh, not great. It does look kind of like danger of collapse, but you kind of have to trust it to go a bit further into the caves. Eventually, you find yourself in a larger open cavern. Further down the waterfall, the entire wall, it's much taller in here, much more spacious, and there's a bridge made of stone that you are walking on, and below it crisscrosses another bridge of stone running underneath it perpendicularly.
Anything underneath that, or is it just darkness, water, what?
You look down there, and that's when I'm going to ask my fellow cohorts, Azarine and Valerie, to roll stealth. Because you descend down your own set of stairs.
Oh boy.
To see a large open cavern and water falling to the left and the right. You are walking along the way when you hear plate metal knights coming some direction somewhere. It echoes off the walls. You're not quite sure what to expect or where it's coming from.
Do I hear do I see the water yet or no?
Yeah, you look to the left. The left wall is the other side of a waterfall.
Azarine hugs the right as tightly as she possibly can.
Sure. You do what you can to hug the right as much as possible. And in the process, I feel like you kind of throw yourself there, and maybe you hear people coming, and the two of you would not know who is coming, but a knightly sort of figure. Do you guys want to hide, or do you not want to hide?
Well, they rolled stealth already.
I asked them to.
I guess I literally just dive into a shadow and I am unseen.
Sure. Azarine,
I try to follow suit.
That's fine.
I try to follow suit.
You guys dive under, there's a crisscrossing bridge, like a stone bridge. You're walking on the bottom one that goes one way, and above you is another bridge that goes the other way, perpendicularly. And you both dive underneath the bridge, but Azarine, you, feel something slip off your hand, like a piece of jewelry is left behind. The camera pans up about 8 feet to see a giant metal armored boots of a large hulking figure who looks down and just sees a shiny little trinket in the dirt below. But nothing else. You hear nothing, you see nothing, no blood. The blood continues along the path that you're currently following. Root spirits are known to collect various trinkets along the way.
Yeah,
Charlotte says.
Yes. 1 second. 1 second.
This is
What?
Garrett getting out of his
thinking.
middle.
Come back to your time zone, Salty. We can't hear you.
Huh?
Yeah, come back to this zip code. You're away from the microphone. We're just making.
Oh, I was away from the microphone. Yeah, no, I was just muttering to myself.
I still have another question.
Yeah, Gareth makes a mental note, and Charlotte says that they collect trinkets. That's why it's peculiar to him that they didn't send someone to go pick it up, because that's not where a treasure hoard is.
Maybe they left it along the way to a bigger hoard.
He just kind of cups one hand, his free hand, around his mouth, and just kind of calls down into the pit.
What do you say?
Is anyone down there?
Your voice echoes off.
Need
the wall
help.
sometimes.
Yeah.
Azarine
Does
and
anyone
Valerie.
need assistance?
Oh, when the camera pans out again, we see Azarine and Valerie right below Gareth, underneath the land bridge, both with their mouths covered with their hands. What do you two do?
Okay, so I'm more inclined to trust the guy calling down to me because he asked if I need help, but I don't know about his buddies, so I think I should stay quiet.
I'm just gonna stay quiet too.
Valerie, me knowing your backstory, I'm not going to make you roll insight, but you would be aware that this is possibly an Inquisitor above you. As well. Not that that changes anything. I feel like the decision that you're making is very in character, whether you know it's an Inquisitor or not. But you did see them go this way as well, so you're like,
And he waits for a few moments, hears nothing but his own echoing voice, and continues, like, the blood and the danger, it seems, is more important to him than someone dropping some jewelry, and he continues down the path.
Okay. I guess I have to go back a little bit. I have a question for... I really only have one question for our resident noble lady. Hello. Hi there, little Essie. Do you follow with the recommendations that the book is giving you? The requests the book is asking of you?
Brunhild really tries to ignore the book as much as she can. She's like... she's pissed overall, but she's especially pissed at the book because she feels like the book put her into this situation, which is not entirely false. Like, she's in this huge fucking mess because of that stupid, bitchy book, and she hates that book. Like, you know, she's thankful that the book got her out of trouble, but she's still like, you're an asshole and you ruined my life and I hate you.
Careful, gladly,
Thanks, I hate it. Thank you, I hate it.
The book opens up and rests before you. And
So
a
she's
quill
probably
appears.
like, right now, she's probably like angrily walking away from the city in some direction or another.
Sure.
She has no clue how to get around in the wilderness. Like, she's a city slicker.
You might die soon in the woods, but you don't know that.
Yeah.
The book actually has words that appear on its surface. Basically saying, like, what needs to happen is what the words appear on. Those 4 words. What needs to happen? And a question mark at the end. And a quill for you to hold in your hand. It glows. It's golden.
It's so shiny.
It's begging you to pick up and write with it.
Can I roll like a wisdom save against the book?
It's not trying to mind control you.
Yeah, it's not.
But
Yet.
I want to ignore the book as much as possible. Like, she wants to she's like, no, I refuse to like.
Another word appears on it. Money?
Shitty
Question mark.
She sighs and sits down on like a log on a nearby rock or whatever the cleanest surface she can find.
Sure, you dust
her.
it off and sit down, hiking up your floating
And
dresses.
she crosses her arms and she just furrows her brows at the book, and she's like, "What can you give? What have you got?"
The line erases itself. It disappears. The word everything appears on the page. Period.
Yeah, this is a drug book. Throw it out.
She sighs and she looks around. She looks down at the ground. There's a feeling of shame, you know, like she's failed her family, mixed with the anger of like the resentment of being abandoned.
Mm-hmm.
She's served that family willingly for years, and she's made one mistake, and now she's nothing to them. And she doesn't quite want vengeance.
Okay. The message appears on the page that I will
power.
text you.
Because her power was stripped from her. And she realizes that the only power she ever had was from her family. And now she doesn't have that anymore.
The message that I have just DM'd to you appears in the book. And then an X forms at the base of the page.
Bruhid looks at the message. She stares for quite a while. You know, like she's thoughtful. She's thinking about this. Because she might be a snooty noble, but she's not an idiot. She's a bitch, but she's not an idiot.
I believe it. I believe it with every bit of my being.
She shakes her head and she says out loud to the book, "I will never be a pawn again." Now she's talking to a book like an absolute madman in the middle of the woods, but like, her entire life has just crumbled around her, so talking to a book is like the least of her worries.
That is there's a lot of things happening. As the dark clouds swirl above you, you argue with this book on the rock that you've chosen as your little side path, bench, essentially.
The world is ending, and she's like, "Fuck you, book." Priorities.
Yo, fuck this book.
Fuck the book. And the lines erase. And a new message appears that I DM to.
Brunhild exhales loudly from her nose, and she like fiddles with the tip of her beard, her finely combed beard. And she stares at the book.
Okay. Another message appears as the previous one erases. It's kind of like it's in broken common. Like you're getting the gist of it, but like it's not whatever this book is trying to communicate to you. It's like it's not the book's first language is not this one.
It's like talking to the Iron Giant.
Yeah.
You go, I stay.
You go, I stay.
Right.
And she's Brooke kind of at the end of her wits, and she tries to snap the book shut, or like just like paw it away, just like she kind of wants to be alone and like cry it out a little bit, even though it feels shameful because it's like she just lost everything. She's just like, fuck off, just give me a day, It's like give me 1 day.
The book is willing to wait a little bit of time. The book is not so pushy. The book is it rests on the ground. It doesn't just keep flying there, but it does stay open, and it is like it's waiting to see if you will like agree.
Yeah.
But it's up to you to decide, I suppose. I will it's just going to be waiting either for your mind to change or for some kind of negotiation to happen. But there is a quill there, in theory, with the idea that you can write back.
I think for now she just like packs up the book and tries to think of like somewhere she can go, even though she has no idea. Like she barely has an idea where she is.
Mm-hmm.
Because like it's not a city, so she has no clue how it works.
That's true. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I almost just end up gonna have her like rolling survival checks until she gets eaten by an owlbear.
Probably. I mean, Brookhil could probably get eaten by like
one god.
ant.
Which way are you going? What cardinal
west.
Direction? Okay, and you're just ignoring the mountain. You're like, I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna do what you're telling me, book.
I mean, I went the only way you said that the door was accessible.
That's true, but now that you're outside the gate, it's like now technically you get. It's been like a few hours or minutes, and we see you like climbing up a hill, like straight out of a Studio Ghibli movie, with like your cheese on your back, your hat, like trying to. And so you're kind of scaling up, and you took a break, and you're kind of like, okay, and you look back and you see Fort Dullahan off in the distance. Still within walking distance, you see the fight raging outside. Okay, and you're gonna roll perception for me because you're going like kind of southwest. You're kind of like avoiding the Mount Orion. Mount Orion's more to your north now, and has the swirling upside down maelstrom in the sky above. And there's definitely some fucky shit going on over there at this point. You can see green, purple, and pink lightning.
Perception, you said, right?
Yeah, or just give me what your passive. I think your passive perception is 11. So yeah, please roll perception for me. Because it's just a matter of. It's not a matter of do you see this thing. It's a matter of when you see this thing. You kind of like
because like there's glowy shit on top of it. Like, but, like you can't miss it.
You're mulling over like this book. This book seems to be kind of like offering some kind of like deal, and you're like, let me think about it. I've just my life's been turned upside down, and you turn around. You're walking up the hill.
She feels like her life has been turned around because of that book. So she's like, I'm not just gonna.
Sure.
That book fucked my life up.
When you get to the top of the hill, you look out to the southwest and you see a army.
An army of what?
They're about 3 miles out with a 19 perception. Men, women, beasts. They bear a flag with 2 eyes. It's an army. They are clad. There's horses. There's knights. There is weapons of war, and they are coming this way.
And they're headed to the fort?
They're heading to Fort Dolahan.
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
I honestly didn't think that there'd be any player character who was gonna have any foreshadowing, but you're like, nah, man, I'm going. And I'm like,
No, man,
all
I'm
right.
hauling ass. I'm hauling ass. I am leaving.
Well, you're
This
kind of
shit's fucked.
you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place now, because the direction
Yeah.
you're going is like there's a army, like platoon after platoon, like 4 companies, like legions of
Like a huge, whole ass army.
This is the kind of army that would like take a castle, yeah. And Fort Dolahan is
Yeah.
a fort, but it's like not for centuries.
Remember that noble that was telling the civilians that everything is okay?
Everything is fine. Return to your. No, but like you're the only one out here. You kind of are the only one who really knows about this piece of
Yeah.
information right now.
Oh god. That's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah.
And I mean, I suppose Bruhil feels the same way. Like, she's very selfish, but there's like, there's being selfish and there's ignoring.
I think you duck back
incoming
down, like
wanton
behind
murder.
behind like a rock, and you're kind of like, oh shit! Like you just like
Yeah,
get back
yeah.
down because like, oh my
No,
god. they're gonna see me.
definitely. Because, like,
And just kind of looking, they look, the color is predominantly black, but they are definitely not Inquisitors. Some of them are wearing like fur and hide. They carried like spears and swords. Like they're like they're.
do I have any idea what their
roll
shit.
history?
yeah, their coat of arms means?
Sure. This the flag with the 2 eyes. Okay. Yeah, you've heard stories about the 2-eyed flag. That's the flag of the Dark-Eyed Prince, which is a figure in history that supposedly died like 20 years ago during the last Great War. The war that helped displace the Doors to where you are today.
Yeah. Which would actually explain why my character would know about it.
Yeah, it would. This doesn't make sense. There's cults
Right.
to the Dark-Eyed Prince, but like that's all that lives on. But you are very clearly looking at an army.
That's a whole ass battalion, chief.
Yeah, you're looking at war machines. You see like elephants.
Elephants? Do I
Well,
know what
mammoths.
elephants are, or am I just like, what the fuck are those?
I don't know. You tell me. They're more common in the north. I don't know how well traveled your character is, but they're mammoths.
I mean, I guess she's a dwarf and her people fought in that war, so
Yeah,
she
probably
probably
know, yeah.
sort of knows.
It's a
Like,
bit-
she probably heard from veterans and whatnot.
Oh yeah, or maybe even like your dwarves are kind of they're not as long lived in my setting as they are in other settings, but they're still pretty fucking long lived. So like maybe your dad or your grandpa fought in the war. Or something.
I mean, you
or
said
your
the war was
grandmother.
20 years ago. Like,
Yeah,
20 years is a
that's not too
ridiculous
long.
amount of time.
Yeah,
I've lived 20 years.
you've lived 20 years. But yeah, there's like war. They're called bone mammoths, and they have like on their head they have like crests, so their faces are just like super hard. They're like you can't even pierce them with arrows.
Jesus fuck.
But anyway,
Anyways.
yeah, there's this giant army coming this way that I did not think any player character would have any privy information to. But it's their flag is to the Dark-Eyed Prince. You don't know, like this must be like a cult that has just somehow assembled like an army, but how
right,
they did it,
because
holy
like,
shit. Who
because
knows?
this isn't supposed to be real. This is supposed to be like a folk tale or whatever. You know, like something of
Yeah,
the past.
Dark-Eyed Prince has been dead for like 25 years, and that's like that
Oh
was
my
that was the
God.
war that made people think time to ban magic, because the Dark-Eyed Prince had plenty of magic at his disposal, and he used it the best. It's so well that people didn't even realize magic could do that. Like they're like, oh, magic is just a cheap trick for healing and stuff like
You
that.
are putting
And-
so much fucking responsibility on me right
yeah.
now.
And then the Dark-Eyed Prince was like, oh, by the way, may I introduce you to Fireball?
May I introduce you to Meteor?
To
Can I
Meteor?
introduce you to
Lightning Bolt?
Bolting?
May I
No, just bolting.
Yeah.
This
I will
siege
summon
magic in
the
general. The
Well,
siege magic.
One of the Lich Knights of the Dark-Eyed Prince was renowned for its. They're who knows what to call them. The power word kill. Like speak
Okay.
thy name and you turn to dust.
Jesus fucking Christ.
But that was 25 years ago. This can't be them.
The magic
But-
is all fun and games until your buddy summons Bahana.
So Bruhil panics for a moment, very rightfully, and she hides behind the little
Yeah.
like hill
And,
that
you
she
turn
was
around and
on.
kind of like, and when you do
Whoops.
that, the book slowly drifts
Yeah.
into field, and it once again opens with the quill
She
and the X.
she grabs at the book, like she has been ignoring it as much as she can this entire time, but she just scrambles for the book and the quill, and she writes on its page, "Dark-eyed prince" with a question mark.
I kid you not, this is seriously the response you get back.
I hope it's just what?
Okay, so
On God? Just
Excuse me?
she stares at the book, and are you fucking shitting me? Irving's braided ballsack.
I
And she kind of falls, you know, like on the ground, like sitting, and it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with all of this, you know?
the
So
book
she
the book once
she
again just
holds-
offers the X on the line, but
she holds the book very tightly because you know the book has a tendency to float away and do whatever it wants, but she has a very firm grasp on the book, you know, like that you are not getting away. And she writes back, "Warren family," with the quill, the golden fancy quill.
it sends back this message. Because now you're negotiating.
Yeah. Brunhild turns around and crawls just a little further up the hill, you know, just to peek over it again. And she looks at the army.
I don't know how familiar are you with like military.
Probably only theoretical knowledge from like her
Okay.
family having fought in the war, but not like firsthand
Sure.
at all.
You're kind of like rough eyeballing your estimates. Then you hold your thumb out to
Yeah.
kind of like see how far they are, and you're like they're gonna
Yeah.
be here by like sundown.
Oh my god, they're like at the front door.
Yeah, this is like you would imagine that they'd be like they must have just picked up camp or something, and they're like, now hey, we're going now. Put your
How
battle
far are
stuff
they
on.
from the mountain?
From the mountain?
Because the mountain is on the other side, right?
Yeah, it's well, hold on. Here's where you are. I'm gonna use some rough pictures to show stuff. Here, we'll use this. We'll use the butterfly to represent where the army is.
Okay.
In relation to you.
Okay.
And then the mountain is that mountain there on the map.
Oh, okay. So
And
I'm
then
like
Fort
in.
Dolahan is right here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like just to the southwest of you.
So they're less than a week away for sure.
They're less than hours away.
Oh god.
Yeah, I'm using this is very rough.
Yeah,
Maybe
no.
I should do like this to like better illustrate how close. This map is huge.
There's no scale for your map.
No, I know, but like it's the problem is that like one hex is equal to a like day's worth of travel at least, but they're already within the hex. If that makes any sense.
Okay.
I wish I could make the grid smaller. I wish I could make your character icons smaller.
You can make the map bigger.
I don't think I can.
Sometimes in combat, it's just like Valerie dashes over an entire
field. Yeah, no. Basically, I'm just treating this as like the background splash image while I narrate what's happening.
No,
but,
I get it. I just wanted like a quick estimate.
Oh yeah, they're within hours to both. If they really wanted to, they could probably get to the mountain just as quickly as they could get to Fort Dolahan. Like it's gonna be like a couple of hours.
Can I
before they're
figure
over this
out
hill.
where they seem like they're going? Like, are they going towards the mountain, or are they going towards?
The only way you'd be able to tell is if you stayed and watched them to see which way they are in fact going, which would open you up to possibly getting seen. Are you willing to take that risk?
No, fuck no.
Okay. With your peeking over every now and then.
I will survive.
Yeah, it's like because it's like a whole army. It's not just an individual, so it's like they kind of it's moving in. Like,
and it has
the
1,000
left.
eyes, and
yeah, it's like it's kind of hard to tell, like because the right wing is like maybe moving at a faster pace than the left wing, and then the left wing has to like catch up, so like it's moving at unequal.
No, it makes sense.
Mass. If you want to take the risk, then by all means, I will always reward risk, but it is a risk. But yeah, it is to the north of you. To the northwest is the mountain. To the northeast is Fort Dolan, but Fort Dolan is in the shadow of the mountain essentially. They're both basically at the same location. It only took like an hour of walking peacefully by Azarine and Valerie to get from Fort Dolan to the top of the mountain. Like they're so fucking close. If they dead ass sprinted it, they probably could have made more. They probably could have done it even faster, or if they had like horses at full gallop, it would have been like
Just have a
nothing.
leisurely walk.
Yeah, but you just leisurely like they were cutting through the forest. They didn't want to get seen.
Oh,
Like they were going
jeez.
slow.
I don't know what to do.
But this army,
That's a lot. Like you just dropped a huge fucking ball on me.
This is now I like it when we first begin a game session. This is kind of like DM advice. It's like it's kind of scary because you're not sure how things are gonna go. But like once you really get in and you guys know more about the world and you kind of feel like your character's better, then shit like this happens and it's like what happens? So yeah, I mean it's up to you.
Oh
I
my
can come.
God.
I'll come back to you. I don't mind. In fact, I'm almost tempted to say like, hey, do you
Yeah,
guys want to
yeah,
take
yeah.
a break? Just like a bio break. Go get some water. Go use the bathroom. Come back. I don't mind playing longer tonight. I don't have anywhere to
I'm
be.
planning to play late.
How you guys
No,
doing?
me either.
Me
I got
either.
work tomorrow, but
Okay.
I mean,
Then I'm gonna take
Yeah.
a quick break, and we're gonna come back. I'm gonna put the please stand by up, and I'm gonna mute my microphone. I don't know if putting me on standby will mute you guys, so just be aware that
No.
when you guys come back, anything that you say might still be streamed. Oh, I can just mute the desktop audio just in case.
yeah. Wait a second.
I don't know how to stream, so we're gonna take a break.
Jesus
We'll be right
Christ.
back. I don't know how to stream. Don't worry about
You
it.
don't know how to do
And
it.
you
Anyway.
refuse to learn. I offered to show you.
No, I hate learning. Oh, True Avenger sent, hey, what's up, a while ago, but that seems like a very bot thing to
shit.
say, so I don't know if they're real. They're not watching anymore. I don't know when that was. But I think it was just a bot that came in.
Come over to my campsite.
But anyway, I'm gonna put on standby. Let's all go take a break.
All right.
probably dead.
Yep, they're all dead. All right, we're officially back. Gareth resumes his track down the corridors as Azarine and Valerie sit quietly in the shadows beneath the land bridge that he was walking across. You count 3 Inquisitors, and you can poke your head out and see them go and watch as you have this experience of seeing 3 Inquisitors from behind with whatever experiences that brings for your own characters.
I slowly grab my bracelet and put it back on.
Sure. The 3 of you, the 3 of you together are not in the same place, but as you continue down your own land bridges, you see scrapes along the walls, 5 indent slashes along the rock, as well as signs of goblin activity, small bone shrines to gods that don't make sense to you or to anybody else, paintings on the walls of things that have never happened and never will. You see what appears to be a silhouette on the floor, like a goblin died there and dissolved, and that's just what it looks like now.
Ew.
Eventually we get to a point where the road splits for Valerie and Rinthi. You've been ascending uphill for quite some time, and you look off to your left and look off to your right, and you have some options, or possibly some questions you'd like to ask.
What do I see to the left?
You see a more water dripping from the ceilings and more puddles. This seems like this follows more closely with the waterfall, and also similarly the way the Inquisitor has gone.
Or has gone, or has come from?
No. Is going. It's the same direction.
Okay.
It's that same westerly direction.
And what do I see on the right?
Very little besides cold air and some shine on the ground about 20 feet down the hall. Something like metallic catching the glint off of sunlight that comes through the waterfall every now and then when the waters part just enough to let it through.
She slowly starts to inch towards the shine on the ground. She does not feel cold at all despite her lack of clothing.
As you get closer, you can discern it to be a 1 gold piece.
I take it.
You see another couple of gold pieces further down the way as well.
I look up and then I look back at Valerie.
Yes.
Shinies. And she holds up a gold coin.
Valerie walks over and picks one up hesitantly.
I'm gonna add the 1 gold piece to my inventory.
Sure, you both find 1 gold piece.
Do we just follow the gold, or should we turn back and go this other way?
Well, how I'm thinking of it is someone must have dropped these, and we are looking for someone.
That's true. Continue onwards this way?
That's the plan. She keeps walking forward.
I'm going to. Oh, is it dark?
It is dim light currently. It is not complete darkness yet, but it is getting darker as you go down this hallway. You gather that if you go down this hallway, it will become dark.
I am going to. I look back. Can I see any sign of the Inquisitors or no?
No, they didn't come this way. They were on third path that was above your land bridge, but it would follow. They were following the waterfall, and that other path that you currently have access to is following the waterfall. So maybe if you went that way, you'd reconvene with them at some point.
We're not going that way.
Path, yeah.
She takes a sigh of relief, and then she taps her 2 middle fingers onto the shell necklace on her around her neck, and casts Illuminate, and her necklace starts to glow.
Okay, you're emitting light. That's good. I don't know. You don't have dark vision, do you?
No.
Okay, Valerie just walked ahead because she could see fine.
Oh, does Valerie have dark vision?
Yeah, she's half elf.
You have it's like you see black and white or something. It's really cool.
60 feet of dark vision for half elves.
All right, yeah, you can both see now down the way. You walk down this long corridor and see more and more signs of goblin activity, more ripped flesh, more splatterings of strange paintings. One of them actually looks very odd. It's like a painting of stones, stones upon stones upon stones stacked up. You probably pay that very little attention because to the right is a bend, a broken down brick wall, and on the other side is what appears to be a large cathedral.
Anticipating something, can I just cast Healing Word real quick?
Go right ahead. Yep, you see a break in the wall on your right, and it looks like bricks that have been knocked down. There's light shining through, like torchlight flickering, and when you poke your head in, you kind of see like columns. You see like broken pews.
Right, Azarine, that applies to you because...
Oh! Thank you.
Yeah, short rest is like an hour, and I don't think you guys want to do that.
That was actually really good for a Healing Word.
That's almost as good as it possibly can be. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a minimal cure wounds.
Okay. Well, what do you guys do?
I guess we step in.
Okay. Well, as you look around, you do see two goblins inside of this church. There is a altar at the front, and that is surrounded by gemstones, treasures, but also like tin cups, a wheel, blacksmith's tools. It looks like just anything shiny. And it's just all stacked up at the back of this all huge, this hoard of treasure to somebody. It's not worth as much as it looks because once again, some of it's just crap.
Literally just shiny. Anything metal.
But like there are like gold and silver pieces. There are like tools. There are like gemstones and necklaces, and very clearly things taken off of people.
Her eyes are like
one of the goblins like looking through it like ah! He's like Donald Duck in it or whatever that other duck is.
Suddenly, Valerie feels
Scrooge McDuckin.
Suddenly, Valerie feels very uncomfortable to wear the hat she is currently wearing and the boots she is currently wearing.
Red.
Azreen is like looking at the treasure, and her like eyes are like sparkling, like, ooh, shiny.
One of the goblins is looking at the other, like, come on, we're supposed to be reporting for the meeting. And I was like, shut up! My shinies, mine, oh, mine.
Valerie just like lightly knocks on Azarine's head to like snap her out of staring at the jewelry.
Oops, sorry.
There's torchlight in here, by the way, so there's no need for the light.
Okay, so I turn it off.
Mm-hmm.
So these goblins don't notice us yet, right?
No, not unless you actively step into the church. Then I'll ask you to make a stealth check if you want to maintain your stealth.
I want to step into the church because, I mean, it's the only thing we can see right now.
Okay. The path continues to go as well. This is a branch off. You don't know how far this corridor goes. It might dead end in 30 feet. Well, at least 70 feet, because you can see 60 feet. So, but if you want to go in, then roll stealth.
I will stealth in. Oh boy, okay. So I stumble into the door.
You stumble in. Well, like, the ground is uneven and broken, and, like, you can tell that, like, this church it's not level. If you were to drop a marble, it would roll towards the front where the altar and the money is. And you can see it's like a normal church inside, but when, like, where the windows are, you just see, like, dirt and earth and rock. Like, it's built underneath the mountain, it's very weird. This is not the place that you would expect the church to be. On the ceiling is like pictures of a mosaic long since lost. But yeah, you stumble in and the ground actually breaks underneath you. Your foot falls through the floor. And you dangle there for a second, just kind of like holding on like with your other three limbs. And you kind of quickly pull yourself on. The other two goblins notice you and immediately draw the sword and just runs at you. I'm not going to battle mat it because the one just runs up to you immediately and attacks. There's just the two of them and the two of you. So it's just going to be Goblin 1, and then there's no like surprise round. But roll initiative. Because you might be able to counter this Goblin before he reaches you.
Yeah, I plan to cutting towards that.
Azarine probably moves first.
Oh wow, that's great.
But yeah,
I am amazing.
Roll initiative okay, that's fine. So Goblin, technically, the Goblin 1 runs to you with his scimitar raised, but Azarine moves first. Azarine can intercept.
I'm actually going to
It's got gold in its teeth. you don't know if it's just like brass paint, but its teeth are like shiny.
Azreen clears her throat, and she says, I'm sorry, but just trust me on this one. Now you gain, you are immune to being frightened, and you gain temporary hit points equal to my spell ability modifier at the start of each of your turns. So you get spellcasting modifier is my charisma modifier, so you get 3 additional you get temporary hit points, and what she does is she like spins you around and then dips you and then puts you back up onto your
Throws
feet.
you upright. This character Valerie is pulled up out of the hole, and thrown back on your feet.
For this like a kind of forced light dance, Valerie is like stumbling around like she's just like positioning around a doll.
Okay, that's Azreen's turn.
Yep, so you get 3 temporary hit points.
All right.
Okay. The goblin swings down at where Valerie used to be. Cling and cling, smashes his scimitar into the ground, knocking away more of the rocks, but it misses the target. The other goblin moves with a short bow, raises it, and fires. It is a 14? Who's...
All right, I'm gonna. Is that at me?
Yeah, it's at you.
I'm gonna cutting words that. What kind of bow is that?
What is your AC?
It's 13.
Okay, well then I
So
guess
I'm
you have to
gonna
roll more than
1d6
one. I was gonna say it might not matter because.
Wow.
I'm so sorry, Valerie.
My cutting words are not very cutting.
Meet it to beat it. The goblin just barely. You try to throw off its mantra in its head, but it maintains its focus. It does unfortunately hit you, but it is it does a 2, so it does not even break through your temporary hit die. But now it is your turn.
Right. So I'm going to dash directly at that goblin and with my rapier.
All right, you hit it. You do 4 points of damage. It hurts a lot. All right, Azarine, it's your turn.
I am going to throw my scimitars or my chakrams. I have swords now.
Transform.
I'm gonna throw my chakram at the closest one to me.
Okay, that'd be the one that attempted to attack Valerie. Goblin 1.
Shit.
Whoa, heck,
Well, I was gonna throw it twice, any.
That's fine.
I was gonna throw it twice.
You throw the first, but he intercepts it with a scimitar. And you hit him in the face with the second one.
4 slashing damage.
That's not bad. You both have done 4 damage to your respective goblins. It is its turn. It tries to go for immediate riposte. 16, does that hit? Yeah, I know it does. 4 slashing damage you take, Azure.
Ow!
Yeah, sorry. Then it's the next goblin's turn. It's in short bow. It tries to keep using its short bow, but it's at disadvantage because now you're within 5 feet of it. It takes a 10. It does not hit you, Valerie. It is Valerie's turn.
I'm gonna stab him again.
Okay, you hit him. He dies. You stab him through the eye and out the other side, black blood dripping down the tip of your sword. He lays limp, and the weight drags your sword down, and you quickly pull it out, trying to make sure it doesn't get stuck because of the vacuum action of the blood leaving the body. It begins to disintegrate, then drips through the cracks in the floor. The nature of all fiends. The next one is Azarine.
Second one is going down.
Sure, the second... Ooh, yeah, the second one attacks. They're not wearing armor or anything like that, so they don't have...
So only the 14 hit?
Yeah, only the 14 hit, fortunately.
5 slashing damage.
That's fine, that's enough to kill it. You drag your scimitar... I'm not your scimitar. God damn it, now you have me doing it! Your chakra down its chest and carve it open. And as black intestines begin to spill out onto the floor, they immediately liquefy like the rest of the body and begin to disintegrate as the bones stay a little bit longer until all that's left is just the shiny, gold-colored teeth. You guys are standing in a large underground church. What do you do? I guess full of shiny things.
Shiny things! I'm
Yeah.
going over.
Okay.
I guess I'll take some of the shiny things.
Both
I'll
of
take
you roll investigation. Because there's
And
a lot of
Beth-
shit here. There's a lot of just useless crap. So there is lots of treasure to be had. It's just a question of can you get it out. Okay, that's pretty good. Those are both 15 or above. So the two of you find a Ezerine. You find a small gemstone that is dark blue. And it is likely worth, well, I'm just going to tell you now so I don't have to remember. It's worth 80 gold. And that's kind of like the best thing that you can find. Along with that, there's just like a handful of gold coins. You find 9 gold pieces. Like amongst the trash, you're kind of seeing like now a lot of the shiny stuff is actually just like chain, silverware even, like brass doorknobs, like it's stuff like that. Valerie, you find oh wow, that's very fair. You also find a gemstone worth 80 gold pieces.
Gemstone.
You will have to sell it. I am the kind of DM that's like you have to liquidize your assets.
That is A-okay.
You're an asset.
I'm an asset, and you find 1 gold piece.
Liquidize this.
Liquidize this. Speaking of which, Gareth, you descend down the stairs to see no less than I'm gonna have to say 6 goblins because there was 5 earlier plus a few more. One of them is wearing a bright red cap. They are chanting in a circle. There's a giant pyre.
And he's been waiting for this. Lifting the heavy blade and having it sit right in front of him. All he says is, let's get to work.
Yeah.
And the 3 of them were gonna go for it. Do you want me to pull up fucking? Because I gave you their stuff.
Yeah, but I can't feasibly run that many characters.
Fair enough.
They are going to be modifiers to you, though. They are going to be +5 to the rolls, depending on what you're doing. But they're basically just going to be +5 to all rolls ongoing, including damage.
Or damage.
Everything.
Including
Everything
damage.
you roll from here on out with these fuckers nearby you is +5.
So describe the 6 goblins to me.
Okay, you have 6 goblins. Part of me wants to get the battle mat out for you, but then I'd have to get the battle mat out for the other 2 characters who are optional, and they're not really going to have turns. This is going to function identically anyway to what just happened in the previous corner. The 6th one in the center, standing on a large pyre made of bone and timberwood, is chanting, and he's got this bright red, lurid red blood cap. And he just goes, "My people! Intruders, kill them! Bring me their bones!"
How far is the priest?
He's about 30
bishop?
feet, up about 20 feet.
20 feet?
He's up 20 feet off the ground, and he's 30 feet away from you with a hypotenuse. And there's a big pyre in the middle of this. They're burning the fats from animals and stuff like that. And there's another 5 around as well. They're all just like stomping and chanting. They have like clubs with nails sticking out of them. Some of them are wearing like helmets that have clearly been stolen.
Yes.
They're charging at you to kill you. But I mean, it's your move first.
Yeah, I do move. Oh, I didn't even roll initiative. Should I roll initiative?
No, because there's going to be back and forth anyway. And this isn't like a surprise round. If anything, you surprised them.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, do you want me to make you roll initiative?
I mean, I'm not saying nothing.
Alright.
Alright.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna move my full speed towards the big
Sure.
the head honcho.
I'm all about it, yeah.
Yeah.
You fucking sprint forward with your sword and leap over the pyre. Which is totally
Should I
within...
roll for that?
No. There's rules for jumping. As long as you get a running start, you can jump like as far as your fucking modifier or something, your strength modifier. And if I think your strength is like very high, and
my strength is 2. It's 15.
Yeah, the modifier is that. Yeah, the statistic itself. There's jumping. It's like it's part of your movement essentially. So as long as the thing you're trying to jump is not smaller than or bigger than like your total movement or like your total score, and this thing is not bigger than the pyre is like maybe 7 feet big. So like we see Gareth like boom 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 whoa, and just jump through the air. There's no acrobatics check required.
When I land, is that dude in range?
He's above you, but the only thing separating you and him is 20 feet of rickety timberwood scaffolding, essentially. Yeah, he's on top of like scaffolding. There's a throne at the top, and it's made out of like twigs.
He is going to swing at the scaffolding.
Okay, the scaffolding does have an AC and HP. Please roll an attack action.
Yeah. That is a critical hit.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Finally!
Yeah. Roll damage and then +5. Technically, you rolled a 29.
Technically, I rolled a 29. That's correct.
Yeah, you get to the other side of the. You finish the leap. You roll. You unsheath your sword and
6
just
plus 12.
cleave.
So I do 18 plus 5, so 23.
You cleave straight through the base of the scaffolding and it just explode. You're so good at breaking wood. And it just
literally
explodes.
dethrone this man.
Yeah, and the whole thing just like, and then you just hear as the whole thing just leans backwards. He's gonna get a saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
It does not make a saving throw. The whole thing just crashes down. You do not see Bogart Redcap.
Did they crush him?
Wait, is he dead or is he?
You don't know. His scaffolding just like tips backwards.
Do I see his body? Is he moving? Like.
Roll perception. What's your passive?
My passive is
roll
12.
perception. My mercy is with the 12 you do not see him. No, you just see broken timber.
21. Hey, 21.
21. Yeah, like a bunch of like smoke is kicked up from like the pyre, the dust, the debris falling. This is like old wood. This is an old structure, and when it hits the ground, it just like explodes in the dust essentially. With the 21, you see like crawling out from underneath the throne, just like this shitty little red cap on this like 3-foot tall goblin.
Oh, I forgot. I also because I did a critical hit, I had savage attack. And then the pyre lights on fire. So that did even more damage.
He's a battering ram. That is a battering ram possessing a body. No, you're right. Yeah, no, with the savage attack, some of it really did fall in the pyre, and it is on fire. And Bogart Redcap looks back and just goes, "Oh no!"
I'm gonna. You know what? Why not make an impact? I'm going to action surge.
Oh, okay, but I think there's like goblins around you. I don't think you can get to Bogart Redcap because he's outside.
Oh, I thought he's right underneath me. I thought.
No, he's not right underneath it because you tip the thing over and it's like 20 feet tall. So technically he's 20 feet away from you because he was at the top.
Oh, that's lame.
Yeah, you only destroyed everything. What a killjoy. Yeah, with an action surge.
I want action surge then.
A goblin, a bunch of goblins try to surround you because there's more than just Bogart Redcap.
I mean, that's fine.
So
that's my attack.
Okay. You save your action surge.
Well, I might do. Hold up. Windmill's not a move.
I know, but like
I'm not. This isn't Soul Calibur. First of all.
No, it's great. The story that's happening here is your two friends are at the door, and the one is just firing off arrows, just like thoom, thoom, just like plinking goblins as they go. So like the force is split. You're like right in the middle of them, and so only a few of them are going to give you their attention. The other ones are fighting your friends. Your coworkers, rather.
Should I give them health points?
No, that won't be necessary. I'll take care of that on my end. I have to handle it in a very minigame-esque way, but I will give each of them 2 dice, and I'm going to set them at 6, and if they take damage, I will decrement the die.
Okay.
To represent some minigame-esque version of
this. No. Actually, he's gonna... That's it for him. That's his turn.
It's the goblin's turn. The one goes to go to attack you. One brings a big club and slams it into the back of your ankle, but it doesn't break through your armor. It does not... it's not a medium enough hit. The second one's a 17. I don't know what your AC is.
Oh, 17? Real shit?
Yeah.
Damn, my AC 16, that hits.
Oh shit, he like clubs you in the back of the head with the nail, like the one as best he possibly can. You duck forward, so he just barely hits you with like the hilt. But it does do a total of And this is not the scimitar, so yeah, that's 7 slashing damage. I'm sorry, bludgeoning. Blunt? What is it? I don't know what it is in D&D.
It doesn't matter. It's damage. It's damage.
Damage
So
is
how much damage? Right.
7 right now, but there's a third attack coming your way, dude. But it's a 3. Yeah, they don't. They either can't break through your armor, or with your sword you just kind of like bat one out of the way before you can even land a clean hit. We're back to you. You have 3 goblins surrounding you.
7, 17.
You've taken 7 points of
7
damage.
So I have some 17. Okay. Let's see.
By the way, I don't ever look at what you guys' max HP is or current HP. I just trust that you guys will hopefully win.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So which one of the goblins is in my way from me and
the one with the mace
priest?
steps in front of you and just goes, "For Red Cap!"
Yeah, I'm gonna swing at him.
Okay. Yeah, dude.
Another
His fucking head.
No, you know what? He's fucking Goblin Slayer.
The Goblin Slayer!
2 critical hits in a row. Oh god.
That is level
Technically, you're not capable of kill. I was
21 plus.
I was going to say that like you could still roll 4 1s and he could still be alive, but that's not the reality that we live in.
Oh no!
Yeah, with 21 points of damage, you just swing the sword overhead.
Well, not even 21. I have to roll another.
You don't have to. You want to.
But I can.
Yeah,
Is the thing.
fucking do it for me, man. Show me.
So that's another D6. I'm just gonna roll another D6.
Just roll it. Just do it. Just waste my time.
So that's
Yeah, with 24 points of damage, you swing your blade down like the flat first, and you just crush him into the ground, atomizing him. He explodes into putty. His insides become outsides beneath the force of your greatsword, slamming him down into the ground. The last thing he said being Redcap. And Redcap looks at his dead comrade and goes, "Holy shit, I'm out!" And is going to use his full movement to run like a bitch.
Well, after I do that, I'm going to use my movement.
Okay.
To...
Okay.
I wish a goblin said that to Goblin Slayer.
Someone stop this man.
No, nothing can stop him. You take 2 attacks of opportunity.
Holy shit, I'm
The other
leaving.
2 goblins that are nearby. The first one's 18.
Actually, what I'm going to do before I do that,
because these 2 goblins don't want you to go.
Oh, you're right.
So they will attack
But,
you.
hey, if they run by, they're gonna get attacks of opportunity from my 2 friends.
Well, your 2 friends. Remember, there was 6 in total. You're dealing with 3. That's another 2, 1 for each of them. They're occupied.
So that guy is getting away.
I mean, unless you want to take those opportunity attacks.
No, I'll sit. Can I spin a superiority die?
You got 1 to
I
your
don't know
left and 1 right behind you, so they're not flanking you. They don't have advantage yet. But you do have 2 goblins that are like, if you turn your back on me to go after Redcap, I'm gonna body you. So they think.
After doing those 2 things, they're still.
Listen. These things are not civilized creatures. They do not. They do not have this.
They live and die for Bogart Redcap.
They live and die for Bogart Redcap. Also, their level of empathy is very low. They saw that happened, but they don't register like that it could happen to them. It will. It will happen to them.
Wild Redcap.
Yeah, no, I'll take those.
Okay.
Attacks.
Sure. That's a 19.
That hits.
He rolls another 7 points. This guy's like a fucking slot machine.
Damn.
Yeah, well, he's got the heavy mace. The other one's got just the scimitar, which is just a 1d6. That one is a 16. I don't know what your AC is.
My AC is 16. Does that mean
it's meet it to beat it? Unfortunately.
Damn.
Yeah, in AC land, it's meet it to beat it. In competitions like grapples, it's like if a tie, then just whatever was. We go back to neutral. Like if there's a tie, whatever was already happening continues to happen. Nothing changes. It's very strange ties.
Well, he takes those hits and he
only does 2 extra damage to you though, so you take 9 points of damage.
Okay, I've written that down. He's a little hurt, but you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna peek at your character sheet real quick just so I can see the shit that you're capable of inflicting upon my boy Bogart Redcap.
So after that 30 feet of movement, how close am I to him? Am I
You're
on
on him. Oh yeah, you're on him, dude.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Action surge.
Oh, so yeah, that action surge happens. You smash a goblin, you action surge after running toward him, which just gives you what? Just like a full other attack.
Only a 21 this time.
Okay. So he might survive.
Only.
He might survive. Bogart Redcap has more health than a regular, but...
Eight.
Oh, no!
8 plus 5.
You cut his arm
Plus
off. Yeah. What? What? What are you saying to me?
From my friends.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I get plus 5. So
Oh my
13.
god. Okay, yeah, how does the book of Bogart Redcap end?
Oh, just unceremoniously. Just a simple decapitation.
Violence?
Okay, yeah, you swing your sword forward and slice his head clean off. His red
This,
cap goes flying.
this man is nothing to me. I don't,
He
like...
is dirt beneath your
Like,
feet.
they say his name, but...
Yeah, he slices his head clean off. His head goes flying. His cap goes flying. The rest of the goblins look on in horror.
And I just turn back around to the ones who are still here.
They go into a frenzy.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like frothing at the
Like-
mouth. I guess it's their turn, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they approach you. The first one's going to try and attack you.
What can you ever do against Gobber and Soraya himself?
No, you are now Redcap Slayer. That's your new last name. You understand that,
Oh,
right?
thank you. No, thank you.
Okay, it's a 7.
What was that?
It's-
That was a 7? Alright, I'm gonna spin a superiority die in riposte.
What does that mean?
That means I get to attack him for free right now.
No.
Well, I missed, unfortunately. Unless if
No, they have
A 7
more
does
AC
it.
than a 7. These are the special goblins that have even higher
Oh,
AC than the ones
special
outside.
goblins. Hold on, wait
Yeah.
a second. Yeah, make a melee weapon attack. Alright, it's not a guaranteed. Okay, never mind. So I missed that one.
This is weak to fire. He misses he ducks. He's like, ha, pig! Oh shit! And he immediately jumps back to avoid your own riposte. Oh my god, the other one critical succeeds.
What?
He gets a fucking 20.
Wow.
Listen, they're frenzied. They are free. You killed Bogart Redcap.
Okay.
You killed Bogart Redcap. He gets a 3. He does 3 damage against you. He rolls his D8 twice and does 3 damage to you.
3 damage.
That doesn't even make sense because he has a +1 dexterity. He has to do at least 4. I think I mathed somewhere wrong along the way. No, it's 2 + 1, so that's 3, and then the 1 + 1, which is 2. So he does 5 points of damage to you.
Oh my
Sorry.
god, okay.
My bad.
I was about to say.
I was like, wait a minute. That doesn't make any fucking sense. But yeah, you take the 5 points of damage, which is incredibly low for the fact he critically succeeds. His face torn with anguish and anger, his face frothing, but he does very little damage against your.
His
your
anime
shield.
song starts playing, but
Yeah,
he does
he's
literally
crying.
nothing with it.
He's crying. It's so sad. That's back to Gareth.
Oh, so...
He's
Yeah.
crying so hard he can't see, so
can't
he kind
see
of
through his
lives, and
rage.
That's why he does really little damage.
Yeah. When you look around you, by the way, you're in a room with 4 like large statues, and like the walls are covered in runes. Like this is very obviously not built by goblins. It is definitely not a chamber meant for like a pyre or some kind of sacrificial chamber. A sacrificial chamber. There was like
Oh,
this is
yeah,
built
is
on like
the
a
people here?
fountain.
Are the people here?
The people? Who's the people?
You heard that the people that the entire reason why I went into this cave?
No, you do not see them
Well,
unless they're
oh well.
unless they're in the pyre.
Well, that's for something to check out after everything else is dead. Oh, god damn it. 10.
That
Plus 5, so
yeah,
that's
that
a
hits.
15.
That hits.
Cool.
Just to let you guys know, mathematically, having +5
13.
to an attack is the same as having advantage on an attack. 13 points of damage. Yeah, you cleave through one of the goblins and just kill him. He is just destroyed by that attack. You cut him straight in half from top of the neck to the bottom of his hip.
Oh yeah, I did that to the one who ever critically hit me.
Yeah, he crits you, and in his last tearful days of looking at the dead body of Bogart Redcap, you kitty corner him like a fucking sandwich. There's one more remaining. Do you have another attack at level 3? I don't think you do.
No, I don't.
Okay.
No, I used my action surge and that was it.
That's fine. The other one gets hit with arrows in the back. He goes to make his attack against you. That's you wouldn't believe me.
Another critical hit?
Yeah, it's
Alright.
another 20. But hey, you're fighting these strong goblins. To be fair, like in story,
Yeah.
these are definitely like a cut above.
Yeah.
The first dice is I'm gonna roll it in front of you actually.
They're hobgoblins.
Yeah, no, these aren't hobgoblins. Those really do exist. Okay, you take 8 points of damage plus the 1 plus just the 1, so it's 9. And the second
Okay.
dice because it's a crit. So you take 5. So 5 plus 9, which is 14.
Wow, that was some damage. Great. You want to look at my sheet real quick?
I would love to look at your sheet real quick. Woof! Woof, man!
But it's fine, because I'll go back up to 1.
You bitch. You bastard. Yeah, okay, so yeah, you get a critical
So I
strike.
went down to 0,
Yeah.
but...
You get, okay, you have Tears of Denial. You get sent down
Yeah.
to 0 HP. You take a very powerful hit. This goblin's trying to take revenge for Bogart Redcap. And you get hit right in the clean side of the head. And blood begins to trickle down your temple and into your eye. And then your head just slowly swivels back to stare at him. It's your turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do. You know.
You're gonna kill all of my favorite goblin characters.
That's a 14, actually.
Yeah, that hits.
Yeah. That's
That's
11.
what you get for having
Yeah,
favorite
that's
goblin character.
11. But he dies. You swing your sword just straight up Siegfried's launcher. And just
it's a head splitter. What the fuck?
Yeah.
The one where you do like the upper one? Yeah.
Yeah, just right through him like butter, and he goes.
Oh
flying.
no! What happened was I was in a back hold,
You were
and
back
he stabbed me in the back. Is what happened. I just
see.
did the forward AB.
I hate you. Yes, you do that, you get him, you go for the overhead and just absolutely obliterate him and kill him. The other two goblins are one's turned into a pincushion, and then the other one is ignited with a holy fire by your compatriots, and that takes care of that. Though interestingly, when you look around the room, you do not see the red cap.
What? I killed him to shit. I did a critical. All right, you better.
You see his body dissolving, but you don't see the red cap anymore.
What?
Oh. Charlotte approaches you and gives you some healing words. That's a
Much
D8, I
appreciated.
believe, plus the modifier.
You want to roll that for me, big boy?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll it right in front of you. Actually, it's more fun when I roll it in front of you guys. What is it? Is it? It's the heal. It's a good heal. What's the good heal?
I don't know what the good heal is. All right, I'm not
Cure wounds.
I'm not a dirty magic user.
You're right. Is it cure wounds? Must be.
I'm flipping through pages.
Because that's the one that they have. It's 1d8 plus your spellcasting modifier. Okay, excellent. I was correct.
Oh.
So, and she's gonna do it. She's gonna burn 2 slots for you.
Of course, I'm a captain.
So that's plus the modifier that she has, which is plus 3 twice. So plus 6. So you recover 15 points of HP.
All right, tight.
Yeah. She'll do it again. But she has to lose.
No, I'll be on
Yeah?
at 16.
Okay. You're the captain. You tell her.
Yeah, I'm good.
There is another exit to this room. You came in through one way, but there's a large open gate at the other side.
So
it has been battered open. But this room also has many secrets.
The hat is missing now.
Did you not see the hat?
Gareth, after wiping off his blade and resecuring it, just kind of notices that and just kind of just rubs his temple, just like Traz.
Yeah, boss.
See the goblin's hat.
Sorry, boss. I was kind of looking more at the people trying to kill me. I missed it.
No, that's fair enough. You and me both. But they were at the way we came in, so that means they would have noticed it if it ran past.
No, nothing came by me. Nothing came by me.
No, I'm saying this out of character.
Yeah.
So I guess and there's no human like in the pyre. Are there dead bodies like the people who
Roll
we-
investigation. Roll investigation.
Ready for a crit fail?
Yeah, I'm always ready for a crit fail.
Oh, thank God.
You poke through the pyre. I think it's probably been dispersed by the falling. So there's just like cinders essentially. But when you poke through it, you do see human bones. With an 11 investigation, you don't know if that was from like some previous thing or if this was whoever you may or may not be looking for. In the corner of the room with the 11 investigation, you do see a traveler's pack and several crates of supplies like food, medicine, things of that nature. You see a healing potion or two inside, like that kind of thing.
Well, I'll pocket those.
Okay,
I'll acquiesce those for the Inquisition.
Sure, you recover 2 healing potions.
Cool. Light healing potions.
Yeah, the basic one. It's like 1d4 plus 4 or something like that. Or 2d4 plus 4? Anybody know? I think it's 2d4 plus 4.
Who has? Does
I
anyone
don't
have?
know. Ask me.
I don't know. I don't have one.
All right, I'm just gonna
I
say.
can
I'm gonna
tell
say.
you.
I'm gonna say a 2d4 then.
I think it's 2d4. And if that's not what they really are, that is what these ones are.
Yeah.
Potion of
They're
healing.
the good shit.
Yeah, they are the good shit. They are the good shit. Yeah, it's,
All right,
it's
well-
2d4 plus 2.
Plus 2.
Yeah. So it's half. I was half right.
Well, I've added 2 of them to my inventory.
Yeah, the runes above you are much more bold and chiseled in with an art-like grace. It's a circular spiral fashion that these runes are made in, and you see more pictures of ancient knights or some other order, but you cannot discern the details. The faces are just completely.
Well, guess what?
faceless.
Hey, Charlotte, do you understand what any of this is?
She'll roll. She'll roll. Oh, I'm gonna roll it. It's much more fun when I roll it and everyone can see it.
Yeah, it is.
It is her modifier is plus 3.
Hey.
Yeah,
I think
boss.
that-
Yeah, boss. This is something old. This is something like maybe celestial runes or primordial runes, something like that. Something not spoken for a very long time.
Celestial witch rolls doing up.
Very very occult language that
Here.
we're dealing with. I recommend that we sanctify this location immediately. It's probably desecrated.
Yeah, probably is.
Do you want me to stay behind and start the process, or do we go deeper?
You start the process. Travis and I will continue looking for anyone else, even though I don't think there are anything. We're not gonna find anything good.
Aye, Captain. Aye, Captain. Okay.
And Travis and Gareth will continue down.
Okay. You leave behind your caster. She will spend this time doing the thing that she said she was going to do.
Mm-hmm.
You go down further to see a large, gigantic room so far that you cannot see the other side of it. But when you kind of just like turn the corner and almost like fall into like a hole, a pit.
Fall.
Yes. You look down and you can see a staircase that runs. This round hole, and it looks like it.
Okay,
went
so I
up.
didn't fall. Okay,
No,
I thought
you
you.
did not fall.
I
I'm
thought
not
you
so
said I
fool.
fell. Like, holy shit.
No, you almost did. You kind of like, whoa! You like Tros catches you and like pulls you by the back of the collar and gets you back on sturdy ground. You look to your left, and it's like this spiral staircase that goes up around the outer edge of the hole, but then it's broken like after about a quarter turn. But it certainly goes down. But this stone here is smooth, it's gray, it's very worked, it's not at all a natural stone, it's just the slate gray, and it's cool to the touch, and it just goes down, and you just kind of hear this like soft whining at the bottom. You don't know what the sound possibly is. You do see blood on the ground, you do see, like goblins have been here, but you don't see any now. But you do see the footprints and the telltale sign, the paintings on the walls. But the thing that catches you the most is this glittering green, reflective gemstone that seems to be embedded in the walls, like all over. It's not in any particular fashion that's organized. It just seems to be part of the rock. The light glitters every now and then. If you want, Charlotte can cast light on one of your weapons before you go down, but I don't know how long that lasts. I think it's only like 10 minutes or something. Maybe it's an hour concentration, but she's not with you. I don't know if she can cast light on something that you're going to take with you. You might have to light a torch or something.
Yeah, I mean, I have a torch, so I'll use that.
Okay, you're going to use a torch.
I'll use a flame butterfly, just...
Sure. It's going to prevent one of you two from using your weapon properly, because you have a two-handed weapon and he
Yeah,
has
we
a
both
two-handed
have
weapon.
two-handed weapons.
So you're going to have to decide who's going to be the one.
I'm going to be holding a torch for now.
Okay, you can still use your weapon. I'm just going to rule it's a disadvantage.
I mean, until I throw the torch at whatever is there.
Do you go down?
Yeah, I voice caution towards Trevs and watch your step, keep an eye out for anything.
Roll athletics, not for anything too horribly painful.
Ah, son of a bitch.
Yeah, don't be too afraid. You should be good at athletics. You're like a fighter or something.
Oh, I am. I'm good. What the fuck?
Calm down. With the seven, if it was if you a 5 or below, I would have fucked with you. But no, it's fine. You got a 7. The average person would not have had an issue with this. I don't see why Gareth would either. But you can tell the steps are very shallow and very smooth, and you can the stone is obnoxiously smooth. It's almost kind of like an aqueduct, even water could flow easily down these stairs, and the steps are even concave. They're carved in a way so that they bow down the middle. It's slippery. Like you almost like slip down these stairs. You're like, oh fuck, that probably would have hurt the tailbone a bit. But the steps are so shallow even that you probably wouldn't have had that much issue if you had slid down. It just would have been kind of painful maybe if there's a stop in the darkness. Yeah. But you continue walking down pretty much unimpeded. Upstairs. Well, I guess I should probably ask that. Our resident noblewoman, you're not obligated to go now because the story of you kind of stops here until you make your decision on what to do. So, do you want more time, or have you thought about the destinies before you?
No, I mean, faced with the inevitability of war, because I mean, it's an actual army. It's not just people
Yeah, this isn't
immigrating
some
or whatever.
mercenary corps. This is like
It's obviously an army coming in to siege whatever the fuck, right? So,
as a noble lady, you would be trained in some level of this sort of thing. You are very aware of the situation.
yeah. So, Bruchel is thinking, no matter what happens, and no matter what these people want, they're bringing war, and she will need whatever she can.
Oh, there's some kind of level of echo happening. Watch out.
Yeah.
That's I believe that's on.
It's stopped now. We're good.
No, it's Rinty.
I mean, I
that's
couldn't
me.
hear myself.
Oh no.
Oh,
Solved. Nope. Well, kinda.
Are we okay? Yeah,
Okay.
okay. I can't hear myself anymore, like in echo.
Carry on.
Bruchel is thinking, like, no matter what happens, no matter what these people want, and no matter if they actually are the minions of the Dark-Eyed Prince, war is coming, and she doesn't have anything else. So she doesn't really have a choice, and she takes the book's bargain.
You
And
pick up
signs the book.
with golden quill. You sign your name in the book, and it's kind of like someone lighting like a fuse of black powder. It kind of like sparks away, and then the book. All of a sudden, all of the pages start filling with graphs and lines and astrological symbols and planetary alignments and runes that you do not recognize, but every page is suddenly just filled to the brim with information, far more than you could possibly read right now, and you feel like this warmth kind of like shoot up your veins and your blood's on fire, and your eyes glow gold for a moment, and then it slowly begins to subside as you realize I am charged. Like you are filled with an energy and you are acutely aware of it.
My ultimate is ready.
Your ult is ready. Yeah, so this book fills with arcane knowledge, and it is it hangs at your side. It grows a leather appendage like a thong, like a leather thong, and it welcomes being belted to your belt essentially. Or you can hang it, or you can let it hang out in your bag. Your choice.
The book doesn't want to be in the bag. The book is like, no,
Book
put me
wants
on
to
your
be
belt.
out.
I need air.
Book wants to be out.
I guess she looks at the book and she's like, all right, fine.
Yeah, it hangs on. It's ready to go.
All right.
All right. She says.
She takes the book.
You
and
are.
She kind of taps at the side and she's like, you better not embarrass me. Don't do the floaty, glowy thing around anyone. Could get me killed,
You get
You almost did.
a mental thumbs up is what you receive.
Yeah. She looks she figures out she looks kind of insane talking to a book, but I mean she's alone in the woods, so I guess that's something. But it's obvious from her gait, from the way she talks, she's not as confident as she usually is.
Totally outside of her usual comfort zone. Totally believable on that end. But
it's like, your life gets turned around and then you realize the apocalypse is going on. It's like, oh, okay, fine. I really needed this today.
I know, it's self-care. A line appears in the a thin golden wispy line kind of like emanates from your chest, like your collarbone, and points towards the mountain where the storm is like swirling, and like you can see now like the wind picking up, and the clouds are, nobody else would know this except for you because you're outside. You can see the clouds are actually starting to descend, kind of like the beginning of like a tornado or a hurricane forming, like that kind of effect.
God.
It's not touching the ground, but it is like it's slowly going
Like down
closer.
towards the mountain peak?
Yeah, down towards the mountain peak. And you can see like trees are like bending wildly as like this wind is picking up. But this golden line is like, you signed. You said you'd go see it. And it's pointing in that direction.
Bruhil sighs and she taps the book and says, "If you get me into any more trouble, I'm gonna feed you to a fire."
The DM laughs. The book offers no response.
Obviously not. It's a book.
But after you start going in that direction, the line disappears because it's not just gonna have like this floating arrow essentially to out you as a magic caster.
No. She
That'd be
starts making
sucky.
her way.
Okay. Roll athletics for me to see how quickly it is you get there. Oops, I almost dropped my thing.
Not very fast.
We don't have natural sprinters.
She has those tiny noble shoes and
Yeah.
tiny noble legs.
You're not used to this level of physical activity.
And the huge
Ugh.
dress and everything.
Oh,
It's
it's
like she has the
so-
worst setup.
The heat. It's like a hot summer afternoon too. It's really not great. But you make progress.
Fans herself with the book.
You make progress. You're going up the western side. You can see like over time it takes you like quite a while, but you see like the remains of these weird dead butterfly lizard creatures. It's very strange. And you continue your path up the side of the mountain. You're not too far away, and the map is very difficult to be a representation. But you're about like an hour outside of Fort Dullahan, which puts you closer to the mountain. But you're kind of like out. You're trying to like outpace like this army. Like you keep looking behind you to see. As you get up the mountain, you do see black flags start to crest the hill that you were formerly on previously before you made your sign. Though you're moving with like an unfortunate slowness, you don't feel like you're getting like tired. Like you have this strange endurance. Like you're kind of like you're able to power walk very far and very long without having to like take a break or anything. Like you're just like, but like you're like I'm not moving quick because I am who I am. But like you're not feeling tired. You're not feeling like winded. You're like sweating a bit, but other than that, you're like, wow, damn, my cardio is great. And you make of that what you will. But you approach the mountain and you see at the top like this ring, this golden ring that is just at the mountain's peak. And as you get closer to it, it just looks like a solid halo essentially. But you can see now that it actually is just a bunch of runes, a bunch of strange enigmatic carvings in the sky out of light, very circular, very swirling, not hard and line like the Vikings runes you might be familiar, but like circular and flowy, all connected like some kind of cursive-esque runic ship as you ascend the mountain's side. Roll perception for me. You get a good view of like Fort Dullahan, which is clearly having a little bit of chaos happening, but like there's a barricade. The gates are shut.
Yeah,
the
there's
portcullis is
still hell going on.
yeah, at the base of the mountain, you do see like an Inquisitor camp. It's literally just like a couple of tents that have been pitched and a few horses and a stable. But roll perception for me to catch some more information. Okay. Out on the harbor, you see some of the boats that have been moored. You see one that's out on the horizon, though. One galleon. Way out. You know that the ships have been pulled in the port. You know that you overheard that. Or they're anchored just outside. You see all these ships that are kind of like kept close to the shore, and then way out on the horizon, like 4 or 5 miles. You're up really high, so you can see further than the curve of the Earth would normally allow you to, or I guess the curve of the planet that we are currently on. So you can see very far out to sea. In fact, you see this ship, and you're certain nobody else can at Fort Dullahan because they're at sea level. It's because you're able to see around the curve. But yeah, there's this ship, and it's coming this way.
What is it? It's a galleon?
It's a galleon. Yeah, it's a big wooden ship with gigantic three timber sails.
Is it a ship that would normally be at Fort Dullahan?
You've
Or does it look
seen
out of
similarly
place?
before. Why don't you roll a... are you proficient in insight or investigation?
I am proficient in investigation.
I'll let you use investigation. I like just being like, oh, give me an intelligence check, and I'll let you guys pick like whichever one you're proficient at. I'm cool with that. With an 11 investigation, you're like, that's a big ship. Like, that's a really big ship. Usually the only kinds of ships that are that big are like these huge cargo trawler sort of things, like these gigantic ships, or like a military ship.
Yeah, because like there's an army behind me, and there's a weird ship in front of me.
To the north is the ship, and to the south is this army.
1 + 1.
But yeah, it's a big ship. But you can't, from this distance, you can't tell what flags it's flying.
No, but Brugil probably assumes the worst because it would make sense in that situation.
Mhm.
So.
Okay. That's some extra information for you. I really, you're learning so many extra secrets that I thought was just going to be, surprise for the rest of the players.
Yeah, no.
I'm all about it.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Does the course change? Are you continuing up the mountain? I don't see why it would.
Yeah, no. She continues up. I mean, it's a ship. What is it going to do? Go up the mountain?
Yeah.
It's a ship.
Roll stealth for me. I assume you don't want to get seen by the Inquisitor camp at the base of the hill. It's very difficult for them to see you.
Yeah, no.
But there's nothing that a critical failure can't solve.
I mean, I have Mask of Many Faces. I have disguise self at will. I'm not that scared of an Inquisitor.
It's interesting that you say that because maybe Brugil thinks like, I don't want to get seen. And as soon as you say that, you look down at your hands and they're not your hands. Like your body has like changed and you're like, what? And you like go over to like a pond, you go over like the nearest like collection of water and look at your own reflection and it's just some elf. And though you know your character has these abilities, but like Brugil is just like, oh! Like looking down, like, you're just not you. Like you're just someone else.
What a new veins.
Character is being controlled by this otherworldly god.
Yo, I can't believe I got to see the fucking bimbofication.
You saw it live.
I saw it live.
You're just like a sky elf now, and then like after you think about it, that's how Mask of Many Faces works. Like you can basically just use disguise self at will.
That means like, by that logic, that means Gareth failed something, and like his otherworldly god up above is just like, fuck you.
No more horses. But I don't. Yeah, how does Mask of Many Faces work? Because I don't want to just like accidentally DM narrate you using your once per day charge. But I think it's just any time. I think it's just whenever you want. You can turn into someone else.
It says at will.
That's so sick. But yeah, this is Brugil Discover. She's like, I can be anybody I want.
You make yourself, clothing, armor, weapons, and other belongings look different until the spell ends or until you use your action to dismiss it. You can seem 1 foot shorter or taller, can appear thin, fat, or in between. Can't change your body type.
Yeah, you just like you look into this collection of water and the sky elf like turns back into you. And you're just like, oh.
I think there's a thing where, like, yeah, if someone tries to touch you, it's like your real form. Like, you have the same hitbox, but you look different.
I see. Okay, that makes perfect sense to me.
So if I look taller and someone tries to touch the top of my head, there won't be anything because I'm a dwarf and tiny.
Or like, a big top hat and they try to take it off. It's like nothing.
Yeah, basically. Okay. So, again, the hitbox is the same.
That's fine.
The
okay.
Changes.
Do you, now being aware of this ability, does Brugil use it? Brugil.
Well, I mean, I rolled my stealth. Am I in danger?
It's just a competition with their perception, at disadvantage and with a modifier because of the fact that they're so far away and they're not really looking for you, but you are at the top of the mountain and like there are a lot of eyes on it. So how do you feel? I mean, you feel you got a 10. It's right in the middle. It's pretty average.
Yeah, it's not great, but I mean, she probably thinks she's fine. I mean, she'll only start to pull shit off, like, in case of emergency.
Okay, that's totally fine. That's what your character would do. I have rolled to determine whether or not she's seen, but it doesn't matter because you would not know. But I know. You guys, I'm going to go back to Valerie and Azarine.
Yes.
You guys, what's your passive perception modifier? You guys are standing in a room. There's the church. Behind there's like this large altar, and behind it is like a well, and there's just treasure piled up everywhere.
My passive perception is 13.
Yeah.
Minus 12.
Interesting. All right. Cool. Hot diggity damn. One more, please. Oh, we so good. That's fine. While you guys are checking out the treasure and packing your bags with what you can collect, you feel the ground kind of like crack, kind of like, and you kind of turn your back around, and you see the hole that Valerie's foot had made. Spread a little bit further. And a little bit further.
Ooh.
And then it spreads across the entire church floor.
Oh shit.
And the floor begins to kind of like fall away.
I'm assuming we fall with it.
Well, make some dexterity saving throws for me.
I'm just, Valerie
I'll just
instantly
fall.
realizes what's happening and, like, books it towards the door. Oh, no.
I'm just gonna die.
No,
I'm so sorry she falls to the
Oh
floor.
no.
you run to the door, and you get to the door. And you put one foot at the threshold. And on the other side of the door, you see a man with a big bag. And it's got a hole in the bottom of it. And he's coming from the other way that you didn't take. That you could have kept going down this hall, you know what I mean? And you guys stopped at this, like, church, essentially. And he's coming from that direction. And there's coins kind of, like, dropping on the ground. And he turns to look at you. And it's the old man who asked you to come here originally. And he reaches up to his face and he peels off the comically large, sagging bags and wrinkles and goes, "Sorry, bruv!" And he kicks you right in the sternum. And you go sailing back down into the hole that is slowly forming in the bottom of this thing. Azarine, you kind of like look at this happen, and then like a second later, the cracks form again. The weight of the statue and the treasure on the altar just kind of like pierces down through the floor, and you both fall.
I hate it. We just got patches.
You fall 30 feet. I believe it's 1d10 every 10 feet.
Ow.
So I'm going to roll in front of you. What's your guys' well? How much HP do you guys have left?
21.
19.
7 shy of my max.
All
Uh,
right.
We had to do it for the little girl that didn't even exist.
Yeah.
You take 9 points of damage as you feel your
Alright.
butts collide with like hard stone surface.
Ow.
And you are falling, you are sliding. Hey Gareth. Please make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Oh
Ha
What's
ha.
good?
no!
You just kind of hear from above like ting 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 ting, and then like out of the darkness and into your torchlight rolls a silver coin, and it just like hits your toe, and then you see a tin cup like clunk 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 and a doorknob. And then all of a sudden you just see these two figures sliding down the stairs at lightning speed, surrounded by treasure and doorknobs and other shiny things, and they just smash into you.
Before I get smashed into, I yelled something at Travs. I don't know what he's gonna have for a deck save.
Okay, what do you yell for him to do? Potentially.
I just yell, oh fuck, I don't even.
You just say Trav, and then BAM!
Yeah, behind and like. Yeah.
Okay, I'll let him have advantage. He jumps. Travis just jumps like 4 feet into the air as a dexterous ranger, and the pair of these two strangers just right underneath him and just collide directly into you. And the three of you just go
Right against the
careening
wall.
into the darkness.
I'm assuming I'm dropping the torch or.
Roll a sleight of hand check to see if you hold on to it.
Sleight of hand. All right.
Yeah, I mean, sticky fingers.
Where's,
What would you argue?
I was gonna say
Well,
the strength.
that's-
I'm gripping that thing, baby.
You drop the torch. You
Yeah, I
let go of
dropped the
it,
torch.
but like it's falling down the hole, and you're sliding down the outside, and you're like descending almost as fast as the torch. So you're kind of like
Wonderful. That's something I want to hear.
So there's like every like second spin around this spiraling staircase, you could see the torch kind of like lighting up everything. You're just trying not to fall into the hole. As you're sliding down, the stairs get slicker and slicker.
Uh-oh.
More and more like less stair-like and more like just a slide. It gets worse as you go down, and you can feel yourself sliding inwards, like the spiral is tightening, until there's just open air, and you three are just falling.
Nope. Uh-oh.
And there was no like handholds, no nothing I could have grabbed, nothing.
Man, I listen. You already had your deck save.
Fair enough.
I mean, it's slick. There's nothing to hold on to. There's no railings.
Yeah,
There's
you're
just
right.
the runes on the walls that get brighter and brighter as you go down until you realize they are
Two women
glowing.
became an Indiana Jones boulder.
What's
and
glowing?
Took you down with
The
them.
runes along the wall and that green sort of emerald that's in the wall as well is glowing. The three of you
That's
take
not
11
good.
points of damage as you fall 20 feet.
Wonderful.
I'm down.
I have 1 hit point.
I have 0. I'm down. I'm out.
Azrain boom hits the ground with a thud, her head smacking against the stone.
I'm still healthy.
Gareth stands up, moves around. You you see the torch about like 20 feet to your left, like in the center of this.
Well, I mean,
room.
I also have dark vision, so I don't need to grab the torch immediately.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, you look around. You're in a giant room. There's just a bunch of stacked stones along the walls, like totems. They all have a different carving carved into them, and they're vaguely humanoid in shape. And there's just like hundreds of them. And then you when you pick yourself up and you look up, you fell further than 20 feet. You only took 20 feet worth of damage. You fell like 40 or 50 feet.
Valerie, like,
Was that DM's blessing, or is that?
I don't know. What does Gareth think about the situation? What does Gareth do with this information?
Oh, I mean, he's pretty shaken, and if he remembers correctly, there were other people who weren't with his small convoy, his small patrol, who fell with him. So his mind goes to them first.
Sure. On the ground, you see a young half-elven woman and some purple-haired, bleeding, like exotic dancer or something. She's wearing like a bikini and like jewelry and stuff. She looks like an entertainer. And she's got like blood kind of like exiting her lips.
Prostitute, got it. All right.
Hey!
So,
who is this harlot?
anyways, so does either one of them seem conscious to me?
I'm
One.
conscious. I
Yeah.
have 1 hit point.
Valerie's kind of like
so
shaking and slowly picking herself back up. Her eyes are
Damn.
He offers one of his big hands to her to help her stand up.
Valerie, in front of you, you see like an absolutely giant, like at least like 7 feet tall, huge slab.
Oh,
of
more than 7 feet, but
7'8"
go
or
off.
something. I don't know. It's
I mean, hold on. Let me
LeBron
pull it up.
James is in front of you, and it's just a wall of meat and thick black and
7'3".
armor.
Yeah, 7'3".
7'3" of meat, and their hair is like neatly pressed back. They're very well put together, except for like a few cuts and gashes that they seemingly haven't had recently because of a fight. They have sharp teeth, but no tusks. But they are Orkiva, or half-orc for us layman people. Their skin is a dark red, like a reddish clay color. I don't want to say dark red. I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, it's not dark red now. It's definitely like red clay.
Yeah, it's
Like
it's
red
light.
clay mud.
And they have sharper teeth, but no like protruding tusks or anything. Just these strong canines. And they help you to your feet.
Oh, you are right.
I'm alive.
Fair enough. Do you have healing wares with you? As he kind of.
Nope, wasted the last of my magic in our last fight.
Gareth was about to say something, but remained quiet. And turned his attention to the unconscious woman in front of. In between them. Do you know her? As he fumbles, not fumbles, but he reaches through his pack and protruding one of the light healing potions, propping her up to have her drink it.
Yes, I've been traveling with her for a few hours now.
Okay. When the holy
Hours.
waters hit her lips and she drinks a few sips, she rolls a 2d4 plus 2.
Yeah. Do you want me to roll since I'm feeding it to her, or you got it? Okay.
I
got it.
I generally will say whoever's getting healed is the one who rolls. Yeah, you
Five.
get 5 hit points, and you slowly, because it's her body metabolizing the actual like spirits within. And with this sort of like feeling of rejuvenation, you can kind of see like when like the healing potion goes down your throat like lights up. You can see the fluid as it like goes through your body for a few seconds, and it disperses through your bloodstream. Your wounds rapidly
Freaky.
heal themselves. It's weird. But yeah, you pick up yourself, and you're kind of you shake your head, Azrain, and you can feel blood on your lips, but you're no longer bleeding. But you pull aside this blood from your lip.
Are you alright, ma'am?
There's a huge 7'2", 7'3" slab of meat or Kiva man in front of you, who's very plainly an inquisitor.
She backs away really, really quickly as far as you can. Tall, 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 tall.
He's kind of used to, like, well, normally it's for the more animalistic and weirder parts about him, but being called tall is a nicer kind of thing to be shouted at, amongst others. My apologies. Were you two just wandering? You merchants? Are you performers? You look like performers. What are you doing here?
There was a guy and there was a daughter, and apparently the daughter wasn't real, and the guy kicked us down a hole. The guy was like a really old man, and he had really, really, really baggy under eyes and like super dark circles, and I probably should have seen that it's fake in the first place, but I don't really know. Anyway, he told us to come over here and like help his daughter or something because she was lost in the cave system, and we were like, of course we're gonna go, because like it's like, what kind of person wouldn't go and help this poor old man
Gareth,
find his daughter?
when do you cut her off?
You hear him groaning, and like, oh, good. He lets her go for a good 40 seconds before he.
Sure. It takes her no less than 4 minutes to catch up to the present time, but she eventually does.
He tries to stop her before.
Okay.
Oh, she does not stop. She's like going through this whole thing. And then we got here, and then we fell down a hole, and then we crashed into you, and then I fell unconscious. I don't remember what happened.
Stumbles behind her and just like puts her hand over her mouth while she's standing behind her. We got tricked by some shady guy.
You guys are in a large circular room at the base
The
of
torch
the
and
spiral.
holding it high.
Sure, when you
Like
hold
he-
it up, you see just this mass of statues surrounding you, and they're like humanoid statues about 4 feet tall. Only rough approximations, like they're not like detailed. It's just sort of like they're a small lump with a slightly wider lump on top of it, and then a smaller lump that kind of vaguely looks like a head on top of that. No features except for a rune carved into each of their chests, and every single one is a different rune. And you look around on the center of the room, you see a little off center a circular raised like dais of stone with a circular rune cut into the surface of it. And that's like off center. And then on the main center is this even huger rune. And there is cracks in it. And through it huger. And through it is this glowing green and blue, like aurora-like light beneath the surface of this circular dais. It's like maybe 20 feet wide. This room that you're in is maybe like 60 feet wide. It's big. It's a big room.
Can I look at the runes?
You may. On the
I'll look at
bodies? On the statues?
Yeah.
Okay. They're...
As she's doing this, he actually has his back as he's trying to call up to Travs
Okay.
to see if he can hear / respond.
Currently, you do not hear a response.
Can I read these? Can I decipher the
What are you speaking?
language? Primordial?
The runes look like primordial, and you're like, yeah, I can read it. But then you actually try to look at it, and you're like, wait, they're just gibberish. They're these very circular-like runes carved into the chest, and each one looks different. And you try to look at them, and it's like someone took the English alphabet and superimposed them over each other, and like just kind of vaguely made. It's like when you see Greek symbols, where it's like it kind of looks like it might belong in English, but it doesn't. Like
Can I
alpha.
understand them with Celestial?
You also feel like this understanding of like I feel like I should know it, but none of these symbols mean anything. Imagine math class back in the very olden days where you first had an introduction to like the concept of like sigma or alpha or like when Greek letters showed up in math and you're like that means something. I know it's math, but I don't know what it means.
Shakespearean ye olde hoity toity.
Yeah, so you're not certain. You kind of look at it, you keep getting feelings. You're like, oh, that one maybe that means something. But you're like, no, I can't read any of them. But the two of you can also roll Arcana checks for me as well. Gareth, I don't think I'm ever going to have roll an Arcana check except in very specific circumstances.
Gareth has a plan of what to do next once you're done with this.
14.
Okay. Azarine, this feels similar to you. And in fact, you think that the similarity is close at hand, if you will.
Okay. While they're checking out these stones that Gareth has absolutely zero interest in, within his pack he is pulling out his crossbow actually, and loading a bolt that he is actually going to alight the tip with the torch.
Okay.
And literally just stand in the middle of the circle and just shoot it up.
When you shoot it up you're trying to shoot it back up into the spiral?
Into the spiral, just like in the middle, so it won't hit anyone, right?
Sure.
So it's going to go straight up or hit the ceiling and come back down. But I'm trying to
signal.
Make contact. Yes.
Yeah, okay. When this lighted bolt kind of goes straight up, you actually illuminate more of this room, and running along the top of the ceiling underneath the spiral staircase is bones. Skulls. Large bones of creatures you don't recognize. And then the bolt passes straight up into the sky. And it doesn't come back down.
It's Skeleton Man.
Wait.
I recognize
It doesn't
these.
come back down.
Nah, presumably someone caught it.
All right.
I recognize these symbols, but almost, not quite.
I'm getting the same thing as you.
I would not concern yourself with things such as that.
Why not?
Garrett just gives you a very blank stare, not saying anything, because one of you already implicated yourself, and all he needs is some more words from you two.
Valerie caught on, so she's not saying anything more because, like, with what she insinuated, she only meant healing magic.
Yeah, but I know that.
Rinthi knows Celestial, right?
Yeah.
Okay, when the fire went up, the bolt went straight up, one of the runes at the top that was carved into the spiral itself, like the last, like this, it's a big tablet, essentially. And it's the last thing you would have seen descending down the staircase or the slide when you enter this giant room beneath. Is a rune that you do recognize written in Celestial. It says Dragon Slayer. You hear thundering footsteps resounding. Boom. 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 Boom.
So, I recognize some words on the wall that was lit.
Did I hear the footsteps as well?
You feel them through your bodies.
I don't think I like this.
Did it come from?
I can't fight.
Where did it come from? Like
Above.
In this position?
Above in a room.
Above, so where we fell from?
Yep, where you fell from. I'm going to go to our good old-fashioned noble person at the top of the mountain. You reach the summit. You can barely touch this ring, this glowing green and yellow ring of runes that's spinning faster and faster, you now realize. And once you're at the top here, you actually see that there's just a meadow. Not snow or something like that, or rock. It's a meadow. It's clean, it's green. There's flowers and orchids, there's some trees that are blossoming, and a small pond. And also besides the pond is a large Stonehenge-like construction of rock. And it's covered in runes. Lines that squiggle and swirl and cross over again like vines, like the runes had grown together. And beneath that is a raised dais with a circular-like circumference of runes etched into it.
Brunhild walks around very carefully. She's not trustful at all of this weird meadow on the top of a mountain. I mean, dwarves know what mountains are supposed to be like, and mountains aren't supposed to have meadows at the top. I mean, or not snowy meadows or not rocky meadows. Like,
No, it's beautiful.
Something's weird. Something's off. And she's not quite sure what. She can't figure it out.
As you walk around the outside, kind of like avoiding everything, just sort of looking, you see underneath the trees what appears to be a large tombstone.
That's terrifying. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Brunhild reaches for her belt and unties her tomb, her weird special book from her belt, and kind of, sort of like a bird, just kind of like props it up in the air and like, hey, go ahead, just
go do your thing.
go do your thing.
What languages do you speak?
Dwarven, Imperial, Common.
Okay, yeah, and
that's
in Imperial, you can read at a distance the tombstone. Language proficiency.
Language.
Is that what
I did it.
I did it. You can read the tombstone, and it says, "To the final death of Saint John."
in Imperial?
In Imperial, which is a very it's like the Latin of this world. It's a very noble language.
It's fairly common. I mean, it's the fancy language, but it's not like,
I mean, it's not a dead language.
Can I roll something to know if I know who Saint Joan is?
That would be history check or religion. I'll let you pick.
I will roll history because I have more points in history.
Sure. Saint Joan was a knightess from long ago. I prefer the term a lady knight. She's a knight who happened to have 2 X chromosomes, who was famously generous, but also staunchly anti-magic. She fought against the use of magics to hurt people, occults. She is a paladin, by all definitions. She fought against necromancy, and necromancers particularly. This was probably over 100 years ago, if not more. Though she was kind of beloved as a folk hero, she did end up getting vilified by proper crusaders, like the priestesses, holy knights that would eventually go on to found some of the inquisitors. Did not like her because she was kind of a vigilante, and people worshipped
Did she
her.
get burned at the stake by any chance?
No, but she's a weird kind of folkloric hero in the sense of like every town and every place seems to have a slightly different story of like what she did and how she died, and she's died like 100 different times in 100 different stories. Sometimes she was burned in Winthrop. She was burned at the stake. In Gracia-Tapel, she died on a field of battle. On the peninsula of Queen's Landing, she was beheaded by an Oni from the far southwest. Like she's had many lives and many deaths. It seems she's a weird sort of hero where like every area seems to have their own interpretation of her. But she was.
But overall, I mean, she's a benevolent figure.
A lot of people would say that. A lot of scholars don't think of her fondly because she was anti-magic in a lot of ways that were just like a little too much. But she wasn't an inquisitor. She believed in healing magic. She was a paladin. She just believed very staunchly like magic is a gift to be used for good. But not everyone agreed with her definition of good. And she
I mean, in the sense
she might
that
have
she's
gone
not
overboard here or there. You do know one of the many
stories. She's not the same
stories.
category of figure as, like, say, the Dark-Eyed Prince or
Hell
something.
no, hell no.
No, like
she's a folk hero.
Yeah. I suppose seeing that inscription kind of makes Brunhild a little more trustful. It's like
oh, that this isn't like a burial ground of like a dead necromancer or something. It's like no.
It's like I mean, at worst, it's Saint Joan's spirit, and Saint Joan isn't a bad person. So we're not.
People used to worship her around here a
Right.
lot.
I mean, it
but
could
then
be
the
worse.
Inquisitors came in, and
On the other
yeah.
side is potentially the armies of the Dark-Eyed Prince. So, yeah.
So yeah, all right, they're pretty good.
The decision isn't that hard.
This is a loaded question, but do you approach Stonehenge-like construction and the raised dais within?
The Stonehenge construction is where the inscription is, right?
The tombstone with the inscription saying that the final death of St. Joan is slightly to the right. It's about 10-15 feet away underneath the tree. Like, the tree seems to be like the final resting place of St. Joan, and just nearby, alongside this pond, this beautiful, lovely pond.
No, she actually approaches the stone first, the headstone.
Okay, the headstone. It's very plain. It has a little bit of ornamentation on the top in the form of like laurels. But there's besides this inscription, there's nothing else really of note. It's clearly been worn away by potentially centuries of rain. It reads pretty well. You imagine someone must have come up and like re-chiseled the lines so they could have been read more clearly, because time has made bad work of this. And you can see it's canted a little bit at the edge. It seems like whenever this was put here, the tree wasn't this big.
Okay.
And now, like, however deep the roots run, are like starting to push the tombstone over just a little bit, just a degree or two. That's a cursory glance. Do you have some kind of
there's
skill
there's
or
nothing else
specific?
of note. I actually have detect magic at will.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I do.
You sense. How does detect magic work? Is it just all sources of magic within blank feet?
I don't know. Don't ask me how anything works.
Yeah, that's
Okay. Let me read.
anything that is magical or imbued with magic gives off a faint glow.
Okay. I just want to read the description because
And it gives a faint glow to you. It's not like you make things glow. You just can see, like, it almost highlights it.
Oh. Okay.
In your eyes.
I think it also gives you like the school of magic and stuff. So I just want to make sure I give you an accurate answer. There is you see a faint green and gold aura around the tombstone. It's very faint. And within 30 feet, there's a much stronger blue and green aura coming from the dais. The school of magic, if any, the tombstone is giving off some kind of radiant energy, the similar kind that you'd get from any kind of healing spells, like recovery magic, essentially. And the dais, I believe, is giving off a level of I'll get back. Oh, there actually is a clear answer to your question. I just have to search the thing. And this is the part where the people who are watching the stream can actually see spoilers as I bring up like the type of magic for the thing. It's conjuration magic coming from the raised dais. A strong level of conjuration magic, almost outside your level of detect magic.
That's scary. I don't like that.
Yeah, it's not dangerous. It's not like radioactive or something, but it's just conjuration magic is like, your generic magics.
All magic is bad.
Thanks, Gareth. Shut the fuck up. You're not here. But yeah, that's what you read from this situation.
I think Bruhil consults her book because she still, the book clearly knows more about magic than she does.
Okay. What are you looking for? Arcane check, I believe.
Yep.
To consult the book. There's so much. You flip through the pages and you're like, oh my god! And when you hold it up to the light, it illuminates like words drawn diagonally. Like it's like Leonardo da Vinci like superimposed writing on every page. Like it's so dense with information. So roll Arcana, to try and decipher it.
Oof.
You're fair. You see some pictures, you look through and you kind of match up a circle that looks similar to what's imprinted on the dais, and you're like 90% certain it won't kill you. It's not some kind of death explosion. It's not a sigil of warding. It's not like a trap. And you, as a noble person with things to protect, would probably be familiar with some magics, like the idea of like trap magic at least, or like sensor magic. So like, hey, don't touch my stuff. This is not that. This is something else.
Okay.
So it's not like a bomb.
Yeah, but then if I don't know what it is, it's scary.
I know. Foreign things are scary and dangerous.
So I'm on top of the mountain.
Yep.
What's above me? What's in the sky? You said there was this sort of weird, like, somewhat,
Ooh,
like,
yeah, now
tornado
you're
forming
in
thing.
like the eye of the storm, essentially, right? So like above you can see the clouds. They're getting uncomfortably close. It's like very it's weird. There's certain cloudy days that you might experience where the clouds are really low to the ground and it kind of suddenly dawns on you like, well, those are big weird atmospheric phenomena. And you look up and kind of it feels like you can almost touch them, but within the eye of the storm, not beneath it, is just a glowing green and orange alternating like lava lamp like light shining through, just like waving back and forth like an aurora borealis, and pink lightning and green lightning echoes through the clouds above you every now and then. It's just swirling round, and you're in the eye
Bro,
of the
I thought
storm.
this session was gonna be simple.
You fool.
I'm up to the weirdest
Incorrect.
fucking shit.
You're up to the crazy shit. This is what the games are like. This is a good way for you guys to taste what I DM. So yeah, you're in the eye of the storm. There's no breeze. There's no breeze here. There was along the way. If you look down the mountain, the way you came,
There's
like the
no
trees
rain,
are like.
there's no breeze, there's just it's fine. I'm
It's
fine.
It's fine. Besides,
Everything's
like
fine.
the color is weird because of you can't see the sun. There's no natural sunshine. It's just whatever's happening with the sky above you is what's happening. That's the other lighting that you have.
Oh, that's
but
weird.
There's no rain. No, you see rain. It is raining, but not here. And it is windy, but not here.
I don't like that. Can I ask my book something?
What do you want to ask your book?
Bruhil just I mean, you know, she's been a warlock for half a day at this point. She's not quite sure what's going on. She just writes safe with a question mark in her book.
Okay, you get an answer back that I'm going to answer verbally because it's more fun maybe when I don't answer because I like that it's like it's your book and you know what's inside. So let me
secrets.
DM you.
She exhales and walks towards the Stonehenge-like structure.
Okay.
And before stepping into the circle, she just kind of touches one of the stones. Just, you know.
The stones that form the Stonehenge-like circle are cold to the touch and feel rough, carved with hand tools.
So like a stone.
Yeah, like a stone, as you would.
Just a regular old stone.
Like a good old rock. Well, I mean, as opposed to like the weird stone that your other people are experiencing. So I wanted to clarify. But it's
just normal stone.
Normal
Just
hand-worked stone with like chiseled with hammer and chisel, possibly.
Alright. Bruhil steps into the middle of the Stonehenge.
You can feel like a breeze coming up. Your hair kind of like starts to flick a little bit. Your dress is kind of starts to Marilyn Monroe a little bit. And the runes begin to glow green as like it almost feels like green, like light is moving like fluid as it slowly fills up all of the circular runes that connect to one another as it runs along the outside counterclockwise and then tightens and spirals in closer and closer until all the runes are lit up. And then there's a much brighter green light and Gareth, Rinthi, well, Valerie, and Azarine.
Yeah.
There's a flash of green light, and now there's a dwarf in this room with you.
I cannot fight.
What?
Standing on
Gareth recognizes her,
the
doesn't
circle sigil from before.
Oh.
How did you dropped from the sky?
Well, immediately Gareth draws his blade. Takes several.
Who enters my domain?
Yeah, who enters my domain?
You guys turn to look as a
no.
gigantic, hulking, giant figure has just jumps down from the spiral staircase and landed in the with a resounding thud against the floors below you. There's a large figure, all muscle and fat, barely wearing a loincloth.
That spook is enough to take away Valerie's 1 HP.
And as you slowly look up this figure, they're holding what appears to be a statue of a woman as a weapon, and they have 2 heads.
Well, we fell down here. We had no intentions to intrude.
The one looks at the other. He says that he doesn't have any intrude. He didn't mean to intrude. What? Well, we're gonna eat him.
Azreen is just
Okay.
like wide-eyed and
Sorry,
just
but we're gonna
Why-
eat you.
So fucking I'm just bummed that nothing happened with the arrow. Okay.
I don't know what you were expecting the arrow to happen. What was gonna happen?
No, it was a signal, mate. I don't know.
It wasn't. It did not come back down. Gareth knows that the only reason it didn't come back down is because the dude must have caught it and knows that you're fine and alive to have launched that arrow to begin with.
Right.
Everyone roll initiative.
Yeah.
I have 1 HP.
I have 5. I'm not gonna live.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Alrighty.
I hope you guys are ready to reroll characters.
I cast Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast.
Eldritch Blast.
It's really fucking good.
It is pretty good.
As Gareth, understanding his position through gritted teeth and very angry in general of everything that has happened today. Ooh, there's a lot of things that he would like to punch.
It's okay, you can see me.
No. Actually, no. There's someone. There's one person higher on the list. Actually, I will
God.
say.
Actually, I do know. Somewhere a tiefling smirks.
And through this encounter, I will allow any sanctified magic use, and you will not be tried by the Inquisition. And that's all he says as he just readies the fucking blade.
All right, the
Valerie-
battle.
He is mad that he had to say
The
that.
battle music
Valerie-
starts. He is if you guys who know, he is a captain. He does have the authority to do that.
Okay.
So in case any of your characters are like, but I don't know if I trust him, it's like, well, he in theory, yeah. Totally
No, I
could
don't
do
trust
that.
him. He's the asshole who arrested me.
You don't have
Well,
to.
I don't trust him.
Oh, you don't have. Yo, you're going back to jail, lady. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
Azreen.
I'm going to jail if you can fucking catch me.
Azreen,
You
it
just
is your
teleport,
turn.
motherfucker.
Okay, I don't
Fighting,
trust
there's a
him.
two-headed thing here.
It is
I
your move. What do you
don't
do, Azreen?
trust him whatsoever, but I have either the choice of that or, like, dying.
I think Azreen's turn is first.
Yeah, Azreen, like, first and foremost, she's going to, as a bonus action, she opens her mouth and, she starts to sing again. And I'm casting this at level 2. That's not great.
That's critical fail.
It's good enough.
And Valerie, you get 6 HP left again. You get 6 more HP. And then,
At the end of your turn, or are you gonna go for the attack?
no,
I guess
that's
I will bring out the battle mat. I don't have any special
Yeah, we should.
fight, but everyone, if you can drag your character out onto the field, that would be very nice.
How do I? Hold up.
Where is the...
How do
Where
I?
is the thing?
Oh, you're a big boy.
Oh, why are you big?
Wait, how do I drag it? Okay.
Just click your character, drag it out onto the field.
Aha! Nope, that's just moving my name. Hold
All
up.
right.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me either.
Yeah.
Interesting.
hover your cursor over your name and then click and drag.
Over my name, click and drag. And where do I let go? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay, I think this is mine because there's not a picture attached to it.
I'm afraid there's no picture attached to it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll get you out. I'll get you out there.
There we go.
Okay, thanks.
Do you want to make an actual tile map real quick so we have?
I will
actual-
make a field. I will make a circle to represent what you're standing in.
Okay.
Draw polygon. Yes, I would love to. Thank you. I really appreciate that. How do I make a shape?
Do you need help?
I might draw shape.
God damn it.
Haven't you? Don't you like swear by this site?
No, I want a circle. Get that shit out of here. I was trying to remember how to do a circle.
Or to remember how to erase things.
That's fine.
I think that's-
Control Z like you would any other.
It might be too late. You just made 2. That's okay. I'll take care of it. You're handled.
Okay.
I appreciate the assistance. I just wanted to get a circle. There we go. And now I'm gonna reveal the. Let's see here.
Okay.
Bum, 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 bum.
What?
Bum, 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 bum.
I'm gonna go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25,
Bum, bum.
30. I'm gonna be over here. It's like,
Remember,
you guys got this!
Remember the distance on your chakrams.
Bye.
What are the distance?
It says it on the underneath the roll.
20 and then 60. So I'm good.
You can do 60 at disadvantage.
Yeah, but I'm within 60 feet.
You're like, that's fine. I'll take the disadvantage.
Within disadvantage? On God, really? Come on. All right.
All right, that's now
I'm
Garrett.
literally not 60 feet away from them. I am
Hey.
good.
Hey, Salty, how does it feel to be the only melee fighter in the party?
Oh boy.
I'm
For
not
once,
done
it's not my
yet.
fucking job.
I'm not done.
Oh, okay. What is
Let's-
Azarine's remaining turn?
Double throw chakram.
Okay,
Boom. Okay.
they are both at disadvantage.
No, what? What do you mean they're both at
Because
disadvantage?
you're within 60 feet. You're not within
Ah,
the small.
Here, I'll get it. Up to 20 feet. That's what the first number is for. Up to 20 feet, full normal attack. After 20 feet, it's a disadvantage. Up to 60 feet. After 60 feet, you cannot use
It's
it.
It's automatic miss after 60
Yeah,
feet.
that's how far
Alright.
you can throw them.
All right. Well, the second one is 16.
That
6
is,
and 16.
16 hits.
6.
Yeah, you throw the 2 chakrams and they fly over the head of this new dwarf that just appeared in your party. You guys actually recognize this figure because they were in the square earlier getting arrested, and now you guys just like
By
just like
me?
"Sup?" And you guys are like, oh.
Wait,
Yeah,
weren't you arrested at one point?
2 chakrams
She was!
swing over the head and collide with this head and like right in the chest and bounce off his blubbery mass, but blood begins to flow. And he goes, oh, that really hurt. You shouldn't do that. Shut up!
I mean, you came after us first.
Shut up! It's Garrett's turn now.
Yeah, Gareth. I mean, 2 people, while probably fully magic practitioners, are still citizens of Winthrop, and he has been inscribed to protect. So he is going to, let's see.
I've
How
literally
far?
only used healing magic.
It's an assumption. He is moving
Don't assume
straight-
things.
straight in front.
I like it.
And yeah. And he is going to I'm going to actually
It sounds like a lot of people are hurt in this instance. I would highly recommend everyone going Nova.
Going what?
Going
No.
Nova. Just blow all your cool abilities, because a lot of you guys are really, really hurt, and this guy is
That's
very,
that's
very
what I plan to do.
I don't know what you're
but I
talking
don't
about.
have
I'm perfectly
cool
fine.
things left.
I just got here.
you dust off your fingernails. You're like, oh, this is great. I'm doing lovely.
Yeah, I'm
You fix your
going
beard.
to attack.
That's a hit.
That's a hit.
Yep. It's very
Uh,
easy to hit.
That's an 8 damage, and I'm going to spin a die, and the target must make a saving throw.
What is the saving throw?
Wisdom.
Mhm.
Also, I need to roll a d6. Oh, damn it. What do you mean?
Salty
I
has, like,
think
all
he
these
fails.
beats and shit.
He definitely fails. So I do 9 damage to him, and he is frightened of me until my next turn.
Oh, shit.
Because I did a menacing attack.
What does that mean? Plus, what?
That means he can't come towards me at all, and I'm in front of everyone else.
Oh, okay, that's clever. How much damage extra was that, though?
An extra 1 point of damage. I failed the extra roll, so that's 9 damage.
Okay.
9 damage total for me.
Is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
Valerie.
I just snarl at the thing, which I guess works.
You're like, ah! And he's like, oh my god, that's kind of spooky. That guy's like, shut up!
Valerie just like
well, I'm kind of
looks
scared.
it dead in the eyes, and she tells him, "You are by far the most disgusting thing I have seen today."
All these wisdom saves. That's really mean.
Yeah.
That's really mean, and I don't really appreciate it. What does that mean? What does that do to him?
This does 3-second damage.
It also
okay.
Gives them. Hang on, wait.
Is there some kind of debuff?
Read it. It does have a debuff.
Okay. The rule of my games is that if you inflict it, you have to remember that it's on the enemy, because I won't.
Okay, take 1d4 psychic damage they already have, and have disadvantage on the next attack roll.
Disadvantage on the next attack roll. Remind me when its attack comes up.
Yeah.
Does he take an extra damage on top of the 3 already?
No.
Okay. It's now its turn.
It cannot attack me, and it cannot move in my direction.
It can't attack you, and it can't move in your direction.
Yep.
We are debuffing this thing now.
It cannot,
it cannot move. It cannot move closer to you.
Okay. It raises up its weapon, but it's like it's thinking. It's like obviously the two heads are wrestling with each other. One would love to just smash you to the ground, Garrett, but the other one's like, wait, no, he's scary. And it cannot attack. It has no range attack, and I don't know how it can move into a way to attack anybody else. So its turn is skipped. It is the dwarf's turn.
Oh god.
How much health do you have, Gareth, currently?
Not a lot.
Okay.
All
bravado.
So, first of all, Brunhild is extremely confused. Because she was in the middle on the top of a mountain, and now she's in a cave fighting an Etten with people she doesn't know except the fucking Inquisitor who got her arrested. So, confusion. She swears at her tomb and throws it in the direction of the Etten.
You just throw it?
Yeah, I just fucking chuck it. And,
okay.
I cast Hellish Rebuke.
Can you cast that? No, that's a reaction spell.
Yeah, it's a reaction.
Can I? It's a reaction.
No, you can't. No, you can only cast that if you get hit.
If you get hurt, you can cast Hellish Rebuke.
Oh, right. Casting time, one reaction, sorry.
That's fine. I wasn't sure if you could use it just like as an action, to be honest. I wasn't sure if it was like optional.
I haven't played any spellcaster in D&D ever.
Me neither.
So stupid.
I played Warlock once,
I
but
have.
I different spells. Yeah.
I cast I mean, I guess I'll just Eldritch Blast. I mean, I'm a Warlock, man.
Why not? This is the first time you snap your fingers, and now you're finally like getting a hang of this, and this bolt of.
It's like, oh, I sure hope it's gonna work when I'm not trying to just bust locks or whatever. And then
Sure. Make an attack.
Is this?
You should just be able to click on.
Click on the spell.
Cast a level what cantrip? It's a cantrip. It's level 0, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting that's even asking.
No, you go to your spell thing on your character
I am
sheet.
in my spell thing.
Interesting.
Should.
Interesting. I will edit.
Output spell card. Oh, right. Okay, never mind.
Output attack. Perfect. Now just click it again.
There you go.
That's a hit.
13 to hit. Oh wow, he has a low armor class.
Now click on the words Eldritch Blast in the chat that just popped up because of the roll you just made.
Under 120 feet.
Aha.
Ooh.
10 points of damage. That's as good as it can be.
Yeah,
Max damage Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, so he's like, I want to hit him. This giant wave of light just smashes against its jaw and explodes out some of his teeth.
Ooh, ouch.
And this is your first taste of power. We're back to Azarine.
Azarine is going to she brings her two chakrams in front of her, and then she flips one up into the air, and then flips the other one into the air, and then catches them behind her her back, and she does the 2-step. So
all right.
up to 3 creatures of my choice need to make a charisma saving throw. If he fails, the target must roll a d4 and subtract the number rolled from the attack roll.
Bane.
He
So-
already has disadvantage, and on top
And
of
then minus a 1d4.
This creature is never going to attack. Guess what? He's not very charismatic. But he
beats it.
But the
Damn.
other one snaps his fingers and goes, "Ooh, I love that dance!" And actually is not surprised by this, apparently.
That was supposed to work.
The other one's shimmy shaking, like, oh, yeah. Oh, one half of its body is like kind of like having sort of a little bit of a dance, and the other one's like trying to kill Gareth. Is it the end of your turn, Ezrin?
Yeah, that was an action, so and I'm as far away as I can possibly get from it.
I understand. Gareth, back to you.
All right.
Your turn has begun. It is no longer frightened by you.
It's no longer frightening. That is correct, and you are now measuring it.
I'm sorry.
That wasn't me. That was someone else.
That was me.
I'm yellow.
That was me.
Yeah, I'm yellow.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Well, I'm not going to do my bonus action first. And as this thing is frightening, everyone's doing their own thing. Gareth actually kind of plants his blade down and kind of just pounds himself in his chest just to get him get him,
Get the blood flowing.
Get the blood flowing, and second win. So I'm gonna roll 1d10
Plus your fighter level, which is 3.
and so I restore 8 HP.
Nice.
So
All
yeah.
around the walls, this entire circular room with all of its stacks upon stacks of human-like figures with runes in their chest, they all start to light up, and it's like the wave in a stadium. Like they light up, and like which ones are more strongly lit up is circling around the room. So it's just sort of like going around like this. As like this light is sort of going around and around and around.
Uh-oh.
Is it the end of your turn, Gareth?
It's no. That was just my bonus action.
It's only just begun.
It's D8s, not D6s. Oopsies.
Well, that's alright. Going forward, we know.
Yeah, going forward, we know.
There's 2
And-
more east.
Yep. And guess what? Guess what I'm gonna do? No one can guess what I'm gonna
Is
do.
it gonna be use your great sword? Yeah, you hit it.
5 and make another wisdom save.
No. Do you really have that many superiority? How many do you have left at this point?
I have 1 left after this one.
All right. Here we go. Wisdom saving throw.
Damn.
Ooh, you know what? The same trick doesn't work twice. This thing actually learned.
Yeah.
It's like, no, not this time.
It's surprising. What? I still get to add my 1d8
Excellent.
of damage.
All right. So
12 damage.
Okay. When your turn is finished, add up all your damage and then tell it to me. 12 damage.
12 damage from this turn.
This
Yes.
turn. Okay. Next turn, Valerie. This thing looks bad. Like you cleave into its thigh and like.
Yeah, I
goes
did
down
one
knee.
thigh and then I did the second thigh this
So
last
is
turn.
there any torches or fire in this
Yes,
room?
there is. There's one.
There's one on the
ground.
floor that's actually,
Right here.
I believe, it's behind me.
Also, it's right in front of him.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's like I dropped it to use my sword.
Thank you for the fire, by the way.
Hmm.
Valerie uses pyrotechnics, and she's going to use firework, which is going to explode in front of this dude and make him blind if he fails a Constitution save.
All right.
Hold up, wait a second. So can you maneuver it? Because it's not like hold up. Let's see. Let me look at the
It's 10 feet away. That includes Gareth? Question
that will
mark?
include me, I think. If it's like a hold up.
Your
Like because
Constitution, right?
it is. Yeah. So it's like it's 15 feet away from, but also it could hit a cast character. It will hit my character if it's gonna hit him.
It's gonna be here. That's within 10 feet of the target, so it'll definitely hit him, but it'll also definitely hit Gareth. Cat's
It'll
character
also-
survives.
It's within 10 feet.
I mean, I
Oh,
hope
no,
I
you're
survive
I
one
have
Hey,
faith.
look.
No, I'm wrong.
firework.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's within 10.
So it's gonna hit all 3 of us.
That's you.
Unless if you want to run up, pick it up, and throw it.
You can interact with
Actually-
an object as your action.
Wait, maybe, yeah, I'm actually going to
As
run
part of
Bonus
your
I
action.
thought.
Yeah.
This is part of your turn.
Pick it.
This is free. You pick it up.
So I'm gonna pick it up, whip it
Sure.
right at him, and then blow it up.
Yeah, I won't make you roll. This is a huge. If this was a smaller creature, I would say roll dexterity to aim it where you want it to be. But because this thing's fucking huge, you can easily maneuver this torch to be a location that won't affect your compatriots. Now it's a Constitution saving throw, huh?
Yep.
Okay. The torch explodes in a blinding light. What's the saving throw for you?
I'm assuming it's my spell save, so
It
13.
is.
Okay, it fails. The torch just explodes, and it just goes. He leans back and is blinded until the beginning of.
While Valerie saw that she did that, she like kind of whistles.
Wolf whistling at yourself.
It is its turn. What can it do? It's not afraid. It can attack, but what
can
happens
attack.
to it? What horrible
it's
thing!
I've
Blinded,
slashed
isn't it?
both of its thighs open. Valerie just exploded it.
I meant like debuffs. Like what's? I'm just gonna roll an
okay.
attack and
It
tell me
has
how many things to
disadvantage.
subtract.
It has disadvantage.
Okay.
It's disadvantage on whatever attack.
Disadvantage, and it's blind.
Disadvantage.
Is it blind?
Wasn't there also a -4 from or minus some kind
No,
of?
Yeah, no, they are
it-
blinded. So
Azarine did something to it. What did Azarine?
No, it didn't. It
it
didn't
was,
hit.
it was failed.
okay.
It was failed.
So it has disadvantage from the vicious mockery and the blindness that just happened.
Okay. I don't believe succeed. Somehow it rolled 2 10s, which is stunning.
On me.
Yeah, on you.
All right, cool. I'm gonna spend my last superiority die.
Oh my god.
And I get to attack for free.
Go for it.
Fuck! Wait, no, I'm not lucky. Fuck, I was like, I'm a halfling. No, I'm not.
No, you're fucking not. You shut the fuck up. He's dead. But no, you strike into it, and just like this creature's flailing back and forth does not. You can't like get a clean hit on it.
Yeah, I could have. Yeah.
It does get 2 attacks though, actually, because it swings its other side of this giant statue through the air. And it is going to be another attack essentially against you. So just watch the fuck
Boy.
out.
Disadvantage.
At
It
disadvantage.
is a disadvantage.
Gareth fucking dies.
11.
Yep.
11? No, I'm fine.
Okay, it moves.
Is it still? Oh yeah, it's still within my range. Unfortunately, I think. Is it?
Yeah, if you're still capable of hitting it, it hasn't left its range, and you're still able to.
Well,
It occupies that much space.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fucking.
I am
huge.
going to have faith in my last fucking bardic inspiration die, and I swear to God, if it gives me another one.
It's gonna do something to you. Valerie, can you please make an athletics or acrobatics skill check, please?
Oh, it has another attack. Oh shit.
No, not another attack. Not another attack. Okay, it's an 8. That's hey, it's a competition. We'll see what happens.
Oh.
I can't even use my bardic die against that. There'd be no point.
A big meaty paw picks up Valerie.
Oh.
And you are grappled. You're just in its grasp, and it's like tightening down on you, like trying to crush you. Its hand's not that strong. It's not like you're not in immediate danger right now, but maybe on its next turn.
It's like Elegante RE4. What the fuck?
But you are grappled. You're not free to use your own movement. It is the dwarf's turn.
Can I? I'm not sure how. I have produce flame, but I'm not sure how it works. Can I? Because it says I cast it and it's in my hand. Can I cast it and throw it like in the same?
It's a cantrip, right? I think
Right.
it's just like I can make a lighter out of my thumb.
No, it says you can also
yeah.
attack with the flame, although doing so ends the spell.
Yeah,
When you
you can
cast
attack.
the
Oh, then you
spell,
can't
you can
fling it.
throw
You can't
flame.
fling it then. My bad.
Totally. This is a weird thing. I don't know where you got this, but it's interesting. Yeah, I think it's like it does 1d10 damage or something.
It's 1d8.
But
Yeah, 1d8.
On hit, the target takes 1d8 fire damage.
This didn't work.
That's fine.
What?
It's because you
It
didn't.
didn't
It's because you
work.
didn't fill in the damage type by typing in
Oh, sorry.
1d8. And then I guess the type would just be fire. There you go. Try again.
Ugh.
Another. Fire. It's not. Oh, it's not doing 2 hit, is it? Produce flame. Oopsies. Now I'm rolling for you by accident.
I don't know how any of this works.
Don't worry. The spell attack type is range. You had to set a type attack.
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry. I don't know that either. I'm just noticing it said none. Click it again. This is the first game. We're kind of figuring it out.
At least I'm getting better rolls.
We are getting better. Unfortunately, an 8 does not hit. You throw you kind of like first like you produce this flame in your hand. You're like a little bit like, oh hold on, and you have to then throw it.
I try to chuck it at the hand that's holding Valerie.
Oh, trying to burn Valerie to a crisp. I respect that.
No.
To free them, I assume.
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to hit that target is difficult, and your fire streaks through and hits one of the statues on the other side, and just as the wrist moves out of the way, it's. Do you move or anything, or is that the end of your turn?
I think I take what is it, 5-foot step back
Sure.
or whatever it's called.
Go right ahead. I think you're still on color mode. I think you're still on like.
Yeah, I was still on.
I got that. Okay. It's Azrine's turn then, I believe.
As she runs forward, she's going to use her last.
I want to hit you guys so bad with this thing. I want to hit you so fucking bad.
She's going to
Can't touch this turn.
Can't. Too much debuffs.
She's going to sing softly to herself and give herself 6 points of healing.
All
So
right.
she is at 11. And then she is going to use a dancer's harmony and do as she runs forward into 20 feet. 5, 10, 15. Wait.
Okay.
There we go. And she's going to throw her chakram.
Go for it.
Here, let me give Blades Encore. 12 and a 16 for the two of
They
them.
both hit.
All right. And then I do. What is my Dancer's Harmony hit die?
I believe it's 1d. Oh god, it's 8 or it's
I believe
6.
1d8. Any sort of like special die
All right.
is usually 1d8.
All right. I need to write that down somewhere. All right. So 3 to both of these.
Oh, okay.
So 7 and a 6 for damage.
13.
13.
Okay, woof. This thing is taking a lot of damage. It looks. If we were to use a different rule set, bloodied. Gareth, we're back to you. I think. Azrine, you good?
How tall is this motherfucker?
Like
Oh, sorry.
20 feet tall. All right, more like 15 feet tall. It's however many squares it is tall. Like whatever.
Dylan, this dude's hand.
About 20, a little less than that. Probably like 17 feet. Are you like? Because is one of your things like a medium or large creature? Because it's definitely bigger than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like huge. It's a giant essentially. And then,
Well, also, I just want to,
yeah, it is a
maybe do
giant.
some shit,
Speed is 40 feet. Interesting. Large giant. Yeah, it's very large.
Wait, you were the one who killed Bogart Redcap! I love that guy!
You don't worry, you'll see him quite soon enough. And big surprise, wah!
Claymore. Yeah, that hits.
I get to since one of my rolls was a 1, I can re-roll that because of my great weapon fighting perk.
Okay.
And I get
Fuck
to
off,
just
Salty.
Reroll the 1d6
1d6.
because it's just the one die you reroll.
So that would be 10, 12 damage right there.
Is that the end of your turn, or am I gonna wait?
No, that's the end of my turn.
Okay, an extra 12 damage. It's taken 65 points of damage. That's a lot of damage, and you guys at this point would know that its AC is 12. Your characters would be aware of how difficult it is to hit. That's a lot of damage that it's taken. We're back to Valerie, who's in the grasp of this large titan. You're not hurting, but you cannot escape its grasp.
Oh,
You're free to take any action that you'd like, though.
I'm quite I have quite a bit of utility. And would you mind putting me down, please?
I feel like something magic is about to happen to me!
Hold on. I don't. Will this? Creatures that can't be charmed are immune to this effect. Is there anything that's like if the creature is hostile, it has a disadvantage or something?
No.
It doesn't
No.
look like it does. Doesn't I don't see that. All right.
You can't ask it to do anything. Like, you can't ask it to harm itself. But
Yeah.
You can ask it to just put you down. Yeah, that's totally viable. What is the save?
It's my spell save still, so 13.
Okay, but like, is it wisdom?
Oh shit!
Oh,
Wow!
that is
This is
the
Yes,
the
it
smartest-
fucking
This is the smartest dumb art in the orc that we've ever run. No, I actually wanted to talk a little bit about where you guys are from. I don't get to see much of the outside world, and I really wanted to get this chance to. We just need to eat them. Come on, why do you like this?
wait, no, I want to talk to your friend some more.
Is that the end of your turn? I'm sorry that didn't succeed.
Wait, I just want to know if you ever listened to.
I don't know if I can even do anything.
How'd it
else,
go?
You still have your bonus action. You just can't move. You just don't have movement. Your movement is 0 when you're grappled. But functionally, you can still do everything else that you normally can do.
Can I like stab him in the hand with a dagger? I can't use my rapier.
Yeah, I'll
wait.
let you go for a dagger stab in
What?
this situation.
So if that's that's an action though. So he used his primary action for suggestion.
Right.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, it's not a bonus action, unfortunately.
Okay.
Oh,
so
I
I'm
don't think
afraid.
I have anything for
Yeah. I
a
think
bonus action.
that's the end for. This is his debuff on you.
Boy.
It's the Ettin's turn. Bah, bah, bah. The Ettin's gonna swing. Is he still debuffed? I don't think he is. I think that was just for 1 round.
No,
Okay,
he's not debuffed anymore.
let's check in. This is the first attack for Gareth.
Jesus.
He swings his large statue through the air and collides with the back of Gareth.
Yeah, that hurts.
Okay. How much? What's your current HP? What's Valerie's current HP? I don't even know.
Yeah, I mean
7.
that's a real big question that you gotta ask, and
Fine.
you gotta finish your turn first, you son of a bitch.
Yo,
before I s-
you want to die. You want to die.
Is that for me?
That's for
Well,
you.
guess what? Fuck you.
It doesn't hit. Doesn't hit. I know you're at a superiority die though, motherfucker. You're.
That's both of his attacks, yeah.
That's it. It's now a dwarf's turn. I don't know why I like saying that. It's fun.
Dwarfs.
Dwarfs.
I Eldritch Blast the son of a bitch.
Okay.
Brunhild looks at her book, whatever the book is doing, if the book is doing anything.
When you're in combat, the book is floating, and its
Okay,
pages
and-
like flip from one page to another depending on what spell you want to use.
And she says, yeah, absolute dog bother. This wasn't safe at all. And she throws an Eldritch Blast in the Ettin's face. Whatever face she manages to hit.
Sure.
One of them. One of the faces.
Let's see that roll. Man, I'm glad you guys didn't run into the gelatinous cube along the way. I'm afraid that does not hit us 1 shy.
There was a gelatinous cube.
You
Jesus
guys
Christ.
are in the gelatinous cube as we speak. That's what the circle is. If the Eldritch Blast goes wide, it goes right between the 2 heads. And they duck out of the way.
Hardest thing to hit, you hit.
I fucking suck at hitting shit.
Azarine, we're back to you.
Please hit his head.
I am bleeding profusely.
I
Gareth Ghost
am
is dead.
Not dead yet.
From the ground, actually, you begin to see something like pulling itself together out of the floor. Does that make any sense? Well, I don't think it really does.
No,
Yeah,
not.
that's fine. Some of the runes are beginning to rise.
Sure ain't.
Yeah. Like some of the stone is just like rising up.
I'm going to. I'm out of steps, except for 2, but those are not very useful in this situation.
Guys are running on empty. This thing looks bloody. This thing looks like it's seen way better days.
I'm gonna use promenade hesitation.
Okay. Oh, that sounds great.
So,
Take off one of his fingers, give me some room.
and then I'm gonna do my throne chakrams.
One hit.
Fuck.
One hits.
One hits. So roll 1d8. So 7 plus whatever this is. So 10 total.
Mm-hmm.
And then I gain 3 to my armor class, so I'm now in armor class 16.
I think you add 7.
7? Oh, 7. Yes, you are correct. So you have to roll a 20 to hit me.
Suddenly, this fucker in the back has become the tankiest person in the party, just like that.
Her skin, it already has this kind of glimmer to it, like glitter, but it's just an iridescent glow to it now.
Positively glowing.
And her ears kind of perk up a little bit more, so you can see that they are webbed.
Fucking aliens. Gareth, your turn.
My turn, huh? Remind me again, does cracking open a cold one and drinking it count as an action or a bonus action?
I think that's an interactive object. That's just free.
Real shit?
I think that you're making a
That
joke
doesn't sound
referring to a
legit.
healing potion, and I didn't catch that.
I was.
I understand. No, that's an action, I'm afraid.
Sorry.
Nope.
I had to change my profile picture.
Well, for the glory of Great Tapel, I guess.
You miss.
What are we doing?
There's a chakram sticking out of the underside of the one's chin. It's bleeding out. The one that's like, I used to love to talk about holy milk. And this. Oh, brother! You missed that attack.
I missed that attack. Yeah, that is correct.
I guess it's Valerie's turn. This thing's on death's door.
I have nothing else to do but suggestion again. I could try to stab it with a dagger.
You can
Just
attack.
please stab it!
You can just use your rapier.
Just please
you're
stab it!
You're not being stopped from using any of your traditional actions. You just can't move.
You're being held from the waist down.
Yeah, but
That was a bad idea. You know what? I can't fucking. I forgot. I'm not. Damn it. Well.
I'm afraid an 11 doesn't work. You get your arm free and you wave your sword trying to slice at the wrist, but you can't get a good angle on it. It's the Ettin's turn yet again. It swings its massive great axe. It misses Gareth. It smashes into the ground, and the ground shatters, and you see more of this glowing energy and this air that's just got this nice misty green color to it, rising up from beneath the aurora dancing beneath your feet. It goes for its second attack. 14 hit, Gareth?
And he braces himself and deflects the Morningstar with his great sword.
Does that mean it's a miss, or is that?
It's a miss.
Okay.
It's a miss.
It is meet it to beat it. So if your AC is 14,
no, mine is higher than 14,
nice.
Quite higher.
All right, okay, good. But yeah, the fucking ground is shattering open, and the light is beginning to pour into this chamber from below. It is the dwarf's turn.
I'm never just gonna be the warlock, right? I'm always gonna be the dwarf.
No, I can kill the dwarf.
Oh god.
This thing is staggering. It falls down to one knee. It's flailing its one arm.
Right. That shit is cantrips, right? I don't need to.
Cantrips are free. They're just your action.
Yeah,
You don't need to mark down anything.
Oh my god, all of my spells are only set as spell cards. I don't have anything set as attacks.
Okay. Well, that's
Alright,
fine.
let me
We can
just
change
do
it in the
this
future.
1d6. And I think this should be fine. I cast
All of your spells are these out of combat puzzle solving
right.
spells.
I mean, and then Eldritch Blast, and then Eldritch Blast. Actually, do I not have a feat that makes Eldritch Blast take my charisma bonus? No, I don't.
Was that what you traded Mask of Many Faces for?
No, I kept Mask of Many Faces.
Okay, because I think you can only have one of those right now.
Yeah.
But when you level up, you can probably grab another one.
Yeah.
If you wanted to change, I'm okay with that.
No,
But it's up to
I'm
you.
just gonna Eldritch Blast because that's what warlocks do. So I'm gonna Eldritch Blast.
Go for it.
No, blast the edge.
All right.
Brunhild still isn't sure what's going on, to be clear. She's still like, what the fuck? But, like, you know, priorities.
The book seems happy. That's a hit.
Click that
I
word.
click it again for
Click that word. Click that word.
You click your fingers together in a snapping-like motion, and this light streaks forth and collides with the Itten's face, the one remaining not slack one, and one of its eyes just pops out of its socket and just hangs by a thread, and it stumbles down to its knees. Face first on the ground, releasing its grasp on Valerie. It is dead.
The ready stance that Gareth has been holding the fucking fighting almost fencing stance, right, with his arms raised high, just immediately just kind of deflates as he just kind of leans onto his sword, just breathing heavily. He was, guys, I had no health.
The ground snaps. And
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Shake.
I'm perfectly fine.
There was a reason why I was exclusively debuffing him and not attacking him.
Some of these stones begin to lift from the ground, and you see a figure made of metal and steel rising up from the ground.
Still leaning on his sword, Gareth once again kind of uncovers the light crossbow and just kind of just barely points it at.
Anybody speak Celestial?
Yes.
Intruders will not be tolerated.
It said intruders will not be tolerated. I think this thing wants to fight.
Okay, we'll leave. I'm sorry. We'll go. I'm sorry.
You don't have
It
anywhere
takes
to
a
go.
step forward, and its leg falls through the ground until it is just waist deep in the earth. It grabs on with claw-like hands. You can see magical runes etched into its face. And then the ground shatters further and farther, and you hear a roar off in the distance. Something far, far away, like a place that you're not quite sure could possibly be here beneath the mountain. Farther down, and you're surely getting to the base of the mountain, but no, it just keeps on going. You look down and see just swirling masses of clouds, and it looks like a nebula. The figure falls. The iron golem colliding with pieces of stone that begin to rise. You see now that the reason why you took less damage before is because everything feels lighter here, and now even more so. Your hair begins to raise up away from your shoulders, and your armor begins to feel like you're carrying nothing at all, and eventually you feel your toes beginning to leave purchase with the ground. A large roar of wind is howling around you, and you see these statues in front of you blinking and glowing, and some of them begin to scream in a high-pitched metal scream that only can be emulated by rasps scraping against one another. All of you make Constitution saving throws.
Watch this be the thing that kills G.
I'm okay.
I am wonderful.
I
Yep.
think I'm not
These
sure
aren't
if I
bad.
make it, but
Rocks begin to shatter, and pebbles begin to just quickly rise up like bullets, and you kind of cover your eyes and cover your face, and you get pelted by a few, but it doesn't do any noticeable damage to you that won't be deadly. The ground explodes. You are covered in this sort of feeling of euphoria as you take a deep breath in, and most certainly don't smell like oxygen. It doesn't feel like you took a breath of anything. It feels like you feel like you are breathing, but your brain is not getting oxygen. You're slowly beginning to pass out. It's like carbon monoxide poisoning, essentially. And you feel a rising sensation as this glowing energy is surrounding you until you kind of get quick looks. You feel like you're spinning around in circles. You see just these statues flying around. 4 of them have begun to glow brighter than the others, a bright red. And from their chests, these runes spring forth and fling across the space between the 4 of you, arcing in strange, haphazard directions until they collide with you. These small runes like bullets just smashing against your skin in different places over your body, and you feel a burn. And you rise further. As you twist and you turn in this storm, you see around you clouds and lightning falling. You see fire descend from the heavens, things that look like comets, as they fall upon Fort Dullahan, upon the mountain besides. Brughild, you see some of that army off in the forests there coming through. They are watching in awe as a pillar of light pierces up through the sky and below, and you feel something beating, some kind of flow, some kind of wind, some kind of and suddenly you're in this circle of spinning light. The four of you see as large black wings pierce through the glow, and you see the face of a mythical creature, a dragon. A dragon with twin tails, two that are spiked on the end. You are upritten, you guys are upright, floating for a second in this circle of spinning light, and this creature descends on the pond below and falls on the tree and simply sits there perched like any other avian-like creature, and it looks up at the four of you. Its eyes glow a bright emerald green. What do you four maybe thinking in this time?
Holy fuck.
You hear inside your heads,
I am Diamundra Diathustra, the Twin Tails. I thank you for beginning my work.
Old man voice, what?
Perhaps you four will be greater than the others.
Two things. Gray, two things. So,
Yes.
what was the name you said again? There was the...
Diamundra Diathustra.
Don't say it like... I have hard enough
You
doing
cut out
as
a
is.
lot when you use your voice filter thing.
that's right. It says,
Yeah.
Eh?
you want me to say, Diamundra Diathustra.
And from history at
Right.
the
Can
academy.
we roll to know
does-
whoever the fuck?
can I-
Sure,
can I
you can all roll.
Yeah, because I mean, like, especially like, because
History.
you know,
Okay.
damn.
15.
Hey, you know what? That 14 is
Oh.
pretty good.
I hate reading.
Reading is for squares. None of you know.
Can I make an assumption that he has to do something with the Lich King, or not Lich King, but
Dark-eyed Prince?
The Dark-eyed
Prince?
Prince.
Yep.
That's up for you to decide.
So
He's deciding that it is, and he is pulling out his light crossbow and firing a shot.
The dragon's on top of the mountain, right?
The dragon's on top of the mountain, yeah, and you guys are.
And he's under the tree where the
he's on top of the tree.
the tomb of Saint Joan was.
Yes. You're correct.
So Gareth assumes the dragon is part of the Dark-eyed Prince's things, and Brughild assume he has something to do with Saint Joan.
You guys actually are privy to quite a few things. The scene continues. You try to reach for your crossbow, and you're like fighting against like a force of wind to try and even reach back to grab it to begin with. I'll let you roll a strength saving throw to see if you can.
Okay, yeah.
But like you're not restrained.
Oh no!
No, but you're weak. You are bloodied. You just finished a battle with a ferocious foe, and you're trying to like figure out like you're like even with you and all your muscle, you can't just fight against the power of what's happening here. This wind, this storm. And you cannot grab your crossbow.
Azreen is like muttering to herself in Primordial, like she's like terrified.
I've
You know what, if-
seen all this before in a dream, but I don't remember how it's supposed to end. Farewell, mortals. May the Makers speed your steps. I look forward to our meeting and your destinies.
And the dragon beats its wings and flies up through the cyclone into the storm. And there's a blast of green light. All of you will make Constitution saving throws.
This is gonna be it.
Hey.
This is where death happens.
Where death
Why am
happens.
I not bad at those rolls?
Brookhill, you take some damage.
How much?
Take 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
Fuck.
That would have outright killed Valerie.
It's 15.
Okay. And you there's this blast of light, and you hear a roar of thunder and lightning, and you there's nothing after that.
I'm not going to enjoy the fall.
Your eyes open. You are face first in mud, in rock. You look around. You're in like a bowl of stone.
What?
You're in like a large bowl of stone. The four of you. There's a burning sensation somewhere on your skin.
I'm looking all over.
Somewhere on your body is a small rune. Burned in like a tattoo.
Ouch.
Or a brand.
Where at?
You tell me.
Alright, that will be decidedly.
That's
I will-
that's the least I can do, is let you decide.
I will draw that wherever I please when I draw Valerie.
Brunhild's is as the back of her neck where like her braids meet, where like her
Sick.
10,000 stupid nonsensical
Yeah.
braids.
You reach up and kind of like touch it, and your skin feels like tender. And like you pull away your finger, and like it's a little bit of like blood, but not like profuse bleeding. It's just like burnt skin, essentially.
Azarine's is on the palm of her right hand.
Do you have a drawing of? I'm gonna have the.
I'm gonna have Valerie's right smack down on her shoulder.
Nice. I'll get references to you in time, but none of
Thank
them,
you.
to quickly give you the rundown, none of them look identical to each other. They are mostly circular in fashion, and they just are not squiggles. They're geometric squiggles that go around in circles around each other. They're small. They're about 2 inches in diameter. They're not necessarily complete circles. Well, I mean, some of them are complete circles. Part of me wants to say, once again, you tell me.
Yeah. That's something that I will say later.
Because they are different, and they do vary wildly from one another. The only consistency is that they remain within a diameter of 2 inches, essentially 3 inches. I don't really know. I'm not good with I guess like 2 inches.
Okay. So more at the matter of hand. We are entrapped in this stone bowl, or
You look up and you see clear skies.
but like we're walled around.
You think that you could, if you just spent enough time. It's like a strong uphill. You might have to once you get to the top of the hill, it kind of becomes like that Ninja Warrior thing where you have to kind of like maybe jump up to.
Oh, okay. So it's not. So we're more in a divot than a structure.
Why don't you roll insight for me?
Okay. Hey!
Yeah.
Wow, Gareth did something.
Gareth would probably call it a crater.
Yeah, I probably would.
Did we make that crater?
Well, it doesn't matter. Let's see. Does everyone seems all right? All right, cool.
Yeah, Valerie seems alright. Azarine seems alright. Brughild seems alright, and Otto also seems alright. And so do the other Inquisitors here.
Huh?
You turn around, Otto von Balthazar, commander of the Inquisitors, has a sword pointed at you.
I don't know anything about magic.
That just immediately comes out of Valerie's mouth by reflex.
What?
Commander.
What's all this then?
Captain, we have things to discuss. You see just behind him, about 4 feet, that smug fucking tiefling.
Yeah. Hey, I've seen that smug face. Is he more smug, less smug?
Roll insight.
Like, can I use that 21?
Nope, that has already answered something.
Bitch.
Guys, I can't get rid of this fucking circle.
Who cares? I rolled a 20, baby.
He seems very satisfied with something.
I'm gone!
Yeah, we're all about to be gone.
I don't think that there's
Oh.
anything that you guys could roll that stop you four from being thrown in the back of a cage on a wagon.
Valerie already said
Yeah, no.
instinctively, I don't know anything about magic, you gotta let her free.
Yeah, no. He tries to stand. He doesn't try to say anything, but he just tries to stand up before getting thrown in.
Troves and Charlotte are there. Ooh.
They are?
No, they're not.
I want to go home.
They're not there.
Alright.
The four of you are led into the back of a large cage wagon, and you are raised up out of the crater, and you can just see the remains of what appears to be a tombstone, and part of a tree over in the distance. Brunhilde, Brughild, as you raise out of the crater, you can see this is the top of the mountain.
Okay.
And there it is. Once you get out of the crater, you can see burned into the side of the mountain like a gigantic tattoo, kind of like the Nazca lines, like in South America, like runes, like burned into the side of this mountain.
Oh, jeez.
And you're being wheeled down the side of the mountain by the Inquisitors. The four of you are being
Free
taken
ride
into
home in the
capture.
police car.
Yeah, you get
She,
free ride
like-
this time.
She smacks Gareth on the shoulder, and she's like, "Didn't you say that we wouldn't get?"
Brughild gives him the stinkiest stink eye to ever stink in the history.
He
of
doesn't
stink
care
eyes.
about the dwarf, but he turns towards your. Wait, Brennan, is your character human or?
Now that you've gotten a better look at them, they're definitely not human. They look kind of like an elf, but you're not really
Okay.
sure. They don't have the features
Well-
of...
He looks over and says, "As my position as captain, which might be former position, the magic we used in combat was sanctioned, but whatever happened after that, there's no explaining that."
But I never used any magic. She just looks so defeated and just
Can you, say anything? Can you do anything?
Gareth is quiet and just staring at his feet.
Brughild looks to Ezrain and she her eyes don't she doesn't let go of staring at Gareth. But she says, "Don't expect that whoreson to do anything."
I just came from festival.
His fist just tightens, but he just continues just to stare down.
Bloody fucking book.
I just came to dance at this festival and have some laughs and fun, and then I was gonna go and
You will have your chance to state your case. We all will.
Did they confiscate my guitar?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, no,
the
we
Inquisitors would be aware
have
of your
basically
bar.
we have been any sort of items have been stripped from our persons. We're just with our clothes.
I'm trying to figure out if they let you even have your hat.
What?
They probably let you
Probably
keep
not.
the hat.
Probably not. No, probably not.
You're right, probably not.
Valerie can't play any music, so she's just doing stupid little childish percussion where she's sitting.
It's so desperate. Yeah, it's a long, uneventful ride back down to Fort Dullahan, which is on fire in certain parts. It seems like they're trying to get some kind of fire control. You can see craters from where rocks have fallen from the sky, and some of the forests and farms surrounding Fort Dullahan are burned. You see the various ships are in port. They are anchored. One of them is actually sinking. It's been broken in half, and it's part of it, its mast is half out of the water, half in. And it does not look great. The sky is dark, but it's because it's twilight. The stars are starting to come out. You trundle along the bridge over the troubled waters that brings you back across the western gate and back into Fort Dullahan, and you guys are brought back into the fountain square almost immediately, where people are waiting with fear and bated breath, and you see eyes looking through walls and windows, and some have holes in them from something that's fallen through and destroyed the side. The fountain is all but obliterated, and everyone's just staring at you. Someone points and whispers. You will be given the opportunity to state your case before the jurisdiction that has been appointed here, and Gareth, you've betrayed me and the rest of the Inquisitors.
Commander,
I don't know what
not
happened.
know what happened down there.
I don't know what happened down there.
Me and these two, I sanctioned minor magic use.
Oh, and how do you explain the 2 people you killed in the fort?
Who I killed. I left at the, and Garrett just can't find anything to say, but glare, like his eyes immediately lock onto the tiefling.
He looks behind him, and then looks back at you and points at himself.
Were there witnesses to my attack?
There were, in fact, several. As you beheaded one of our prisoners, as well as the rat catcher from before earlier today, we did indeed have several witnesses. This will be difficult for you to answer for. You might have justification, but it will be up for the court to decide.
And he's just like muttering to himself as he's just trying to put pieces together.
You and the rest of this magic cult, this summoning ritual that's destroyed half of the city!
Colt? I don't even know what happened.
I don't know what this dwarf has done. I'm beginning to think there's more at work here than just a simple book. And you, Faye, whatever you are.
Bruhil spits in the general's in Otto's general direction.
Gareth will like swing his bound arms at Bruhinda.
It's not a strong hit, but you do get like heavily elbowed by this large man.
Ezrine looks like she's about to cry.
Bruhil looks at is the commander like in front of them? Like
he's like 5 feet away from the bars, so he's keeping a safe distance. So that,
okay.
like, for example, Gareth could just reach for the bars and try to strangle him or something like that. But
I'm not.
He would never do that.
She
But-
glares.
Like I hit you for spitting at him.
I mean, she she spits at him metaphorically. She doesn't like aim at his face or anything. You know,
He spits on the
it's-
ground in
Oh.
front of him. It's like an
Yeah,
insult.
it's like-
and that's enough. That's enough.
It's the insulting
Yeah,
gesture.
Gareth doesn't hurt
He
you.
looks
He's
at
not
him
able to
and
do
says,
that, but
She glares at him and she says, "Have you not seen the army that threatens to march on your city?"
Army.
Otto turns and looks back at the other tiefling. The Rias is his name. Gareth would recommend. Rias,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, an army. And Rias kind of like raises an eyebrow. Oh, please explain, dear dwarf. I simply must know. He said, smiling.
A few hundred men. They bore the banners of the Dark-Eyed Prince. Now, you may not believe me, but I have seen it with my own eyes.
You see
And
a-
though I am but some criminal in your eyes, I have no reason to lie to you.
roll persuasion.
Well, I'm gonna have the shittiest roll in the world, am I not?
Hey!
Ow!
You know what? The Otto is not one. Gareth would know. Otto is not one to simply shirk aside some kind of threat like that.
Mm-hmm.
He turns back to one of the men. Shaw, please investigate. What was the direction, miss?
They were half a day's ride away, south, beyond the mountain.
Shaw nods. Also, Shaw kind of looks at you like, wait a minute, what did you do to me earlier, you crazy witch? And he gets on his horse and begins riding south through the gates. He trundles across the bridge over the water and begins heading south. All right, very well then. You are going to be taken into the custody of the Inquisitors. You'll be set behind bars until we can find some kind of date. And you see some man storming over in a suit. And he has a interesting looking brooch on his shoulder. It seems to be like some kind of festival thing for the festival that was supposed to happen tonight. It's probably canceled. No, I demand executions, the mayor says. A curse will befall those who disturb the final resting place of St. Joan,
and I will not be having that fall my city. Otto von Belzebub, I am the lead here. You're here under my request, and I demand that these 4 be executed.
Valerie cocks her head to the side. Saint who now?
Commander, if I may say, you may see that the 3 of us have been battered and bruised. If there were any sort of plans, we were trying to stop them.
They are a danger. They're fooling us, and they're a part of that army that was just mentioned. They're the advancing force. I can tell. I know it. Please, Mayor, please. We will be taking care of this in due time. The due process.
And Gareth drops his normal formality with the commander and just stares at him.
He looks over to you. He approaches the bars and puts a hand on one. Looks at you. He looks at you. He's very angry.
I promise you, there is more to this than I know or anyone here does. But you know, I serve for you.
Roll persuasion, but at disadvantage because you have some hard evidence against him.
What do you mean you got hard evidence? Can I make that neutral because of other things?
No.
Right?
No.
Damn it.
Yeah,
All right.
It's just that damning.
Damn. Persuasion. Ooh, this ain't gonna. Ooh.
I guess we're yeah.
Damn it!
Ooh.
No. I'm saying that one. No, because it's 2 dice. It's 2 dice. 15 and 18. Don't look at that other part.
Okay. 15's not high enough either way.
Son of a bitch. Really?
Yeah. Sorry. Well, to Gareth looks at you, and what he replies with is just, whatever may be so, the law is the law, and I am simply its hands.
And Gareth falls quiet, but before Otto can leave, Gareth just kind of just strains himself back up to as his full height once again, as much as he can in this cage, right? Because I don't know,
the cage is
he's
just
probably
6 feet tall. You're unfortunately crouched over.
Yeah, he is standing as straight as he can, his shoulders bulging against the top. As always, my will yields to yours, Commander. But I wish for one last request. And he
says the tiefling.
Let your hands be the one that swings the blade.
He nods. Of course, Gareth.
Gareth kind of nods and just sits back down quietly.
The tiefling kind of bends over and looks at Azarine in the cell, and he kind of leans over and just goes, "So romantic, isn't it?"
What?
And then the tiefling kind of just goes and goes back over to sitting on his white stallion and walking alongside the rest of you. We hear as a horse comes charging back in through the gates. Sir, enemies at the gates! And with that, the top of the tower of the gate is blasted off by some kind of explosion. Blue fire erupts from the side, and the stone falls and hits the wooden bridge along the way. It doesn't shatter the bridge, it breaks off a quarter of it, though, and it falls into the water below. And immediately another blazing comet comes falling down from the sky. If the 3 of you look up, including Gareth, the 3 of you look up and might not know what's happening. Gareth would. It's a catapult.
Yeah.
And it hits the ground, and immediately 2 people are killed instantly. As the fire kind of erupts and explodes. It's definitely some kind of special effect is being added to this. And battles take place. I'm going to roll, actually. Yep. The horse goes nuts. That's pulling the cart and immediately bolts. And
okay.
Yeah, it's a wagon, so the 2 horses immediately get spooked by that, and immediately it was thundering off, and Otto turns and looks at you as the 4 of you are just pulled down winding roads and away from the fountain. You see explosions as more catapults hit the tops of buildings and fire once again erupts. But you hear something else as well. cannon fire off out over the sea.
Can it? Oh, fuck!
The boat.
The boat.
The driver of this cart is like struggling, trying to like get control of the horses, but they're going to roll an animal handling check.
No, we
Screen, baby. Put that shit on the screen.
Put that
Hey!
on the screen. At 17, they do try to get some level. The horses don't immediately just like run into like a well or like hurt themselves or cause some kind of damage, or like tip the cart or anything like that. He keeps them upright, but they don't want to stop running. There is fire and screams, and the horses are not bred for this kind of thing. What did the four of you do?
I'll brace myself, I guess. I don't know.
Also, brace myself.
Gareth yells, brace yourself, and he is going to, like, whenever the like one of the turns is taken, he is going to shoulder check the side of the cage.
As a like 250
Wait,
pound
shouldn't
man or something.
Shouldn't we all do that as a team? Because if we all push our weight to one side,
Valerie, you see Gareth getting ready to do this, and you probably have that thought. What do you do?
we should help him.
He doesn't need it, but you know.
Maybe it's a heavy cart. The four of you stand up. You're all shackled.
Well,
Like,
I'm also waiting for the turn too. You know.
There's a turn
I ain't
coming
doing
up.
this on a straight away.
Yeah.
So yeah, Valerie motions everyone to follow Gareth's lead.
I will assist.
Okay.
Brunhild rolls her eyes and lets out a terrible dwarvish expletive that goes better untranslated.
And the
And-
four of you roll strength saving throws.
Alright.
Or
Saving
athletics.
throws or
Athletics. Yeah, definitely athletics.
Athletics?
You keep that. Don't worry about it. It's the same for you regardless. You're not
Okay.
proficient in athletics.
Wow, I did bad.
Wow, I'm tiny and I'm useless.
You are. Yeah, you don't weigh a lot. But with a combined total of like what, 30, 45, something like that. Somewhere between there.
40.
For someone with negative
40
one,
no,
dude,
41.
Azarine balances out Brughild, and then Gareth puts above the average. Yeah, with 41, the turn comes as the horseman is just like, steady, steady, and like trying to keep it together. And they turn left, and you just get as all four throw your bodies against the cart, and the cart definitely upheaves off its side. And as the turn is coming, the top of the grate hits the wall of the building, and you hear a loud scraping sound, and then there's a crash and a snapping sound as the back axles of the wheels are ripped off from the front. The shackle that holds the horses on to the back of the cart snaps as the horses try to keep going, and the cart does not want to as it tips over and it twists. The two horses fall over and stumble, but with their shackle now broken free, they immediately just dart down the streets just like as fast as they possibly can. The cart rolls a bit into this person's wall. It breaks through. We see a old couple that just see just this grate just go blasting through the wall. Yeah, the gate just blasts open. Like the part of it's like the rivets pop on this ironwork cage, and part of it is just like ripped open, and the other hinges just like snap off. Like the block actually held, but the hinges weren't strong enough, and they just boom pop right off. And you guys are gonna probably take a little bit of damage.
we're officially homewreckers.
You guys take 3 points of bludgeoning damage,
Okay.
which I don't think kills anybody just yet, but we're close.
That definitely hurts, Valerie.
You guys are free, but you're all still shackled. You have monocles around your arms, but yeah, you like slowly stand up and there's just like
tied from the front or tied from the back?
Oh, bye! In front.
In front.
They're
okay.
not so modern as to realize that that's a poor way to.
Valerie like crawls out the side of the car.
Yeah, and Garrett's already pushing himself up, offering any hands to anyone who needs to be pulled out.
Is anybody unconscious?
No.
No, I think we're fine.
Cool.
I'm pretty
shocked.
close.
I am shocked. I'm shocked.
As am I.
I mean, do we have to roll to figure out if we pass the fuck out?
No, you're good.
No. If you hit 0
Yeah.
HP,
Yeah,
you pass
Too
no,
much
out.
damage.
Yeah.
Okay, good, good. Yeah, you stand up in the middle of this kitchen, and the old people are just staring at you. It's this old couple.
I apologize. Please remain in your homes.
Okay, sure.
Garrett is doing his best to kind of have the manacles by his side, and just so you see the the Inquisitor uniform and the badge.
Yeah, roll persuasion. Roll persuasion. They didn't take your clothes off. You do still have your badge and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh shit, your weapons are in the. Okay. Yeah.
Damn it! Yeah, I'm big. We will be leaving.
Yeah, guys,
Azri just looks like she's going to cry.
Inquisitor business. We are going.
Azrin, you look above their bookshelf, and embedded in the wall is one of your chakrams.
What?
I
How's
I need that.
You take it out of the wall. You go back out to the chest that
Wait,
they
are
put
we
your
not
shit
still
in.
handcuffed or
You guys
something?
are still handcuffed.
are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Oh,
Go
right, we're
ahead.
handcuffed in the front.
take all my stuff back.
it was already decided that it was in the front.
I'm gonna roll intimidation and tell those people to get the fuck out.
This is your house now.
No!
Roll, do it. Roll intimidation. Do it. I have to know.
I am
After what just
going to
happened,
beat you.
they both just get up and just like start like run away. Except they're like 90s, so they're just like going 2 miles an hour, but they're just like trying to flee to the back door, and that you hear it open and close behind them after like 30 seconds of them trying to run, quote unquote. Your guys'
in the hole.
your guys' stuff was in a chest in the front of the cart, and that chest exploded upon impact with what just happened here. Your stuff is just strewn across the street and this living room, this kitchen.
Damn, that must have been a
where's-
big ass chest that had my shit in
It was a
there.
trunk. Yeah, it was what was used.
Still, like it's a great claymore.
Yeah.
It's a
Where's my second one?
Roll investigation, everyone, to find all your shit.
Actually, I think Brunhilde wants to concentrate on getting her shackles out first.
Okay, well, how do you do that?
I don't know. She tries the whole finger snapping thing because it worked before. So
That doesn't work, actually. The shackles
because I don't have my book.
are that, and also the shackles are anti-magic.
yeah. Inquisitor standard.
And she curses. She actually she swears at Gareth
Mhm.
about that.
Gareth, you actually do find your sword. It is it's slid into one of the drainage pipes, and you can see it. And when you go to reach for it, clink! Your shackle makes your forearm a little bit too big to fit. So you can
Dog of a
see your
horse son.
sword. It's like just a foot out of reach, but you're with the manacles on. You can't.
Is it what's so it's in a grate? What is the
A drainage grate, yeah, like like literally from it, where like the clown comes up and is like,
Yeah,
"You're
yeah.
out,"
So
you
I
can
so
roll
I
it.
can pull that off, right?
Roll athletics. We'll see.
How weak are the chains binding my?
They are very strong. I'll tell you.
I was thinking
They
of
weigh
just
20
like
pounds.
wrapping my arms
Yeah,
around
that,
like
like-
or something and just pulling.
No, they weigh 25 pounds, dude. Not 20.
They're 25. Yeah, they're
Yeah.
fucking heavy. With
Holy
a
fuck.
14, yeah, you're just like, well, I can't reach. I just rip the grate out of the cement.
And I take
Yes.
my blade.
You can recover your greatsword. Everyone else, you all recover your stuff. In fact, Brookild, you can see like on the ground, like in a puddle, like the book is like flapping, kind of like a bird with a broken wing. And you pick it up and recover it.
My book.
You dust it off.
You bloody thing.
But everyone recovers their equipment for the most part. Let me see if anything was. Would anything have been damaged in the crash?
Crossbow.
Let's say there's a 10% chance of things breaking.
Oh
Okay.
yikes!
I feel like out of everything I'm carrying, my guitar has a pretty high chance of snapping.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
don't worry.
a
I'll give you guys the
crossbow.
benefit of the doubt. Okay, you recover your guitar, but it is damaged, and anything that is going to require you to use it, like performance checks or even maybe some of your magic, is going to be at disadvantage until you can properly repair and tune it. The crossbow is shattered,
Crossbow shattered. All right, I'm gonna keep the bolts.
and the healing.
Or wait, are
potion-
all 19 bolts that I have shattered?
No, the bolts are fine.
Bolts are fine. I'm keeping the
The
bolts.
bolts are more durable than the
I will delete my light crossbow
Okay.
then.
Azrin, I don't think you had anything. You didn't really have anything breakable with you. You only have like a few items that you carry with you. You're very bare bones kind of girl.
Yeah.
Brookhild was just carrying like clothes and other supplies. That didn't really have any chance of breaking.
Yeah, it had, like-
Because you were arrested.
You were arrested. You were spared.
Hey,
It's okay. Nothing broke for you
steal
anyway.
some jewelry from the.
And as for the guitar, is actually it'll be okay. It's just like like two of the strings are snapped and like the other ones are out of tune, and it looks like some of the pins are trying to escape, and one of them is snapped off. So it's just not great. So
Oh,
push
yeah.
it
Are they
down.
still in full armor?
Yeah,
Her
yeah.
guitar and,
Wow.
makes a sigh of relief.
Your baby is safe.
So what do we do now?
That's up to
I
you.
have no idea.
Shouldering his greatsword, Gareth begins to walk back towards the town square.
Okay.
In shackles?
Yep.
I
It
mean,
appears we are.
Brunhild grabs the back of his blue cloak and pulls him back as best as she
You-
can,
you-
obviously, because she's tiny.
yeah, like you can, like you're. I notice you're holding me, and he just kind of turns around. And he's like, "What are you doing?"
Are you insane? We're shackled like criminals. They're going to stop us in an instant.
There's a war going on.
Yeah, that's exactly why they'll be on the lookout. You're crazy if you
There's
think you can
more
escape this city with some bloody shackles on you.
I'm not trying to escape. I have a
Fine, then.
duty to this city.
Go get yourself killed in the name of those inquisitors or whatever the hell. They turned on you the first second they could. You should know
And-
better.
And you can't really attack things really well with shackles on. It's just you'll
I
get
guess
tangled.
Just as to show, he does just hold it like two-handed. Like he can swing it. Like it's great. Tell me how difficult it is for me to attack with it if it's two-handed.
It's less about the fact that it's yeah, your hands can go in the right place, but it's 25 pounds of extra fuckery to deal with. There would be some kind of penalty, and not necessarily disadvantage, but there would be some kind of penalty.
Also, we're kind of in this together now, and she holds up her palm with the ruin on it. Like, I don't think we have a choice to leave.
To not leave or to leave? Like, are you saying that we stay or are we saying we go?
I'm saying we have to find this dragon thing and like try and like get it to take this away.
Brunhild just kind of stares at her like, what the fuck are you on about?
No,
Like-
that does. If we could use that beast, or if we can find who truly did this, most of us would be saved. And he just kind of side eyes, Brunhild just side eyes her because she's already a criminal. Like, even if we get cleared of this, he would
But
you're
there's
still
other
going
crimes.
to jail, girl. And so he kind of just shoulders his sword. He's like, "All right, we can go." And he that pained him to say.
First things first, we need to get these shackles off because I don't know about you guys, but I can't really lift my arms.
You guys
Gray.
Mhm.
I do want to say something to you that message, and I just want to know if it's allowed. All right.
Sure. But while you message this to me, you guys hear.
Do I have the time to get a beer?
It's a quick message. Let's hear what he
I
says.
don't think you will. That you hear hoof steps from. There's more inquisitors who are coming down this way. I'm not saying that you guys have to stealth or hide, but like moving would behoove you.
All right, let's go. We're gonna go let's find some way to get these shackles off and just away from here.
Okay, you begin moving. Do you head to the north to the docks to find a boat? Do you head to the east to try and take the bridge over the marsh and to the nearby towns, the city to the north, the Thalassa Square, or do you head south into the woods, or do you head west into the mountains?
I was thinking
boat.
Because here we are here, and it's basically up to you guys to try and figure out like which direction. You guys
So
go
the
for.
mountain that we went to was where again?
To the west.
Here. This one.
That one. Oh.
You guys are closest to the west and south gates.
Yeah, but at the south there's an army, and at the north at the docks there's an enemy galleon, which my character has seen.
Yes,
Right.
your character
But
has-
in the
Also, he's not gonna go. Gareth, what are we gonna do with the boat? We don't have a full crew.
I mean,
Gareth, roll a d20. It's gonna be luck.
fair enough.
You need.
I'll roll that right now.
I'll give you a 10% chance. 18 or above.
Okay.
18 or above, and it's
18 or above, son of a bitch. Ah!
I'm sorry.
If only it was a D10. Oh well, no. Okay.
I do have experience in water.
What's that supposed to mean?
That's not enough to man a sail for 10 men.
Why don't you roll history? Azreen?
Okay.
Well, with advantage, because you're right, you do. So let's see how much you know about this sort of thing. Okay, roll no more.
18.
It's unnecessary. Yeah, you are very familiar with sailing. You are very familiar with boats. Azreen is probably as good as 10 men in terms of manning a ship.
I mean, I can do it. I don't mind.
And
it
Aye,
would be
but
the
can you take
quickest-
a galleon? There's a water up there, you know?
yeah, there's. I agree with the dwarf.
I mean, what's the best way to escape then in the middle of a...
There is the Northern
scuffle?
Bridge, I believe, that
There's
we
the
could
beach.
try crossing.
Might be able to requisition a boat, quote unquote.
I must say the Inquisitor
Garrus, there's
speaks
something you want to say?
reason
No.
for once.
Okay.
Valerie, what do you think about this? Do you have an opinion? Or you're like, no, I'm good, let's go.
I don't know nearly as much as either of the people coming up with the routes do. I mean, Valerie's option would be like, go back home, but that's not going to be an option.
All right, well, I guess it's do you guys want to vote? Or
I mean, a boat will just be harder to track.
That is wholly untrue.
boat
And
boat
not-
doesn't leave tracks?
It doesn't leave tracks, but
It's very visible.
it is very
I also
visible.
know
There's
a lot
only...
of people in port towns. Like, I'm very familiar with the route along the coast.
What if
How
someone
about we
hits us
stop
with a
and
can?
steal a boat or whatnot on the next town over, eh?
Okay. That'll work.
Well, the
It's
next
not
town
right
over
out here.
is to the west. There is no town in the east.
There's one
That's
to
not a
the
town.
north. It's like a
Oh, is that a town?
Yeah, it's a weird place. It's square. It's a little ramshackle. It's not well known for its civilized way of living, but it'll do.
Gareth says
I don't
we
think I
should
would.
go up to the northeast, to the port city, but to get a transport to get us south.
Hey, lack
Whoever
of civilization
whoever did this is from here. I do not believe this is someone from Grisha Tapel. Or Idrisis? I can't see the upper map right now. Hold up. Idrisis. So if we want to find answers and not continue to run for the rest of our lives, our short lives, then I suggest we head south once we can circle around.
Oh,
Well,
I know the south.
That's quite a few bridges to cross before we get to there. What do you guys do
Yes.
for the immediate decision?
Bridge.
Okay, but you guys are managing.
Well, I'm voting bridge. I don't know what.
I think the general consensus seems to be bridge. I think everyone seems to be
Right.
good with the bridge. You guys
So,
have to head
we'll
north
go to
through
the-
city.
We'll go to the bridge. We'll go to the port town. We get a boat. We go south.
We get a caravan and we go south.
Roll insight, Azarine.
18.
You can PM it to her.
Okay.
Can do whatever she wants. Like, and you just need to get the basic knowledge. Don't need to give no life story.
Understood.
How would we just get a boat?
I am
Gareth,
telling you, it is safer for us.
I can 100% guarantee you that the ocean is just fine. I have the expertise that can get us there safely, and you won't even know that you're on the ocean. Just don't look overboard.
Are you saying our laddie here's afraid of some water?
I'm not saying that. I'm just
Well,
saying-
that's just like an inquisitor.
Gareth says nothing and he begins to walk towards the bridge.
He just goes. Well, how do you guys intend to get rid of the monocles? Or do you guys just plan to let that be future
Valerie,
monocles?
Valerie, like, kind of knows what Gareth is scared of now, and she's like, oh.
Brunhild pokes at her book and beckons it to figure out a solution to her problem, because that's what the book does.
The book is floating next to you, and it's going through. It's like flipping through its own pages. But these monocles actually have runes carved into them that dispel magic, and the book is
Yeah,
having
Well, you
trouble
better
finding
really
some
find
kind of
something, or
thing.
I'll feed you to some
Is-
torch.
The flipping
there
goes
a-
faster.
Is there like a locksmith anywhere, or like
Maybe blacksmith.
Oh,
blacksmith? Blacksmith works.
Okay, Azreen finds the nearest blacksmith. All these places are closed at this point because of emergency. The door is locked. There's a large window inside that shows a large foundry. Nobody seems to be home, or at least they're upstairs in the actual living space rather than the workspace downstairs.
Is there any like scrap metal or like little like pieces of like thin like needle like things on the ground? I don't want
I
to break into this
Don't
place.
believe so. No,
You
not
could
right here.
could have done an investigation check at the oh no, the
You want to
there
go back
were-
to the old people's house and see if you can scrounge something
Well,
there?
if you don't want to break it, I can do it.
That's fine. Brookfield says.
Gareth did walk off.
Yeah, but you
Or-
didn't get far. They're trying to solve the
I didn't
monster
get
problem.
yeah, I didn't get far. No, I did not get far. I needed a moment.
Brookfield,
I can't just
does,
break into somebody's
does
house.
Brookfield
I
walk
can't
up
just
behind...
I can't just get arrested and be killed to get my head chopped on a block.
But it's illegal.
You're illegal, girl. I've seen you use magic.
I am a dancer. There's a difference between dancing and magic, and
Aye,
dancing
and
is
there's a
not the
difference between buggering about and shitting over a stall. Just let's get in.
Brookfield, do you want to roll athletics for me with advantage real quick?
She like looks over to Valerie and she's like, "Help!"
Brookfield is like, yeah. And just punches one of the manacles through the window, reaches around and unlocks the door from the other side and opens the door. Inside is many a blacksmith tool.
I guess we'll go in.
If
I'm-
there's something that gets us out of there.
You find
I'm
a
looking
big
for-
hammer. There's a few saws and peening tools.
I'm looking specifically for something that could be used as a lockpick.
Okay, yeah, I think you can find that sort of thing. Nails and other pins that are required to keep the machinery running. That's not hard to find. You want to try and lockpick your way out of this?
Yes.
Okay, you're gonna roll a dexterity check, but you can't add your proficiency because only thieves' tools let you add proficiency, and these aren't technically
Yeah.
thieves' tools, so it's just dexterity check.
That's fine. 12.
Not yet. Maybe soon.
What?
You're not making headway. They don't unlock immediately, but you can keep trying.
Ugh! I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep trying.
Okay, we'll come back to you then. What do the rest of you guys do?
I suppose Brunhild just waits around for manacles to get fixed.
All right,
Probably chatters at her book.
Valerie, we just broke into a blacksmith shop to try and find tools to bust yourselves out of some monocles. What are
Wow,
you guys
we
doing?
really are just full-on convicts now.
It's my fault.
I didn't do it.
Brookhill did bust in, technically. It is Brookhill's. Added to the list of larceny, Grand Theft Auto. Gareth, are you here?
It's not like she just started.
I'm just trying to unlock these things with
Okay.
makeshift lockpick tools.
If you think that breaking the monocles is going to be more likely than lockpicking the monocles, just to let you know, it'd be easier to break them open than it would be to try and lockpick them.
Can someone lift their arms high enough so that they can break these things? Because I can't lift my arms.
Sure.
Okay. Valerie, you pick up a hammer off the wall. It's like a blacksmith shop. There's so many things, and you just start whacking at the chains.
Please don't hurt me.
Roll a strength check. Are you proficient in athletics? I guess athletics if you're proficient in it.
I'm not the best, but
If only your big boy was here.
Who needs a man?
I think he's stealth BRB'd though. I think that's what he's like, oh, I go on ahead thing was. I think he was stealth
Yeah.
BRBing. With a 14 athletics though, you smack down the hammer on the outside lock of the manacles and ping, it pings off. It breaks it. These manacles are not usable anymore, but that's any skin off your back. You break free Azreen.
jeez, I didn't plan to hit you with it.
Ezra, you are
Okay.
free of your manacles. That also means you're free to use magic.
No, I can't because
You might be
You're out of
spent.
spells.
Yeah, it might be
I'm
spent
out of
on that
slot.
one. I mean, if you have cantrips or something, but I don't know if you have any cantrips.
None
I
of
can
them are going to be useful
That's fine.
in
I can
any
just-
way, shape, or form.
Well, now you
I
can
can
help.
just roast people all day. That's the only cantrip I have that's offensive.
There you go.
I am going to I'm gonna athletics and strength thing
Sure.
Valerie.
That's excellent. Now that
Please
your hands are
don't break
free.
my
Okay, you help Valerie. You two help each other, and you get the you break open Valerie out of the manacles as well. These manacles are broken. They're not.
Valerie opens
Are you
and
good?
closes her hand. You did better than I did at that.
I'm not very strong. I'm sorry. I could have done better.
Do we?
Oi, I don't mean to interrupt you both, but
Brookehild holds up her hands expectantly.
Now, what do you say?
hurry up,
I
No?
guess.
get on with it.
Not even close.
Valerie just
Please.
swings the hammer down and shatters open the manacles after the please happens, and you are freed as well. Gareth is the only one with manacles left on.
I'll
So
help.
he came back in. No, and he took some like a nail and kind of heated it up in one of the forges and just stuck it into the key hole.
Saw style, cut your hands off.
And waited to try to wait for it to hard and then try to unlock it that way.
Yeah, it works. It
Yeah,
opens up.
I knew it. Yep.
Yeah.
And he keeps the manacles.
Okay, you have one pair of functioning dispelling magic manacles.
I never lost it. Anyways, we were going to the bridge.
I suppose.
You guys are going to roll athletics for me, all together as a party, to try and get forward north through the city. With speed is what the real figure is.
Please don't let
I'm
this
gonna
be the
leave
one
you
that-
behind, cat.
No, you cannot. You're only as strong as your weakest link.
Oh.
No.
His feet really hurt from
Ye-
wearing fancy shoes all
You
day.
fuckers are injured. You have blisters. This is bad. You guys are not this is not
No,
the
we're
triathlon.
full on just fresh out of escaping Alcatraz level. We're fucked.
Yeah. Lindsay's sword is bent. You guys are not doing great. Lindsay's sword doesn't fit in the scabbard. There's so many problems with your party right now.
In fact,
We're
it's just,
going
roped
To the
her back.
nearest. We're going to the nearest town,
Okay.
and we are going to the nearest inn,
Eventually.
and I'm getting in the biggest bath.
You get to the front docks and along the boardwalks that litter the side. Many boardwalks and wooden buildings go down out into the oceans. This is just how you're going to get to the bridge. To the right, you see this big, beautiful, ornate bridge of wood and stone that spans across the large expanse of the marsh. And you see your target. You look to your left and you see inquisitors fighting in streets with men and women in black garb, black tabards, and steel that is dark as the night itself. And the inquisitors are doing a very fine job. In fact, they tend to win in one-on-one fights, but there's just so many more of the people in black, and the general tide is not favoring. You see a figure step out onto the docks. This person wearing monocles into this large the fisheries square. It has its own fountain. It's a big circular
Monocles?
district.
More than one?
Sorry, manacles.
Oh man, okay.
But this figure with greenish white armor on their torso. They have no sleeves. They have long black hair and they have bandages over their eyes. And a figure comes up behind them and unlocks their manacles. They have some kind of fur around their waist, like a bear's pelt, like some kind of natural animal like that, with the paws still hanging down. And they have this just rippling muscle. You can't really tell how close or how far they are really right now. It's a very far distance. You can't see the details. But this person, once their monocles are free, they you don't know whether they're super tall, they're super lean. You don't know by virtue of starvation or by just vascularity of like muscle, how shredded they are. They're just like you can see like every muscle and every vein on their body essentially. And once these monocles are off, like blood seems to like flow through their body, and like you can see their muscles swell. And this figure is going to roll perception to notice you guys, and they do. Along with some other fighters in the streets. I'm not going to pull out the grid, but you do have an aggressor. One of these knights comes storming down in the black armor, a grunt, if you will, and attacks. Who meets this person?
Are they blocking our way, or are they coming up from behind us?
They're coming up from behind.
I suppose that would be me since I'm the slowest.
No. There's
no.
It's a choice amongst you guys.
Are we on the bridge,
Whoever
or
gets
are they
one on, and if that hits them, I can use cutting words on them.
Okay.
Well, I kind of want to know the surrounding area.
In front of you to the north is water and boardwalks and ships that are in dock, and off on the horizon you actually see another ship. It's flying black sails and it's firing cannons. And when
the bridge, I'm asking, how close are we to the big bridge?
A few 100 feet. You might have to go back into the city a little bit. It's like a few blocks, like a dozen blocks, city blocks. So you're not that close yet. You can go for the dead-ass sprint, but I think it's going to get an attack of opportunity. I'm not going to open up the grid, but I'm going to do this sort of like, this figure's going to try and attack you, and the question is, does somebody step in front? Is someone going to try and do some kind of action? If someone wants to try and do an action, that's fine, but if they fail, they're going to be the one who gets hit.
I'm going to go get a beer.
Okay,
I can't do anything.
All right, Gareth, step up.
Gareth is telling the other three to run to the bridge.
Okay. Roll an attack action to either kill this man or take a hit from him. This is what a D&D would call a minion. It's just someone who has very low health, but there's just hundreds of them.
Ah, fuck.
That doesn't hit, I'm afraid.
I'm just.
And I didn't get any rest in that. Did I get a short rest in that in that ride back?
No, it wasn't even an hour. It wasn't even full enough time for a short rest.
It's like 30 minutes.
Sorry. You only take 2 points of slashing damage as they slash their sword across you. But that's it. That's all I'm going to do to you in this particular encounter. To the west, to your left, you see that figure with like the fur and like the green armor and the white armor, and they look and they see you and they run at you with an unnatural speed, an unnatural inhuman speed. As of this war, you see people battling in the streets. You see someone getting pushed off the top of a building as an Inquisitor fucking kicks somebody overboard off a ship. You see some of the ships trying to leave port as like this fleeing thing is sort of happening. Some Inquisitors have requisition boats to try and get civilians out of here. And some of the Inquisitors do know magic. And they are casting. You see a lightning bolt streak across like the sky and hits one of the minions, and he just like fucking like immediately his eyes boil out of his socket. Like it's a battle that's happening. But this.
Trust me, I know what's going on.
This minion to the south is here to fight you. He's already done his damage. The real issue is the guy to the left who looks like he's like 8 feet tall, ripped out of his mind. He's
taller than me. He's taller than me.
It's shocking. Honestly, it's fucking shocking. This guy looks like a freak.
Yeah. And. Hopefully, the other three have started running.
Yeah,
have they?
You've taken your lumps, and you run. They're running, I assume, unless any of them say no. But then you are free to go as well. You kind of like you swing your sword wide to try and hit this figure, just to knock this minion off his feet for a second, so you can get away and you start running.
Yes. And I'm going to be using my 5-year knowledge of this city to try to outmaneuver.
Roll athletics with advantage.
Big boy. Yeah, boy. Hey!
Wow, that was worthwhile. Yeah, with 20, the rest of you guys are running through the city. Gareth goes like, go right, and you guys like dive back into the city, which seems weird at first, but you're trying to throw them off your trail. You go back to the city down winding paths and alleyways and staircases that go in and up around. The city was not planned, so it was just built to follow the hills and the natural like mountainous terrain, so there's a lot of ups and downs. And you immediately dive through one of the storefronts, knowing that it has a back door that'll come out the other side. And as you look behind you and shut the door, you see the figure just sprint past and kind of like misses you guys for a second. But yeah, this figure's still hot on your tails, but you outmaneuver them for now. You're one step closer to the bridge. You can see it in sight as you come out one of the streets again. You're running basically as fast as you can. Can I get another athletics from everybody?
All right, athletics.
Because overhead, like catapults are streaking through, and one of the buildings behind you explodes. Rinthi is...
Can I also, I have a trait that I can use.
Interesting.
I can cast a fog cloud
Ooh.
once per day.
Okay. Do you want to do it now?
We don't need it yet.
I'm gonna do it now.
Save it.
Might-
Save it for a second.
Oh, you can
Right?
save it.
I mean, we're
'Cause we
running
are
away.
ahead.
It'll give us advantage.
No matter what, I have to describe this next thing because
Right.
whatever you want to do, it has to happen after what I'm saying anyway. But like catapults are streaking through the sky, and some of the buildings explode behind you as they're hit with very obviously magically enhanced fire. And you see the bridge in sight. You're kind of out in the open. There's carts and horses that are kind of gone wild and have knocked themselves over, and some are in the streets. Horses are kind of hurt. There's a few people that you kind of run past who seem like they're civilians who are just trying to cower and hide, and you see a few people along the way. There's 2 minions already on the bridge of this. The 2 black-clad people. They are minions, which means they literally have only 1 HP, but otherwise they're just as effective as any other fighters. And the 2 engage you. Does anybody any 2 of you can take an action, but if it fails, then you're the one who gets hit by one of these minions.
Is there a torch on the wall nearby?
Yeah, there is. There's fire everywhere.
I'm gonna. Actually, I'm just gonna run past some fire, use pyrotechnics, and instead of fireworks, I'm gonna use thick black smoke.
Shit, dude. Okay, so you firebend. Like Valerie jumps forward and just waves her hands through the air, and this fire it's extinguishes itself and just leaves this huge plume of black. And the minions are immediately as they're trying to wave it past. And the 4 of you run past to the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
They can't see. They're blind. They had disadvantage on attacks. I'm just gonna say they can't even attack anyway. They're obscured. You guys see over top at one of the buildings up above. Gareth, you look behind and you see that tall-ass motherfucker figure with the bandages over his eyes. He's on top of the roof. And you see him as he looks at you, the 4 of you, sorry, as you approach the bridge and get on the bridge. He raises up his hand and you see what appears to be like a blue star floating just above his palm. And his left hand grips around his forearm, bracing, and you see his muscles flexing, and the star begins to grow larger and larger and larger. And you see his he lifts up the bandage, and you can see underneath his eyes are glowing blue, and he's just yelling at the top of his lungs. And he points his hand at you and this glowing star. You guys are up on the bridge. Does anybody have any kind of way of intercepting what's about to happen here?
I have one more trick up my sleeve, which is cutting words if he attacks anyone.
Okay. Azreen also seemed to have a
Azrael had
as
the
well.
smoke, which might be good. The smoke might be good right now.
Gareth is anytime! Yeah, you do both. Cutting words, please, and if, Azreen, you want to do your Misty thing now, that would be cool.
Fog cloud.
Okay, yeah, you throw your hands forward, and out of the pores of your hands, just there's this explosion of fog. The sphere, and immediately obfuscates where you guys are located.
6 minus from whatever he does.
Okay, 6 minus from whatever he does. There's you throw a magical boomerang, essentially, this purple thing that hits him in the side of the head, and he goes, ugh, and his eyes kind of go off target, and his hand, a wave of blue energy erupts from it, straight up a Kamehameha, and blasts through the bridge, and he completely misses you guys. But everyone make a dexterity saving throw.
Uh-oh. Oh no!
Wow, you're actually gonna kill Gareth.
Stone and wood explode.
Oh, thank Christ!
And the bridge begins to collapse. And nobody takes any damage from the blast, but the bridge does not survive. It is falling. You hear cables snap, and you begin to run as fast as you can across the bridge with a dexterity save. You guys get most of the way across the bridge, but it's a long bridge, which is good because you guys are like minions are chasing you. These 2 clad black. You see more people. You see people on horseback. You see a much stronger looking knight in full armor with a lance charging on a black steed towards you from way farther back, 100 feet away, but he's quickly gaining. The Inquisitors seem to be losing this fight. The laser that this other figure just blasted through the earth is done too much damage to the bridge, and it begins to collapse beneath your feet. The 4 of you fall yet again for the second time in a day. Gareth, please make a
Hey, first
Constitution
time for
saving
me.
throw at disadvantage.
Yeah, I got you. I got you, bro.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
Well, it's not terrible. It's not terrible,
It's not
but
terrible.
I don't.
I'll do double disadvantage.
Double disadvantage. Gareth is there's stuff that happens here, but I won't be cruel, and I'll just let the story unfold. We're gonna follow Gareth's perspective because this is very dramatic. All 4 of you just hit the water, and it's immediately icy chill. The last thing you see is maybe the boat on the water. Actually, someone, Brunhild, please roll a perception check for me because you're the one who was actually paying attention to the boat.
Do I even know how to swim?
I don't know. Maybe
I'm
your
gonna
character
roll
doesn't.
perception.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I'm a noble dwarf. Why would I know how to swim?
I don't think Gareth or you are very familiar swimmers. And I'm going to factor that in time. With an
And I'm too busy trying not to drown to look
yeah.
at anything.
Brookhild, you saw a cannon fire go off from that ship, and it hit the knight that was riding towards you guys.
Oh.
Good
What?
hit.
Like it was
Good
the
hit.
cannon was like
Wait,
firing at
the boat that I saw earlier?
the boat that you saw earlier. A cannon fire goes off, and you're like, "Oh shit, we're dead! It's gonna hit me square because we're on a fucking open bridge." And then the knight looks left, and he's just ripped off his saddle.
What the
Ooh.
fuck?
And another cannon
Open
goes off.
war,
and
baby.
and another cannon goes off, and you see as that person in the green and white armor and the long like black hair raises up their hand, and the cannon explodes against their palm. And there's enveloped in smoke, and that's the last you see before you disappear underneath the blue waters. You guys try to swim. Valerie, I think you're doing okay. You try to like swim. You're trying to like fight the currents, but this is a strong sort of this is the ocean. The
Strong
tides are these are ocean tides essentially.
Bridges are made for a reason.
And the four of you, two of you begin to struggle, and I think that eventually time has not been kind to you in terms of learning to swim. Gareth, I think, starts reliving some moments.
Gareth has not
I'm
resurfaced.
Brookhild is
I
having
have it.
issues. Oh, don't worry. But we
Yeah,
follow.
she's wearing like heavy clothing and like it's just the worst.
You feel the two of you. You feel like hands at like the backs of your necks, gripping at your clothes. But that's kind of like the last thing you feel as you succumb to the black, essentially.
Mm.
We don't know how long it is, but eventually there's coughing and spitting up of water. And you guys are on a pebbly embankment of a river somewhere. And before you appears to be a woman with purple hair, Azarine, except she has a long, multicolored tail, fish's tail.
Valerie,
like,
just
check-
sits.
And she appears
And, like,
to have
looks.
saved your 2 lives.
Valerie sits up and looks at her and just does nothing but blink twice.
So that's what was doing, but Gareth still is kind of out.
Valerie, you were actually, I think you're a powerful enough swimmer on your own, and your perspective was Azarine hit the water, turned into half fish, and then saved the other 2, and you were just trying to paddle after her down river, like the best you can, fighting the current. She was like a fish in water, and you were like, hold on! Oh! And so, Valerie, you would know a few hours have gone by while the other 2 were unconscious, and you and Azarine
Just
had some
sitting
time.
down and draining her boots.
Yeah.
You have quite a lot of tricks up your sleeve, don't you?
Azarine's trying to twist her hair so all the water comes out. I can explain.
And that is when the other 2 people wake up.
Need to explain anything to me, lass. Just
Don't
I mean,
pass out again.
Thank you, I suppose.
You're welcome.
Wait, is Gareth?
Gareth's gonna roll a wisdom saving throw for me.
Oh yeah, you got it. Yeah, that's what I want.
Gareth, you feel Azarine's hand lift you up out of a bucket of water. Your face is soaked, scars over your gut, blood blocking your eyes, and just wearing nothing but a shirt. Whips of the 9 tails sting at your spine. You are thrown back down into the water, and you are pulled back up in your Inquisitor armor, resting on the embankment.
And that second time, he shoots up. He does 2 massive just swipes of his hands before just realizing where he is and just pants heavily, coughing ferociously, some water still dribbling out of his mouth.
Deep breaths. Don't try and do anything too taxing.
We need to keep going.
It's gonna be a minute for me.
I'll take the break too.
Yeah.
You
I
guys,
feel like I might.
I'm not going anywhere with and she points to the tail. It's just gonna be about a couple minutes.
I don't think you guys know exactly where you are. You don't know exactly how long it's been since the siege of Fort Dullahan. You do see smoke way off in the distance. You must have cleared a long way. But you can still.
Can we assume that smoke
Can
is
Gareth
Fort Dullahan?
have an
Yes, you can
idea?
safely assume that, but it's very far away. It's like It's like miles.
I mean, we can probably figure out roughly where we are from where Fort Dullahan is and being upstream.
Sure. Either roll investigation or insight or survival.
I'm gonna do investigation. No, I don't want to do investigation because I
Okay.
have more.
You pull out a
I-
soggy map and take out a compass and begin trying to figure out where you are. Gareth, you're kind of like pointing like, no, wait, hold on. The currents would take us this way down this path, and like between the two of you, you are you're in the marsh and you are somewhere around here.
Well,
Alright.
it
Can
Well,
you please?
That's.
I mean, do you mind not poking me like that?
Sorry, I was curious.
It's real. I can feel it.
Once Gareth is able to stand onto his own 2 feet, he's still like soaking wet, very shaken. He is going to walk a good 100 feet away from the edge of the water and just sit back down.
All right. What do you-
Brunhild kind of looks up at him with a bit of a smirk. And just, you okay there, lad?
And he gives you a grunt. He's not going to entertain you at all. He is.
I take it this means you guys are resting.
Yes.
Yeah.
A long,
For how long?
This is a rest.
a
I
short
can do.
or long rest.
Yeah, Brunhild just like
Probably just a short.
Then I can do this.
Song of short rest. Okay.
Ooh. Are we doing a short or a long rest? So I
Short.
got nothing.
Valerie
Hey,
picks
what
up
are-
whatever is
Girl,
left.
What are
after
rest
the-
times again?
That minion hit me. I had 1 HP.
Great.
Yes.
Yeah, but
What
if we
are
long...
rest times again?
A short rest is an hour of light activity. A long rest is just going to bed 8 hours.
Okay.
We don't have that luxury, unfortunately.
Yeah,
for
we
long
take a short
Yeah,
rest.
you guys are out in the
So-
middle of the wilderness, so if you guys want to do that, then that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone roll up some hit die. You're free to expend some of your hit die during a short rest. You have as many hit die as you have levels, so you guys are level 3. That
I
means you
don't
have 3.
remember how this works.
That's fine.
So add the 5 to whatever your hit dice roll was.
Valerie,
Damn it!
how,
Ah!
do you recover your, bardic inspiration points during short or long rests?
I think.
I think it's long rest, unfortunately.
I think it's.
Ugh!
Yeah.
If you couldn't tell, my Dancer's Harmony is a bard. Is actually bardic inspiration. I just customized it to be a dancer.
Yeah, I can rename anything you want. Bookhild, are you good on HP?
I have 15 out of 23.
Okay, because you have up to
Either-
3 to expend, and it's just up to you guys whether or not you want it to.
I honestly have no
later.
fucking
I
clue
got-
how recovery works.
Just remember that on whatever hit dice you recovered, there is the extra 5 from
Sure.
the song.
When you take a short rest, you have something called hit die, and that is the die that decides how much HP your class has at all to begin with. A wizard has a 1d4 as their hit die. A barbarian has a 1d12 as their hit die. When you take a short rest, you can choose to expend some of your collected hit die. You have no more than you have levels. So at level 3, you have 3 hit die. And when you're short resting, you just click on the word hit die, and it'll roll it for you, and you recover that much HP, and then you mark down 1 hit die. You recover hit die by taking a long rest. You recover
Oh,
up to
okay.
half your amount of maximum hit die. So if you guys took a long rest, you would recover back 2 hit die out of 3. So now that you've used 1, you now have 2 left. If you want to use more, you are free to do so. You can use as many as you'd like during a short rest.
Gareth had to use all 3, and he's still not even like he just crest 50% health.
Yeah. Valerie also
That
gave
was your
a buff that made it so that whenever you guys do use hit die to recover, you can add one of her.
Yeah, so that's what I was
dice.
saying. Whatever hit die you just recovered, add the 5 that I rolled from the 1d6 because I was playing a song.
Oh,
So you
okay.
recovered
Then wait a
9
second.
kills.
8, No, I recovered 8, then I recovered 11.
I have 15, and I recovered 9. So I.
You recovered 9 from your own hit die. Oh yes.
I recovered 14.
You're
Okay,
right.
there you go. So I actually
Four.
since that's the thing, I didn't use my last hit die.
I'm full.
Okay.
So ignore that 4. So I had
I'm back
3
to
plus
full.
5.
Yeah, I'm back to full.
All right. Cool.
I'm not at full, but I'm usable.
I'll use one more just because I'm kind of squishy.
That's up to you guys.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Azreen is just spending this time just trying to dry herself
Over the-
off so she can change back.
Within an hour, it doesn't take an hour, but after Azarine dries off enough, her tail is able to. It dematerializes. It just kind of begins to fade away, and her usual legs replace where the tail was. By the way, tail was huge. Like from tail to tip of Azarine is bigger than our Kiva bro over here. Like she's like 8 feet long.
Huh.
Just because their tail's giant and massive in terms of like just muscle, and like the fins like are very long and have a very intricate design on the tail. But once it dries off, she goes back to being her usual smaller self.
She stretches and she like stretches out her legs. Ugh! Man, I haven't done that in weeks.
Okay. I love you guys very much, but I think that this is a place to pause it. Do you guys know where you're going
Yeah.
after here?
We will be heading down. Garrett's gonna want to be heading down.
We
Are
are
going up to
going
the port town to get a caravan and then go back down.
You do have mountains in your way, but you can decide whether or not you want
Oh,
to
like maybe do this and then take a caravan,
Sure.
or literally just go straight over to the mountains.
A hex is a few days of travel, so it's going to be this game's going to involve a lot of travel and finding stuff along the way. But as far as anyone's aware, congratulations.
Is there any?
You guys have
Is there
beat
any?
the first level.
Barely. I almost died there twice, 3 times.
There are towns and settlements and other things that aren't on the map because this map is
So
so detailed.
Not gonna lie, there's like a lot of like little cute debuff gimmicks that you use in some D&D campaigns that I've done just because I thought it'd be cute. This time, I've legitimately had to use my debuffs to protect myself.
I run a hard game. I run a game that's very advanced in terms of like I expect everybody.
He's a very
to be,
good DM. He's very fair, but he's also very hard.
I will be fair. I will always play it. Like, is that what it says? All right, then that's how we'll do it. I'm okay if I'm cool.
He also plays the emotional card.
But yeah, this has been 7 hours of D&D, and this is how the rest of the campaign will be. So yeah, if you guys are like, oh, this is my jam, then I'll see you same time next week. And if you guys are like, it could be better, then let me know. And if you guys are like, not my cup of tea. It was fun, but I'm not going to be coming back for session 2. Also fine.
I don't have any complaints, honestly. This was fun.
No, I really like this group,
good
actually.
time.
All right,
Yay!
excellent.
Normally, I don't stay in D&D for 7 hours, so I guess that says something along.
Excellent. I didn't realize it would go that long.
It was 7 hours and I didn't even notice, and usually I'm tired after like 2 hours.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself so much. I'm glad I did a good job. You guys never worry about like bringing content to the table. That's my job. I want you guys to just come in, sit down, relax, have a good time, crack
I'm
open a
still
full
low-key messing with my accent because I don't know what I want.
Don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to figure it out.
I still low-key need. I'm gonna re-listen to like Limmy's show and practice my Scottish accent.
This will be on the Twitch archive. I'm going to try and upload it to YouTube directly after. So if you want to go back and see something or something felt like it got missed, I'm sure that we can just go and double check it or whatever. But
Steel's heavier than feathers.
yeah, do whatever you do. Just try to don't hurt yourselves with accents or voices or anything. Don't be like the SpongeBob voice actor who's like, I gave myself throat cancer. So you make sure it's sustainable for you guys. No one's obligated to do any accents, but if you're enjoying it, by all means, continue.
This is why Azarine is super soft and dainty and delicate.
Yeah, that's fun. I'm glad that we got to reveal that Azarine was a fish. This is literally all the content that I had.
I like that you said a fish, not like a mermaid.
Like
or
I'm surprised that my water stuff got revealed too.
I mean, listen,
there's still more.
You're in the same party as a mermaid. Like,
yeah,
it's going to come
I didn't.
There'll be more content. Don't worry about like saving stuff because I was like whether this will come out later or not because it's like there will be. Why wait for good things? Because then we'll just have more good things.
Oh, I mean, great.
Yeah.
Great. You know, I have
actually
so much more.
I have
Oh,
so
I'm,
many can of worms.
I'm gonna end the half stream, half recording thing that's currently happening here. So I guess everybody say bye bye, bye bye.
Bye.
Bye.